Good morning and welcome to the live stream from the RSGB Convention 2025, coming to you live from the Kents Hill Conference Centre in Milton Keynes. We've got a packed programme bringing you some of the lectures that are here at the convention, bringing them to you. Let's have a look at today's programme. It's actually at 9 o'clock with an official opening of the convention with the RSGB President Bob Beebe, GU4YOX. And then at 9:15 we have the keynote speaker, Seeing Total Eclipses from Space, with Professor Lucie Green. At 10:30, QO100 have Grand Terminal Will Travel with Paulo Jorge, F5 VMJ G0 MUW. And then at 11:30, a holiday-style DXpedition to Lanzarote with Colin Redwood. Then we have the UK Meteor Radar System, Studying Meteors and the Ionosphere with Brian Coleman, G4NNS. Elmering in an Online World with Kjetil Vinorum, LB4FH. Each One, Teach One with Anna Cañizares, EI5IXB. And then finally, a panel discussion, How to Encourage Clubs to Thrive, with various societies, including Bracknell Amateur Radio Club, Cray Valley Radio Society, Mid-Ulster Amateur Radio Club as well. So all of that is coming to you today, and of course we'll be also here tomorrow as well. We'll leave you now with have a looking at our special event station, GB3 HQ, running live here from Milton Keynes.
Using an ICOM SM30 microphone.
Certainly working well for you there, Chris. Anyway, thanks very much for the call. We'll move along. We've got lots of people trying to call us. This is GB3 HQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Station ending Bravo Delta.
2 Echo 0 Tango Bravo Delta. Name is Andy and QTH is Alderton, Sherwood Forest, Nottinghamshire there. You're a good 5-9 with me, no problem whatsoever this morning. GB3 Hotel Quebec 2 Echo 0 Tango Bravo Delta.
2-0 TBD, GB3 HQ. Okay, Andrew, good morning to you. And yeah, you're 5-9 down here at Milton Keynes at the RSGB convention. Not to be confused with GB3 RS, which is operating from down the road at Bletchley Park. So this is GB3 HQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, special event station for the RSGB convention. Over.
Golf for November Alpha Bravo.
Yeah, okay, thanks for that, and have a good morning with it. The sun's shining, so I'm sure you'll do well. 7-3 2 Echo 0 Tango Bravo Delta, clear.
Yeah, 7-3 Golf 4 November station.
Golf for November Alpha Bravo Northumberland. Good morning, name is Chris. You're 59, have it?
Good morning, Chris. G4NAB. I'm trying to think what your F5 call sign was. Was it VMR? I can't remember now. It's been a while. I've been to sleep since then. This is GB3 HQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Obviously, my name is Rob. Own call sign M0ZPU, operating from the RSGB convention. Over.
You are correct with the call sign. Fox 5 Victor Mike Romeo was indeed my friend's call sign. Very good day to you and have a great day, G4NAB.
Okay, Chris, thanks for the call. This is GB3 HQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. CQ.
Golf Mike 4 X-Ray Quebec Juliet.
Golf Mike 4 X-Ray Quebec Juliet.
Golf Mike 4 X-Ray Quebec Juliet. Name is Brian, located 18 miles west of Edinburgh, and you are 5-9 plus 10, over.
Okay, Brian, thanks for the call. You're 5-9 plus here down at Milton Keynes. Lovely signal from you. Over.
Thanks a lot. I'm just running a 10 watts from a K3 to a dipole, so but conditions are very good. Beautiful, beautiful sunny morning up here, not a cloud in the sky. So enjoy the convention. 7-3.
Yep, 7-3. Thanks very much for the call, Brian. And no doubt speak to you again another time. This is GB3 HQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, special event station for the RSGB convention, calling CQ.
Oscar November 4 Lima Tango.
Juliet.
Oscar, November 4, Lima Tango. Good morning to you. You're 5-9 plus here at the RSGB convention. Over.
Okay, no problem. The 49 plus 20 dB in the Belgium. Very good copy. No problem. Okay, mijn naam de regisseur. Merci beaucoup voor de contact and a good weekend.
Yes, thank you very much for the call. Merci beaucoup to you too, and have good DX. This is GB3 HQ 73. Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Calling CQ. Germany 8 station.
Yeah, Germany 8 Echo Tango Delta. Good morning to the Rob. Name is Trevor. We're located in Spalding in Lincolnshire. And you're a good signal, 5 and 9, no problem. From Milton Keynes there, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, Trevor. ETD, this is GB3HQ. You're also 5-9 here at Milton Keynes. Over.
Yeah, okay, Rob. Thank you very much for the report. Could hear quite a few stations calling you. Have a lovely day there. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks for the call. 7-3, this is GB3HQ. Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. CQ.
Mike 1, Victor Foxtrot. Mike 7, Romeo Juliet, Lima.
Okay, the Mike 1 Victor Foxtrot station.
Yes, very good morning to you, Rob. The call is Mike 1, Victor Foxtrot, Romeo, and the name is Dean. Located Chesterfield, Derbyshire. Nice to be able to make the contact with you down there today, and all the best for the rest of the day. M1 VFR, over.
M1 VFR. Good morning, Dean. You're 5-9 here at Milton Keynes in the clear, and nice signal from you as well. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Over.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the signal here. Nice, strong. 5-9 plus 10 here. All the best. 7-3.
Yeah, 7-3. GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Calling CQ.
Golf Charlie Romeo Quebec. Zulu November.
Station ending Zulu November.
Sierra Queen 5, Charlie Zulu November.
Yeah, station Charlie Zulu November.
Sierra Quebec 5, Sierra Queen 5, Charlie Zulu November.
Good morning to you, Sierra Quebec 5 Charlie Zulu November. Good morning to you. You're 5759 in the clear. Over. Yeah, 7-3, good luck, good DX. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. CQ.
Golf 7 Charlie Romeo Quebec.
Golf 7 Charlie Romeo Quebec. Good morning, you're 5-9, Adam, here at GB3HQ, the special event station for the RSGB convention here in Milton Keynes. Over.
Yeah, GB3HQ. Also a 5-9 of me over in North Surrey in Wellington, and looks like you picked a nice day for it. Yeah, I won't hold you up because a lot, but thanks for returning my call. This is G7CRQ, over.
Yep, okay, thanks for the call, Adam. 7-3, this is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec from the RSGB convention here at Milton Keynes. Over.
Mexico 1, Whiskey 0, Delta, Sugar Papa.
Yeah, the Mexico 1 station.
Yeah, good morning, and hope all's well up there. And Mexico 1, Alpha Oscar Bravo, operator Richard.
Yeah, M1AOB. Good morning, Richard. And you are 5-9 up here at Milton Keynes. Over.
Yeah, 5-9 plus that. What's the name?
Name this way is Rob, Radio Oscar Bravo. Over.
Yeah, morning, Rob. Hope the day goes well. I shan't be too far away. I know some of our guys have got to stand up there for UK bunkers on the air, but I hope the day goes well, mate.
Yeah, all looking good so far. Lots and lots of people coming in. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Yeah, the Golf Whiskey Station.
Golf Whiskey 7, Foxtrot Bravo Victor, good morning. You're 5-9 plus down here near the port of Milford Haven in South Wales. Name is Steve, Sierra Tango Echo Victor Echo.
Okay, Steve, 5-9 in the clear, and lovely signal, lovely audio from you down there at Milford Haven. This is GB3HQ. My name's Rob. We are the special event station for the RSGB convention here at Milton Keynes, using a Flex 6400 KPA 500 amplifier, about 500 watts into a dipole. Over.
Yeah, roger that. Using here large aim fed. I got water 3/4 of the way around me. Radio 7760. At the moment I'm on 110 watts, so I probably don't need that actually. With conditions sound very good. Over.
Yep, band conditions look pretty good today. This is GB3HQ. Over.
Yep, all the best. Hope you get plenty of contacts. Have a good one.
Yeah, 7-3, thanks very much for the call. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel, Quebec. CQ.
To Washington 0, Delta, Sugar Papa.
2W0 station, go ahead.
Okay, Rob, very good morning to you. 2 Whiskey 0, Delta, Sierra Papa, Delta, Sugar Papa. Operator, they said is Andrew, located about 10 miles west of Swansea, and you're 20 over 9, you, sir?
Yeah, thanks for 20 over 9, Andrew. This is, or Andy, this is GB3HQ. I think we may have spoken when I was operating GB2 NHF a few weeks back at the National Hamfest. A very, very good signal from you. Sounds superb. Thanks very much for the call. This is GB3HQ. Mike 0, Charlie, Alpha, Golf. This is GB3HQ, over. Okay, M0CAG in the clear, you are 5-9. Maybe a little bit over processed, but otherwise you're a good signal. This is GB3HQ, over.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'm just using the Flex 6400 like you, but I'm getting used to it. It's quite new to me.
Well, it's certainly working well for you. This is GB3HQ, over.
Mike 0, Lima Echo 0. 2 Echo 0, Kilo X-ray Foxtrot.
Okay, 2 Echo 0, Kilo X-ray Foxtrot.
Yeah, thanks GB3HQ, 2 Echo 0, Kilo X-ray Foxtrot. You're 5x9 plus in Reading, over.
Okay, 2 Echo 0, Kilo X-ray Foxtrot. Okay, thanks very much for that. You're 5-9 plus here at Milton Keynes, over.
Brilliant, yeah, nice to hear you coming out from headquarters. I visited up there a couple of months ago and really enjoyed it, over.
Yeah, not to be mixed up with GB3RS, which is the station at the National Radio Centre. This is GB3HQ. We're a special event station operating from the RSGB convention here at Kents Hill Conference Centre in Milton Keynes, over.
Oh, absolutely. Sorry, yeah, mixed it up. Yeah, I'm not going to go this year, but I'll go next year, over.
Yeah, okay, look forward to seeing you next year. Anyway, 7-3, thanks very much for the call, and this is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel, Quebec.
GB3HQ, 2 Echo 0, Kilo X-ray Fox, enjoy the conference, over, 73.
Kilo, Mike.
Yeah, Kilo, Mike.
Thank you, Mike 0, Kilo, Mike. Operator Kevin, you're 5-9 down into Kingsland.
Thank you, Kevin, for the 5-9 at Kingsley. You're 5-9 also here in the clear at Milton Keynes. GB3HQ, over.
Yeah, no problem at all, mate. Thanks for the activation down there. You've got a big pilot, so have fun.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. 7-3, this is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel, Quebec. CQ.
The Golf India 7, Romeo Oscar Bravo. Lima Delta November.
Yeah, the Gulf India station.
Golf India 7, Romeo Oscar Bravo.
Golf India 7, Romeo Oscar Bravo. Good morning, Robert. And you are 5-9 in the clear here at Milton Keynes, over.
Okay, 5-9 plus 20 here into Magabry, about 10 miles south of the city of Belfast. Back to you.
Yep, nice signal from you, Robert, and that's working very, very well. GI4ROB, this is Mike 0 Zulu Papa uniform operating GB3HQ. My name is Rob also, and we're at the Kents Hill Conference Centre in Milton Keynes. So not to be confused with the Special Event Station GB3 RS, which operates from the National Radio Centre. That's just down the road. This is GB3 HQ. Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, over.
Okay, Golf Hotel 3, Hotel Quebec, Golf India 7, Romeo Oscar Bravo. Okay, thank you very much. I'm one of the new members. I joined the RSGB last week. Just managed to get my station up, but having a little bit of problems with the council and the antenna, so we need to look at some other alternatives. All right, thank you very much for the contact, and wish you many more contacts, and have a lovely day from us here in Northern Ireland. Golf Bravo 3 HQ, Golf India 7, Romeo Oscar Bravo 7-3 for now, my friend.
Yeah, 7-3, and good luck with getting a suitable antenna up. There are a couple of good books in the RSGB bookshop if you ever look in there for that kind of thing, from stealth antennas to the HFA antennas for all locations. Very, very good books. Very well worth reading. Okay, this is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. GB3HQ, calling CQ.
Papa Delta Zero, Mike, Norway, Oscar.
Mike 0 Oscar, Mike Tango, remote.
Okay, Papa Delta Zero station.
Yeah, Papa Delta Zero, Mike, Norway, Oscar. Name here is Garrett. Name is Garrett. My home QTH is called Gouda. If you like Gouda cheese, you know where I am. Okay, you're 5'9" plus down here. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks very much for the call. You are 5'9" plus also here at Milton Keynes. Lovely signal from you, and thank you very much for the call. This is GB3HQ.
Mike 0 Oscar, Mike Tango, remote.
Mike 0 Oscar, Mike Tango, operating remote. Good morning, Stu. You're 5'9" plus here at Milton Keynes, over.
Yeah, thank you very much. You're plus 10 dB. Plus 10 dB. 5 by 10 dB. Name is Stu. I'm just operating the SCU LAN 10 software. Just got it installed on the 710. Go ahead.
Well, it's certainly working for you, Stu. And yeah, thanks for the signal report. You're 5'9" plus here down at Milton Keynes, using a Flex 6400 KPA 500 amp with about 500 watts into a dipole. This is GB3HQ.
Yeah, okay. Well, I've got 100 watts going into a Sigma multiband vertical. It does the trick for me for where I live. All the best, yeah. I'll let you get a few more shouts and a few more calls. M0UMT in the northeast of England. 7-3.
Yeah, 7-3. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, calling CQ.
Golf 4, Juliet Alpha Uniform.
Mike 0, India November Hotel.
Yeah, Mike 0.
And good morning, everybody. Welcome to the RSGB Convention 2025. I'm Steve Thomas, M1ACB, RSGB General Manager. It is wonderful to see you all here again. It always is. So much planning goes into this that when you actually all arrive on the morning, it is a fantastic feeling, okay? So I'm only here this morning just for some very brief introductions you'll be pleased to hear. So I'm going to start with, I just want to introduce you to our digital platform that we've launched. We launched it on the web first in May, and this week we added the mobile version. So we're in 175 countries, I think, through the Apple and the Google Play Store, so that anybody in the world, but especially members, can actually see Radcom, Radcom Plus, Radcom Basics, and everything else that we choose to put in that app. It was a huge achievement for the team. I am so grateful for all of their hard work. It is brilliant to see it live. Have you all loaded it? Yep. Yeah. Excellent, thank you. just testing the mic was on there, okay. So, I want to remind you all that you can keep up to date with the program for the convention, either by going to these addresses, rsgb.org Saturday and Sunday, or using the QR codes, because trust me, things do change. Right? The program is fixed a long time ago, and then it becomes not fixed as we get closer to it. Right? Things change. Things are changing today even. Right? Things happen. So do keep up to date. There's nothing major changing, but the odd thing does change, so keep up to date with that. Or ask any of the team that you see around the convention. Now, we are live streaming, of course, which is wonderful. We had 400 advanced bookings, so that was wonderful to see. We knew we were going to get 400 of you through the door. But we've also got a large audience on the live stream as well. And last year, I think we got you all to call your call signs out so that the people on the live stream knew how many people were here. We're hoping to do a little bit more technology today. And I'm hoping that I can show the people on the live stream. There we go. Everybody. Right. So, because I'm just going to go around, because normally the people on the live stream think there's about 2 or 3 people in the room. Right, there we go. So we can go all the way around. So I happen to know that there's 250 seats in this room, and there's standing room as well. And we're streaming this introduction into the other meeting rooms as well. So if anybody's in there, then they will be watching this. Hey, okay. So there is a team that puts together the convention every year. This is last year's team, but a lot of these people are helping this year as well. You will see us all around the corridors. You can see people in the room now. Mark on the end, Mark Allgar, he's been unwell this week, so we wish him well, but he's not here this week. I understand he's doing well, but I hope he's watching on the live stream. He better had be, in which case we wish you well, Mark. The rest of the team, honestly, stop them in the corridors and speak to them. They will be so grateful for your feedback, because we spend months and months preparing for this. So it is wonderful on the day when we see you all. And finally, when I stood here last year, I said I was retiring as convention chair, which is true. And Pete Joyce, M0OFM, has volunteered, Pete at the end there, has volunteered to be convention chair. So, and he's been working with the team for the last, 6 months or so, Pete, I think. So this is the official transition to Pete as convention chair. So if you can take all your problems to Pete during the weekend. Right? No. Seriously, the whole team works on it, but we're led by Pete for the convention this year. And then I pass over to Mr. President, Bob Beebe, GU4YOX, to officially open. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Steve. Let's see if the microphone's working. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hello. 20 over 9 already. Can everybody hear me at the back? Okay, well, I put a few words together. Thank you, Steve, for that. And a very good morning, everyone. Not only good morning, good afternoon and good evening to all the people watching around the world. And I know that people all over the globe are watching this. So we're here in person, but obviously people who can't be here are also enjoying it. And a big thank you to everybody who's made the effort to travel extensively. Hands up if you travelled internationally to be here. Fantastic. That's such a great effort, and thanks for attending. Brilliant. Okay, well, I put some words together that I wanted to say carefully. First of all, it's both a privilege and a great honour to stand before you today as President of the Radio Society of Great Britain and to formally open this year's convention. When I personally reflect on the past 6 months, it's been an extraordinary journey for me. I didn't know what to expect, and I fill in big shoes, so it's been very, very, very heartwarming for me. I began by stepping into the president's role, and from the very start, I've been humbled by the support and encouragement I've received from members, and members of the public as well, who also have joined our society. It quickly became clear to me that while we may each approach our hobby in different ways, we are united by the same sense of curiosity, friendship and commitment, and that's why it's great to see so many people. And I shook, I think, over 189 hands yesterday, just signing people in. It was great. Early in my presidency back in April, I had the privilege of representing the RSGB at the International Amateur Radio Union centenary celebrations, celebrating 100 years of the Union of Amateur Radio in Paris. It was inspiring to see how amateur radio connects people across borders and how our collective voice carries weight in shaping the future of our hobby worldwide. Around the same time, our society was actively engaged in spectrum discussions in Paris, led by Murray. I think I've seen Murray over there. And these were not always easy conversations. But what struck me most of all was how the RSGB's contribution was received. It reminded me just how important our role is on the international stage and in protecting spectrum across and access for today's amateurs and for future generations. As we all know, without spectrum, we haven't got a hobby. So big thanks to Murray and the team. Another highlight in the summer was our RSGB board and HQ staff strategy session. You may have seen a photo of us all in Bedford. This was an opportunity to pause, reflect, and look ahead. What impressed me most was the openness of the discussions, and no one shied away from the challenges we face. But there was also real optimism about the opportunities before us. I came away convinced that we are setting a strategic direction that will give the society a strong and confident future. And you will hear more of that throughout today. Closer to home, I had the pleasure of attending the National Hamfest. Hands up who went? Brilliant. Walking through the main hall, talking to exhibitors and visitors and sharing in that buzz of activity was wonderful. What struck me, though, was not just the technical expertise on display with build-a-thons like you've seen yesterday. Who took part in the build-a-thons? They were great, weren't they? Nobody. They're probably still up there. And the enthusiasm that makes our hobby so special. In the summer, I also spent a memorable day at Bletchley Park and the RSGB's National Radio Centre in September for a Meet the President event. I met hundreds of people in that historic setting, and it was a real privilege. I was struck by how many visitors told me that the NRC was their very first introduction to amateur radio, and what an impression it had made on them. I'd like to thank Martin Baker. Is Martin here? See, it must be somewhere. Martin at the back there, and his team of over 40 volunteers that carry out the tireless work to ensure that one of our main shop windows of the Radio Society of Great Britain, our NRC, is both a showcase and a welcoming home for our hobby, welcoming over 80,000 visitors a year. So if you've not been, please go. It really is a fabulous volunteer effort as well. Innovation has also been at the heart of our work in recent months. The LoRa balloon project captured imaginations far beyond our usual circles, and I was fascinated to see how it blended amateur radio with cutting-edge digital technology. To me, it demonstrated that the experimental spirit that launched this hobby over a century ago is still alive and well today. I've personally seen our hundreds of volunteers through the society give their time very generously, working even late last night, up to probably 11 o'clock midnight, I think, Steve? Yep, just to get this show on the road today. And keeping the society at the forefront of technology, that's what we do. Keeping our younger members, and it's great to see all the young people. Let's give a round of applause for all the young people in the room today. Ben Lloyd on our youth and outreach projects, all supporting that. And supported, of course, by our hard-working team at HQ, Steve, and all your team, so thank you. Much appreciated. And I also want to thank the board for their commitment and thank everyone on behalf of the board that makes our society what it is today and guiding it to a prosperous future. And that brings me to today's keynote. Just as amateur radio thrives on discovery, exploration, and ingenuity, so too does the work of our guest speaker. It's my great pleasure to introduce and welcome Professor Lucie Green, Professor of Physics and Royal Society University Research Fellow at the Mullard Space Science Laboratory at University College London. Many of you will also recognise Lucie from her appearances on television and radio, where she has shared her passion for astronomy and space science on programmes such as The Sky at Night and Stargazing Live. Today, Professor Green will take us on a journey into one of nature's most spectacular and awe-inspiring events, the total solar eclipse. While some of us may have travelled across the globe to experience these rare and fleeting moments, Lucie will be sharing an exciting vision of how scientists are now planning to create eclipse conditions in space itself. Imagine a spacecraft flying into the shadow of the moon every month, opening up unprecedented opportunities to study the sun's mysterious atmosphere. Her keynote presentation, Seeing Total Solar Eclipses from Space, will not only explain why eclipses are so important to scientists, but also give us a glimpse into the international collaboration that is making this ambitious mission possible. And I'm certain that we will all find Lucie's talk inspiring. And I know we're all got different commitments this morning, but I encourage as many of you as possible to support and see Lucie's speed next. So in summary, with pride in what we have achieved as a society over the last year or so and beyond, with confidence in the strategy we are shaping for the future, and with excitement for the days ahead, it gives me enormous pleasure to say, have a great weekend here at the convention, and I declare the RSGB convention officially open. And finally, please say hello to me if I've not said hello to you over the weekend, but please now join me in giving a very warm welcome to Professor Lucie Green.
Don't worry, we will be going back to see Lucie Green's keynote speech, of course. But let's just have a look at today's programme for you here on the live stream. I promise you won't miss any of that talk. Let's have a look here. And so we do have that keynote speech in a moment, seeing total eclipses from space at 9:15. Just running a little bit late, but we'll catch up, I'm sure. At 10:30, QO100 Have Ground Terminal will travel. 11:30, a holiday-style DXpedition to Lanzarote. At 1:30, the UK Meteor Radar System, studying meteors and the ionosphere. At 2:30, Elmering in an online world. At 4:45, Each One Teach One. And then the last presentation from us for today at 4:45, a panel discussion, how to encourage clubs to thrive. And of course, in between all of these talks, we will also be featuring lots of interviews and other things happening to you live here from the convention. So we do hope you'll stay with us. We will, of course, also be with you tomorrow, covering another range of presentations. I'm sure we'll be very shortly going back to lecture room 1, where Lucie Green is about to give her presentation.
I'm always delighted to, because you are a group of people who are intimately connected to the sun. You probably know what the sun is doing in more detail than people like I do, because I'm not looking at the sun in real time anymore. I'm looking at historical data sets mostly. So it's always a real pleasure to come and speak to people whose interest in the sun is as big as yours is. And what I wanted to do this morning was share my kind of recent passion project, which, as you've heard already, is to make real a mission that will fly into the shadow of the moon in order to do solar physics research. But I would hope that if this mission ever takes off, excuse the pun, if it ever becomes a reality, then we will have opportunities for groups like yourselves to be involved. I very much see the work we do in space science research as being a community effort, and I would like that to be open for everyone. So who am I? Well, you've heard already that I work at somewhere called the Mullard Space Science Laboratory. It is a department of UCL, a London university, but this is where I work, in the Surrey Hills. It's very nice. Yes. We bear the name Mullard because they gave the donation to UCL back in the 1960s to purchase this property. And today there are around 200 space scientists and engineers working in this department. You can see it's very beautiful. We are in this location not because we need it for any kind of dark skies astronomy, but because of the benefit of having a community of people who are bringing different skills together, all on the same site to tackle challenging problems. So that was very much the vision of the founders of the Muller Space Science Laboratory. Get us away from UCL and the prime bureaucracy, put us in the countryside, out of the way, and we will get on with building our space telescopes. And we've been doing that since the mid-1960s on this site, but even earlier on the site at UCL. So as you've heard already, my area of interest is in the sun. So typically we're looking at solar data. You'll be very familiar with this kind of image. The sunspots, I don't know if they fill you with happiness or fear when you see sunspots. They are my kind of bread and butter. So these are sources of strong magnetic field on the surface of the sun, and they are the sites of intense solar activity, solar flares, coronal mass ejections, and I'm going to talk about them a bit more. But what we're interested in regard to this mission that I want to talk about is that you see an awful lot when you're looking at the sun directly, but to really see the full extent of the sun, you actually need to cover it up and block it out. And when you do that, as I'm sure you all know, you see this corona, so the extended atmosphere of the sun. And this is very much at the heart of the mission. You can see the structure, you can see the detail, and there is a huge amount of science that you can get from studying the sun's atmosphere because it is the site of lots of activity that I'm going to talk about. So this technique is so valuable to scientists that we mimic it all the time. We have telescopes in space that put an artificial occulter, so in front of the sun, and block out the photospheric light, allowing us to see the atmosphere of the sun. So this is just a series of images taken from a space-based telescope. You can see that there's eruptions coming from the sun, there's a planet moving off to the right-hand side, but you can also see that there's some horrible artifacts in this data set. And whilst we can remove them, they do limit the ability to get a view all the way down to the lower atmosphere of the sun. So in particular here, you can see these kind of rings, this vignetting around the occulting disk. So the light's being diffracted as it comes around the disk and into the telescope, and it causes us problems. The way to minimize this effect is to have a really big distance between your occulting disk and your camera. So you want to get as far away as possible. But of course then you would need an occulting disk which is getting bigger and bigger the further away you go. And so the optimum that we have, of course, is to use the moon. So the moon gives us the best opportunity to study the eclipsed sun, even though on a day-to-day basis we do it with other space instrumentation. You cannot get as good data from ground or space as you can by using the moon. So I think I'm just going to skip through a couple of those slides. So you're probably familiar with visible light images of the sun. We also use narrow band or certain wavelengths of the visible light that the sun emits. So for example, this is an image of the sun just seen in the light of hydrogen alpha. We also are able to look at the corona using other wavebands. So this is coming up now into the atmosphere of the sun, and this is an image in ultraviolet, and then finally into the corona with extreme ultraviolet. So as space scientists, we are very good at capitalizing on the fact that the sun gives off light across the electromagnetic spectrum. But these images are not enough for us. They have, however, told us about the active sun, and you will see online many movies like this that show eruptive activity in the atmosphere of the sun. This is actually the kind of solar activity that I study. So some of you may have seen me given talks about how magnetism evolves in the atmosphere of the sun, and in particular what magnetic field configurations produce these eruptions. So our sun is a magnetic star, and threading through the atmosphere are magnetic fields. So we have these eruptions from the sun, and they are meaningful for us. These eruptions propagate out into space, into the solar system. They create shocks, which then accelerates particles that come and produce these snowstorm effects on our detectors. They're associated with solar flares, which might be the events that you're more familiar with because they ionize the certain layers of the atmosphere. And so all of these forms of activity are taking place in the atmosphere of the sun. And although we have learned a lot about the way they are created by the storage and release of energy associated with complex magnetic fields, we're still not at the point of understanding all the details of these physical processes. But what we do very much know now is that the sun impacts us on a daily basis. So whether it is your radio communications around the world, or whether it is electric currents that are induced in pipelines, or electricity distribution networks, or whether it's acceleration of particles that impact our spacecraft and cause problems, or whether it's heating the atmosphere of the Earth and inflating it and causing drag on our spacecraft, the sun affects us in myriad ways, and we want to understand it and also be able to predict what it's going to do in the future. This is an image of the atmosphere of the sun, again, an extreme ultraviolet image. And what you're looking at here are a sort of a combination of images that show us plasma in the atmosphere of the sun, which has a temperature of maybe 2 million Kelvin. So the atmosphere is really hot, and much hotter than the 6,000 degree surface of the sun. Because of the fact that the atmosphere is hot and it's ionized, you have this interaction between the magnetic fields that thread through the atmosphere and the plasma itself. The plasma particles feel a force and they get sculpted by the magnetism. And you may be able to make out some sort of arch-like shapes in the atmosphere, or maybe elongated structures. They are plasma structures that are following magnetic fields and giving us qualitative information about their configurations and how they evolve over time. But there is a kind of profound consequence of the fact that the atmosphere of the sun is so hot, because you've got this hot gas which is pushing outwards. It has a thermal pressure, whilst the gravity of the sun is pulling the gas in. And when you go up and up in height, the gravity once was winning low down. As you go up and up in height, the gravitational pull falls off more rapidly than the thermal pressure of the plasma. And what the consequence of that is that the upper atmosphere of the sun is streaming off into space. And so our view of our relationship with the sun now is, yes, it's got activity, flares, eruptions, accelerated particles, but actually the whole atmosphere of the sun is constantly expanding and creates this bubble in space that gets called the heliosphere, and we are sitting inside that plasma and magnetic field bubble. So we are all the time being influenced by the sun's atmosphere within which we actually exist. We can get great observations of the solar wind, this outflow and eruptions. These are a series of data sets taken using an eclipse technique, and it allows us to see from the sun all the way out to the Earth, if your spacecraft are looking at the Sun-Earth line from the side, which this one was. And you can see the propagation of this material. I love this series of images because it just sort of shows us in a very tangible way that we are being all the time bombarded by this material from the sun. So this outflow of material, and then superimposed on that are these coronal mass ejections. So that was kind of my kind of scene setter to say that we are living in the atmosphere of the sun. It's a violent and gusty place, but there are myriad complex physical processes taking place in this atmosphere that we want to understand, and that we still do not have a complete picture of the physics of the corona and how it drives processes throughout the solar system. So studying our sun tells us about our star itself, but it also tells us about what's happening throughout the solar system. So the complete picture that we kind of have at the moment might be summarized by this kind of movie, where we can look at the sun directly using wavelengths like UV and EUV, and then we can follow material out using our artificial eclipse images. But hopefully it's apparent that we've got a bit of a gap between our data sets. And that was very nicely summarized in a paper. This is quite a complex figure, but I wanted to convey the fact that this gap between what we can see in EUV and in our eclipse, our artificial eclipse observations, is significant. So there was a whole paper, big international team of solar scientists who came together to kind of look at this issue, quantify it, and make some statements about the science that we're missing out on because we have this gap. So this is a paper by Matt West that came out a couple of years ago. And it sort of shows very clearly, I think, that you've got this gap of a couple of solar radii through which we are missing information. So we're missing information about how this expanding atmosphere is accelerating to high speeds. We're missing information about the flow of coronal mass ejections. We're missing information about the processes that accelerate these highly energetic charged particles. And we want to fill that. And I would argue that the only way to get really the complete picture is by using total solar eclipses. So total solar eclipses remain the only way for us to view the connected solar atmosphere from low down out to high heights. And now that we've sort of reflected a bit on the fact that this is a magnetized atmosphere, hopefully you can sort of get a sense of magnetic field lines if you think about, you know, drawing field lines around a bar magnet, the sense of the extended field lines and the poles of the sun, and then smaller closed magnetic structures lower down. So you can see the loops of magnetism revealed in these eclipse images. But we absolutely want to combine all our data sets together. So total solar eclipses with our visible, with our ultraviolet, with our EUV, and then also models of the magnetic field. So total eclipse data really complement our existing suite of observations and techniques to study the sun. So here, this picture is showing modelled magnetic field lines based on observations that we have of the sun's magnetic field. And you can kind of follow those through and see them in the structures during total solar eclipse. So we could do this from the ground. People do this from the ground. So in the 21st century, there'll be about 68 total solar eclipses in that 100 years. Total solar eclipse occurs roughly once every 18 months. The longest duration of this century was in 2009, which was 6 minutes 39 seconds. It's pretty good. Some of them might be 30 seconds long. The challenge, of course, is they happen all over the world. Can you afford to get there? Can you get there because of geopolitical considerations? What will the weather be like when you get there? It's a bit tricky. When you go, okay, you can gather data like this. This is some observations by Shadia Habal, who's one of the kind of leading experts in this getting science from total solar eclipses. So these are images that she gained from 2006, 2008, 2009, 2010. And what she's done is use different spectral lines to measure different parts of the light coming from the corona, which allows her to probe the temperature of the plasma that is emitting that light. So in red, we've got the plasma, which is about 1 megakelvin, 1.1, and in green, closer to 2. So you can see sites of heating in the atmosphere of the sun, and that's typically one of the sort of main areas of science that she does. So ground-based observations were reliant on natural total solar eclipses until about the 1930s, when then the technique of the coronagraph was developed, which is what we still use today. So from the 1930s onwards, we had them on the ground, but then they started to go into space, of course. This is an image of, or like an artist's image of the orbiting solar observatory, one of NASA's missions, which carried on board a coronagraph. So early 1970s, this was the kind of data it took. Not quite as impressive as a total solar eclipse, but meaningful nonetheless, because it's in these images that this kind of fuzzy white cloud that appears in the data showed us that the sun produces these eruptions, so these coronal mass ejections. Up until that point, we had no idea that plasma eruptions escaped the sun. And the technician working on this mission, on this telescope, thought there was a problem initially with the data, with the telescope, because it was such a sort of transformative way to think about the sun. So initially this was dismissed as being an instrumental issue until it was realized, actually, this is what the sun is doing. So today we have lovely observations of coronal mass ejections. This is one of my favorites because it shows this lovely helical structure as it comes out on the right-hand side. When we look back into our eclipse drawings, we actually see that probably there were coronal mass ejections happening at the time, but we didn't know about them in that century until the 1970s, and so our understanding was limited, and we couldn't interpret these properly. And even in modern eclipse observations, can you see the coronal mass ejection? This one here. So this kind of circular structure we now know is an eruption. So even during those fleeting minutes of totality, you can see eruptive activity from the sun. So I think I will move on, so we've got time for questions. But just to show, I've been interested in eclipses for a long time, and probably many people in this room in 1999 were doing the same thing I was doing. Yeah, looking at some clouds. Yeah, yeah. If you were in Cornwall and you went to totality, maybe some people saw the partial phases better in other parts of the country. So my first eclipse attempt was in 1999. Not successful, but you know, it was good fun. That was the warm-up. Tried again then in 2009, and that was successful. This was the longest eclipse of the century that I showed. I'd clearly been looking at the sun a bit too long by that point in time. That's my now husband, Matt Parker, on the right-hand side. So 10 years later, I was able to actually see totality. Then we tried again 10 years after that. This one was an amazing one. This was in South America and Argentina, just as the sun was setting. So this was phenomenal. And you can see we saw totality during that time. This was a good one because we had a solar physics conference, so this was a work trip. Yes. we cottoned on eventually. So once every 10 years, but then by this point in time, my husband and I had kind of got the bug, and we started to see them more rapidly. And the next one we went to see was visible from Antarctica. So this was a nice one because the tilt of the Earth meant that where we were on a ship, actually, the eclipse shadow, rather than going from, I have to get my directions right, west to east, went east to west because of the geometry. I'll let you have a think about that in the coffee break. So that was like exciting one. So we travelled all the way to Antarctica, went across the Drake Passage, which is this horribly, yeah, someone's nodding at the front. You can get like 10-meter high waves, and I get really travel sick. But I was willing to brave it. Oh no, I've gone. Oh no, that is the right one. This is what we saw, and in fact, you can barely see that photo because it was totally cloudy. So we didn't get to see anything. We travelled all that way and just saw the darkness. But if the photo showed better, I am smiling. That's me there. And that's Matt, and these are... I was still happy. And then, oh gosh, Matt's Australian, so then we headed over to see the 2023 eclipse in Australia, and then 2024 in America. So we've had, not bad, 67% success rate. I mean, I'd take that. Spent a bit of money trying to do this, but it's been great fun, and I see it as my kind of pathway into eclipse observing. So great fun. I'd highly encourage anyone. There's some good eclipses coming up: Spain, Egypt. So more on your doorstep than some of the ones we've travelled to. So that was basically my elongated introduction to the concept, to the mission concept that I want to talk to you about. So it's called MESOM at the moment, for Moon-Enabled Sun Occultation Mission. So it really does what it says on the tin. And, okay, this mission hasn't flown yet. It's not funded. We don't have a date for launch. But what I can do is show you what we aim the mission to do and why it might be of interest to your organisation. So let's have a look at the orbit, because this mission really is all about the orbit. How do we get a spacecraft to fly into the shadow of the moon? It's a tricky thing to do. And this animation shows it. So what are we looking at? We've got the moon in the center here of the blue circle, the Earth, and the arrow moves in the direction of the sun. So we've got the moon and the Earth fixed in space and everything else moving around it. So you can see then that the eclipse shadow is falling behind the moon and is illustrated by these red points. So in this fixed system, you've got the spacecraft orbiting the Earth-Moon barycenter, which is basically the Earth, and you've got the eclipse shadow moving through space, and then they intersect. So once a month, we have a good intersection, and our spacecraft flies through the shadow at kind of an angle, giving us a minimum of 1 hour of totality, but there are other things that we want to do during that month-long orbit. So this is basically a one total eclipse per month, which to some funders may sound not very much, but it is the equivalent to getting like nearly 90 years worth of eclipse data from the Earth. So it is significant, and there are things that we want to do outside of the eclipse times as well. This was just another schematic to show the same thing, but that's fine. In the interest of time, I'll move on. This is a figure that shows the eclipse duration versus time of the mission. So we get longer eclipses at the start, and then they fall off. But the fact that you've got this spacecraft that's moving under the influence of the gravitational pull of the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun means it's actually a really tricky orbit to design. And so you need to fire your thrusters to keep in the right plane and get the spacecraft into the right part of the Moon's shadow. And I have to say, this orbit has been designed by Nicola Barisi, who's at the University of Surrey. And he was working on this design and came to us and said, look, I've got this great orbit, can we do something with it? And I thought, yeah, I think we can. Whilst the spacecraft is going around the Earth, it's also passing through the solar wind, streaming from the sun, and the magnetic field of the Earth, which is drawn out into a long tail because of these solar outflows. So this is just to show the Earth as blue, the orbit of the spacecraft, and then the passage of the spacecraft through the magnetic field of the Earth. So we have lots of opportunity in what we can study. Could be the Earth, could be the solar wind, could be the Earth's magnetic field. Sorry, could be the sun, the solar wind, or the Earth's magnetic field. So just, I think, a couple more slides. In terms of what we want to look at when viewing the sun, this is our current payload. So we will have a view of the sun which allows us to fill that gap that I talked about earlier. It will be of the highest resolution and cadence that we've ever had. We will have the ability to have an extremely high resolution imager, which will allow us to see down to fundamental scales of the magnetic field. But the cost of that is we can only see a small field of view. We'll also be able to gather information about certain spectral lines. So in the atmosphere of the sun, you've got emission from, let's say, iron ions or argon ions or calcium ions. And by measuring information about those spectral lines, we can get knowledge of how the plasma is being heated, how the plasma is flowing, and how the plasma is moving around in the atmosphere. And then the final information that we will get is a direct measurement of the magnetic field in the corona, which has proved elusive up until now. It's a really challenging observation to make, and so we basically have very, very limited knowledge of the direct magnetic field in the atmosphere. We can measure it at the surface, but not in the atmosphere. So yeah, this is just a little kind of teaser, I suppose, of what we might see, because this is a series of images taken during a total solar eclipse. It's running over 81 seconds of observations. You can see the moon moving in that time, but you can also see changes. So there are some sort of waves that seem to be propagating along the structures. There's this coronal mass ejection that I showed earlier. You can just sort of see it moving. So even in 81 seconds of observations, you can get a lot of information. And we would be planning on doing this for at least an hour. And then when our eclipse time is over, we'll operate our telescopes in a slightly different mode so that we look to the side of the sun and we're not overwhelmed by the visible light coming from it. And we'll be able to see these extended structures going into space. So it's quite a flexible and novel mission. So my final slide then is just to tell you who's working on this mission. We've been lucky enough to get funding from the UK Space Agency who were running or are running a program that allows us to work a bit more flexibly. Typically, our department works through the European Space Agency. We work with the Japanese Space Agency, the Chinese Space Agency, NASA, on very large international consortia on very complex projects. But this bilateral program of the Space Agency means we can be a bit more flexible. So this mission was developed with colleagues in America, who are experts in total solar eclipses after having them pass across America in 2017 and 2024. So have a huge amount of eclipse expertise. And we were also partnering with Australia, who were looking to grow their space program. So the consortium in the UK is from my department, UCL, Aberystwyth University, who do a lot of eclipse observations, University of Surrey, who design the orbit, and Surrey Satellites, who build the right kind of size satellite that we would like to use for the mission. And this is one of the schematics that they gave us. More recently, we've been building the European part of the collaboration. So we've now got collaborators across Spain, Germany, Italy, Finland, France. And so the team is building. But as I said at the start, as yet, we don't have funding for this to be a fully fledged mission. But that takes a long time. The missions that we do have fly might take 10, 20, 30 years in the sort of development and community building phase. So I'm still hopeful. So for my first eclipse observation, or failed one in 1999, I'm not sure when this one will fly. I hope it will be within the next 20 years before I retire. So, oh yes, and actually the final thing I wanted to say was, totally forgot, we make close passes to the moon. I meant to point that out in the animation of the orbit. And so I was wondering about whether there would be interesting radio observations to be made near the moon. Leakage out of certain spectral bands, for example, schools projects where students could be getting data from around the moon and analysing what do we think it should be detected versus what we do actually detect. So that was my kind of thought about collaboration with your organisation. But maybe you have other ideas, and I would love to hear them. But I think for now, given us another 10 minutes for questions, I'll say thank you for listening, and thank you for having me.
First of all, wasn't that inspiring, ladies and gentlemen? Absolutely unbelievable. And I think we should be top of the pile for the collaboration list.
Yes.
What do you think,
Excellent.
everybody? There are people in this room that do EME, Earth-Moon-Earth contact, radio contact, some very clever ionospheric expertise in the room and across the society. So I think we'd love to be involved.
Yeah.
What do you think, Stuart?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So just a big... we'll just Q&As first, and then we'll thank Lucy formally. Any questions in the audience? Have we got a roving mic as well? I'm the roving mic, right, okay. Okay, this gentleman on the front, there you go.
Good morning, Professor Green. David Howell at M0VTG. I was thinking about that gap you mentioned. Has the Parker probe been any use to you in that respect, sorting that problem out?
Yes, very good question. So Parker Solar Probe is a NASA solar mission. Sorry, it's slightly easier to illustrate with a picture. So NASA's Parker Solar Probe has been flying around the sun since 2018, and it's been getting closer and closer and closer. And NASA like to say their spacecraft touched the sun. It hasn't gone to the surface of the sun. It has got as close as, I think it's 9 solar radii. So it's extremely close in. And the closest we've ever had, and probably the closest we ever will have. And it's measuring all the material around the spacecraft at that close proximity. And it's just shown us or revealed more and more questions about what's happening in the inner corona. And we would be able to off-point our telescopes and look at that part where Parker Solar Probe has been travelling. So it's told us interesting information about how energy is transported through that part of the sun's atmosphere, how particles are accelerated, but it's shown us it's way more complex than we ever imagined. which actually is always the case, I think, with the projects. It's always more complex than we can initially imagine. So Parker Solar Probe has nicely queued us up with a load of questions that we could answer with Meson. Yeah.
Any more questions? Right, I'll just move my way this way.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the collaboration that you propose? When the probe goes near the moon, what sort of amateur radio observations would you like to collect and correlate?
Yeah, it's a good question. I probably would sort of be looking for expert advice on that because it's so far out of my area. I look at EUV and soft X-ray images of the sun. So I think something where we could come up with a project that's kind of accessible for school students. And I like the idea of doing something which shows how we need to protect space as well. So sort of with a space sustainability element, that we can't take radio wavelengths for granted. Yes, we need them for certain purposes on life, but we also need them for research, and they're a key part of people's hobbies. So projects that teach technical skills and science skills, but also demonstrate how do we have a kind of responsible, sustainable exploration of space.
Hello. You mentioned at the start that you look at a lot of historical data as regards the sun, the emissions, etc. Is there any correlation between all this historical data, which goes back, I don't know how far, to the way the world is today? And what I'm basically talking about climate change, I suppose, really. So is there any direct correlation with what's emitted from the sun to the way we are today, really?
Yeah. So I think the answer is yes, but that's sort of tempered by the scale of the impact. And one of the epochs or eras that gets talked about a lot is when the sun's activity dropped to a minimum in the end of the 1600s, start of the 1700s. So sunspots really almost disappeared. The sun's magnetic field kind of shrunk down, and we've got historical data sets telling us about that. Whilst at the same time on the Earth there was a period of cooling. And so it's very easy to say the sun's diminished activity directly led to that. But of course, it's more complicated than that. So this period of cooling on the Earth was much longer than the diminished activity of the sun. So it's not one-to-one like that. But what is thought to be the case is that when the sun is more or less active and it's giving out more or less ultraviolet radiation, that, as you know, gets absorbed by the atmosphere, and that drives certain wind patterns which might move the jet stream, which then affects temperatures in Northern Europe. So the conversation has really moved on to say, yes, we know the sun is affecting us, but human-made climate change is the dominant action on our climate, with the sun coming in to cause this sort of variability on top of that overall change. Yeah, and the historical data sets help us understand that.
Okay, we've probably got time for 2 more questions. I've got to choose very carefully. This chap's been had his hand up a few times.
Hello, John Worsnop. I've got 2 hats. I'm the Gigahertz Bands column for Radcom, and I'm also on the Propagation Studies Committee. One idea for a collaboration would possibly be some sort of microwave beacon on the satellite. Maybe it's downlink beacon already, and some sort of ground-based web receiver so that students could have a look and study the propagation, study the Doppler shifts and so on, as it comes in towards the moon.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. I will try and clock that away, or I
go
might
all
drop
the way to the
a
back.
line.
I'm going to go all the way to the back here because lots of hands going up. There you go.
So, Mark M0G, you are a recovering astroparticle physicist. So, obviously, you're talking about a pretty big difference of magnitude in sources, but do you think it would be something useful to glean from this experiment in terms of non-solar cosmic rays? Because I know people who used to work, I was on higher energies, but I worked people who work in LOFAR and so on. I don't think we've had a radio frequency non-terrestrial experiment on this kind of thing before.
Yeah, I have to say we haven't discussed radio measurements of cosmic rays. Yes, we haven't had any discussion around that. So that's a really interesting thing for me to take away. We were thinking about particle detectors on the spacecraft, high energy particle detectors, and that's sort of on our larger payload plan if we had lots of money and could do everything. But yeah, I think I have to go away and have a chat with the particle people about that one. Yeah, thank you. That's great. That's some really good ideas.
Okay. I'm really sorry we ran out of time. It's just such a great subject, and with all the radio stuff that we do, you know, I've got CME alerts on my phone, and we all know where the sunspot cycle is, and like you say, it's part of our weather forecast. Yeah. I just want to say on behalf of the entire convention, Lucie, and on behalf of the Radio Society of Great Britain, we show our sincere thanks for you being here today. Show your appreciation,
Thank you.
Please.
Welcome back to the Livestream studio. What an interesting talk that was. Now, did you see the feature in the September issue of Radcom by RSGB board chair Stuart Bryant, G3YSX? Well, the one I'm talking about is this. Now, we can show you, of course, this is what it looked like in Radcom in the paper edition, but of course with the brand new app, you can see it on here. That's really worth downloading. Anyway, he wrote about 2 product announcements at the Dayton Hamvention, which stood out for him, as they applied a technique that has long intrigued experimenters but had rarely appeared in amateur radio transmitters. He was talking about polar modulation. At the convention this year, we're delighted not only to have presentations by QRP Labs' Hans Summers, G0 UPL, and Flex Radio's Mike Walker, VA3MW, but to have arranged a special interview with them and Stuart. And here's what they talked about.
Hello, I'm here with Hans, Mike and Stuart to talk about polar modulation, an exciting technology that I'm really hoping that this discussion is going to be about these 3 people and have very little input from me, because I know these 3 are very passionate about this. We've been talking before we started with the camera, and the conversation, we've had to stop them so that we can actually find some time to record the interview. So I'm really hoping this is going to be some good fun, some interesting insight into what these people think about this new technology, and I'm hoping that you'll find it useful as well. So we've got Hans Summers, G0 UPL from QRP Labs. We've got Mike Walker, VA3 Mike Whiskey from Flex Radio, and Stuart Bryant, G3YSX, the RSGB board chair. So thank you all for joining us.
Thanks for having us. Thank you.
So the way I want to start this, I think, is, for me, it goes back to Dayton this year. And Stuart and I were there for the RSGB. And Stuart came running back to the RSGB stall and said, there's some amazing new technology going on here that he thinks we should have shared with the RSGB members. So Stuart wrote a little piece for our social media channels, and I posted it over there. And it was all about polar modulation. And we had a photo of somebody on the Flex booth, and we had a photo of somebody on the QRP Labs booth, and Stuart gave me the words for that. So, but that started a great discussion on our social media channels about this new technology. Was it new? Was it based on something else? And that was really the germ of why we're sitting here. But what it prompted is it prompted Stuart to write an article for the RSGB magazine Radcom. So Stuart, let's start with you and say what grabbed your attention. Why did you write the article?
Well, it's a game-changing technology in my view, and it's yet another example of digital technology removing the limits of analog technology, which is what we've used for many, many years. And I wrote the article to try and explain in simple terms how this worked, so that members of the RSGB, readers of Radcom, would understand how this technology works, which is very much back to the old in very many ways. I mean, it's back to the old days of AM modulation, but done to generate SSB. And it's a really, really interesting and cool technology. And I was so excited. I was so excited when I heard Hans give his talk at 4 Days in May. And then I came along to the Flex booth and saw what they were doing. And it just blew my mind that we were in a new generation of transceiver architecture.
Now, just like you came back to the RSGB stand and said, we must do something about this, I know that these two gents, or at least the two companies, were busy discussing things at Dayton as well. So what was going on with your companies about this technology?
I mean, I heard from Stuart first, actually.
Okay.
He came back and he said, you know what, Flex Radio have done this amazing 500 watt transceiver Aurora, which is also polar modulation. You have to go to their booth tomorrow. And
that was a hard secret. We kept that
really tight.
And then Tony, Kilo 1 Kilo Papa, is our developer, and you brought it up a minute ago. He came across this idea organically, and that he had figured out that you could do this envelope elimination and restoration, which is what Leonard Kahn called it. Yeah. And then he found Leonard's paper from 1952, 58, 52?
52, year I was born.
Yeah, and it's like, it's just unique how amateur radio does that, how hams just get there on their own, right? And then I enjoyed watching Tony and Hans having this incredible in-depth conversation for quite a while. I'm sure you shared a bunch of, trials and tribulations through the whole event, right? Things that blew up and then it started to work, I assume. I can only imagine. Yeah. But you got left alone for like almost half an hour. Nobody bothered the two of them.
Yeah.
And it was camaraderie.
Because they were just head to head on the technology.
Yeah, it was this amazing camaraderie to watch.
Yeah.
There are probably very few people, I mean, even though Flex developed it into the Aurora, there are probably very few people he can talk to that understand the actual technical parts behind it. And so I think it was really nice for him.
And of course, everybody thinks that two manufacturers are going to be, careful with each other. But actually, the common denominator is the technology, isn't it?
Yeah. It's 100%.
Just engaging in that and wanting to move it forward. Yeah. But of course, you've got very different markets, probably, even though you're probably customers of each other and all that sort of thing. But you've got different.
I'm not rich enough to be Flex's
customer. But I probably own everything he makes.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So do you see that same technology but different markets? Is that the position, or does it matter?
100%. We have amateurs in every snack bracket throughout, right? And
there is an important difference between the two technologies, and that's that Hans uses linear AM modulation, whereas Flex use a PCM-based modulation.
A phase and amplitude.
Which is fundamentally more efficient. So the question I've got for the QRP world is, when will the QRP world come up with that?
I mean, I think that's not a fundamental difference in the technology, but it is a difference in the way that the amplitude modulation is performed, and much more efficiently.
Yes.
And yes, it's something that I would like to experiment with in future. It's definitely, as soon as I get some R&D time, try out a more efficient way of doing it, as Flex have done in Aurora. Because in order to get that really high 85%
85 to 90%,
you have to do the pulse, the PWM modulation of
so who's going to explain it for everybody that's watching in small, easy steps? What's the difference?
So it's a combination in the Flex world. It's like DSP for the transmitter. So Flex has been very good in the receiver world, and then finally, we were talking about, we haven't seen a change in the transmitter world in 100 years. Okay, Second World War. So by breaking down the modulated signal into phase and amplitude, and you're going to correct me if I'm wrong here, we then modulate things a whole lot differently. But the key part is we get to amplify it at Class D levels rather than Class A or AB. And that allows us to deliver that 500 watts drawing minimal current and significantly cooler, which is sort of like all these things. If you had told any of us earlier, going, you're nuts, you need to generate 500 watts of heat if you're generating 500 watt or more. And as an
I think there's more to it than just the RF amplifier is in Class D. So
Class, correct.
But you also then have to consider the amplitude modulator for the amplitude modulation. And you're doing it the right way because you're doing pulse width modulation of the amplitude modulation, which means that basically the transistors are on or off. And then there's a smoothing circuit that takes the average. Whereas in my case, the transistor is partially on, and that's an inefficient way to run it. And so that's a big advantage.
That's a huge difference. If I can say the number, at 500 watts, at 240 volts, it's 3 amps of current.
And you had a great marketing demo in Dayton with the brick resting on the key. So it was running 500 watts all the time. And nice and cool.
A boiling hot radiator, and then you put your hand on the Aurora and it was almost stone cold.
So you've eliminated one of the critical sort of design issues in PA design, which is the linearity of the output device. You've moved that, you clearly something else is going to limit the performance of these systems. Where is the limit now that you've removed the limit from the PA device linearity?
Probably the frequency, how high you can go, at least today.
Yes,
that's
agree.
why we only produce 200 watts at 50 megahertz. But that's how fast can you switch these devices, right? That's where the power starts to get limited.
Yes. But I think Steve's asking the limits in performance for
Yes. Well, what sets the new limit in performance? The limit used to be PA linearity, the curve of the output device. You've eliminated that from the problem by going to a fully switched PA.
Right.
Where's the limit now?
I don't know yet.
I think if you do...
It's not heat.
No, it's not heat.
When you do pulse width modulation for the amplitude modulation, you have to do your switching many times higher than the the audio frequencies you have to operate at. And so that's one limit. There's also limits of the DSP processing itself. And for me particularly, because I'm doing everything at very low power and very low cost, which is the opposite end to flex radio. And so the DSP rate that I'm using is running at 12 kilohertz. If I increase that, you can get higher performance. But the cost in terms of CPU cycles raises with the square of the processing speed. So you very quickly start consuming more current, needing 4 times, to get a 2 times increase in processing speed, you need 4 times more CPU power, 4 times more current consumption of the DSP, 4 times powerful processor, and that also means higher cost. You know, everything multiplies like that.
Unfortunately, semiconductors are your friend in this, because we know that you wait a year and the performance has gone up, right?
Just circling back to something, you said it's the sort of the last time we saw a major change was 100 years ago or so. Or,
in the transmitter, amateur transmitter world.
Okay, so are you likening that to the change from AM to SSB, or what sort of scale are we talking in change?
I'm old enough to remember that just starting. But yeah, I would think so.
That sort of level of change.
I think there's a point. Steve Hicks, our CTO, and I had this conversation about, does it make sense to make this at 100-watt radio? Today, no, he said. It's still too expensive. At 500 watts, it makes a lot of sense. But 5 years from now, will every HF radio at any power run the same?
Only 5 watts.
I mean,
well, I don't have to ask him for the details, but I take him with his... But you do it at 5, correct?
We got an example at 5, which was probably unexpected. 100 watt is an obvious.
I know they've looked at it as of recently. Maybe there's just other things to do, but you know.
And is this something that you think is going to be across all manufacturers and things like that? Are we seeing that sort of step change as well?
You would think so. It makes sense. If amateur radio, I think in the ICOM Kenwood Ellercraft world, something else might have to drive it. External to amateur to get there, at least in their engineering teams, because it all spins off.
This is absolutely classic. Software drives cost out of systems.
Out of the system.
We're just seeing another one of those software inflection points.
I think if manufacturers start to produce 100-watt radios using polar modulation, how are Yaesu, ICOM, Kenwood going to continue to justify linear production?
You mean other manufacturers but those 3?
I mean, if somebody starts producing polar modulation 100-watt transceiver, how will the rest carry on using linear, which is more expensive to produce, bigger?
Will we carry on being able to get linear PA devices, because it's getting more and more niche, because other uses are not going to need it. Most other things are not linear in this sort of way that we are. So isn't one of the drivers potentially absence of good quality linear PA devices, which will force this transition?
I see where you're coming. Like in the commercial world, nobody's linear anymore.
Exactly.
Mostly.
So we're a sort of an island that's demanding linear devices, and that island will presumably not work, right? I mean,
maybe we're going to see more. I mean, look you know, love it or hate it. Look at this, the switch to FT8 for
Yes,
contacts
yeah.
anyway.
Yeah.
Or, you know, other digital modes in theory would start to pick up and be less just AM sideband. Who knows? It's going to be interesting to watch.
Let me ask a different question though. The current sort of general architecture is that you have a transceiver up to about 100 watts, and then you have an aftermarket linear, and you're in the aftermarket linear business.
A little bit, yeah.
What's going to happen to that business?
That's very interesting too, and coupled with that too is, and this is the research I was just doing this afternoon, what's happening to our noise floor? You know, 100 watts used to be the norm, and now you need another 10 dB just to get over it, because the noise floor has gone up unless you're in a nice rural area. So
well, that's an area that RSGB is working on independently, because we are concerned about the rising noise floor.
And I think everyone should be.
It's a worldwide problem.
It's a worldwide problem, and
absolutely.
I think we're going to, because we are seeing that shift to digital, certainly in VHF, UHF, you know, FM will not go away, decline.
What are the opportunities for, let's call it the average radio amateur?
Yes.
So what's the impact going to be on them? They've got nice new kits that they can explore, they can build. They've got equipment that they can buy from you. What about development? You know, amateurs love new things. Where do you see it going? What do you see the amateur?
One of the problems is that many people build classical radios. That's if they want to build a radio from scratch, they're going to build classical radios. If you have to go polar, that's a whole sort of different hurdle for them to climb. So I don't know how that's going to work out in terms of, I mean, kit production. Yes, I understand that, and it was really good fun building the kits. But I don't know what the future for home construction of high quality SSB is going to be.
It's going to be harder, like from scratch. And then there will be people who will be able to do it. But micro SDX is
micro SDX is a good example.
It's a good leading the edge that way as well. I have a couple of my buddies who's playing with that, and they're into the software. They're trying things. So we're seeing a change from hardware development to software development.
Exactly.
Okay. So we're going to end up with modules or whatever where people design their own software-defined radio. And granted, software, as we're finding that software-defined radios and transmitters have less parts counts. And you can rubber stamp the board and then go figure out how you're going to modulate and demodulate your world. And hopefully that's what the youth picks up.
I'm sure. And as you say, a lot more software development. People are aware, people have got experience of it. The amateur radio changes all the time, doesn't it?
So we're going to see a GNU radio module to support Polar Mod.
You're asking the wrong person on that one. Why not?
I mean, that's the sort of thing you would need to get it into the average person's.
I mean, I think the advantages of polar modulation are so significant in terms of, you know, cost, efficiency, performance. It should start popping up everywhere. You said a lot about the efficiency improvements available with polar modulation, and even though in QMX we don't use pulse width modulation for the amplitude modulation, we still get a significant benefit by the RF part being in Class D. But to me, it's also the lower cost, because as soon as you have higher efficiency, your heat sinks shrink, your board area shrinks, your enclosure shrinks, everything shrinks. So everything becomes lower cost to produce. And it's also the performance aspect. You know, I get very high performance with the QMX, but it was just developed by me, whereas it's equivalent to something like an Elecraft K3S, which took 20 highly qualified, highly experienced engineers to get that level of performance, because they're all fighting these curves of characteristics in the datasheet and trying to make them into straight lines. And it's a square peg into a round hole scenario.
Well said.
It just doesn't fit. But it was the only way to do SSB for all of these years. And now we have this new old, you could say new technology, I would say new old technology, because it's been done commercially and in other areas for a while, but for amateur radio, new technology. That gives us the opportunity to develop higher performance at lower cost. So it's not just about the efficiency. I felt that you concentrated a lot on efficiency, which is no criticism of the article. It was a very informative, well-explained article.
I was going to ask you, but you've already answered some of it, what the next development is. You've said what people need to consider. But I do want to just ask you, what do you think the next thing to do with polar modulation?
Mike was going to tell us his view on that.
Yes, we're running colder.
Yeah.
The 500 watt transceiver weighs 18 pounds now instead of 50
Yeah.
for that same solution.
Yeah.
I think we're just scratching the surface. I don't know yet. We've got this far.
Yeah.
It took 6 years for us to get this far.
Yeah.
And Tony and his team to get to that point. You know, check with us a year from now.
Yeah.
Because even our software developers, who are amazing people, are now, you know, getting their hands on it as well. And we're up to 90%.
I suppose wider bandwidth is going to be more. As people, for example, listen to a whole band and transmit on a whole, particularly the DXpedition stations, they're going to want to work more stations in parallel. Yeah. And so I'm sure that the linearity and stuff helps hugely. But also, you're going to have there is the whole problem of how do I transmit multiple signals across a wider band than we can currently do.
And not break, I'm going to say, the FCC laws of 3 kilohertz.
Right?
So we can do all that now.
Yes.
Except we just have to be selective that all the signals are within whatever that 3 kilohertz.
Yes.
You know, we're hoping to get to the point where DXpedition can run FT8 20 kilohertz wide.
Exactly.
We do that today in software, as long as the software vendors come up to that.
Yes.
And our radios will already say, oh, he answered up 18 kilohertz. And we'll get to him.
Now we're going to have to bring this to a close, otherwise we're going to go on all night. Right? we know that. I just one last thing. I just want to check whether you accept the fact that amateur radio is old and boring and there's no new technology. How do you feel about that? Because we hear that a lot.
Me personally? No, it is not by a long shot.
No, amateurs at the forefront of technology, working with companies like you to develop things that are keeping Stuart writing articles and us really interested.
Otherwise,
in what you're
we'd still
talking
be carrying bag phones around.
I think, you know, it was an honour for me to meet Gerald Youngblood in Dayton this year, who is the Flex founder.
Yeah.
And he started it all off about more than 20 years ago in QEX with his
23
software-defined radio for the masses. And I think that was really sort of nice to see amateur radio technology coming. But the linear amplifier thing has gone on for half a century, 3/4 of a century, and hasn't really changed. And we saw things like pure signal, where people are trying to more linearize with dynamic feedback.
And it's
but
going
this
to
is
it's going to go on all night.
You nailed it, though. Just one more thing to say. Super heterodyne is a century-old technology, and we're just getting away from it.
Yeah, and that's what Stuart was saying about people still building those kits like that.
So, but I wouldn't be me if I didn't wonder what AI is going to do to amateur radio. I think there's a whole new future out there.
Things.
Yes.
And it's going to come quicker.
Yes.
Yeah. We are going to have to finish it there. Thank you all. It's been fantastic. I knew you were going to have a lot to talk about. So thank you all. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for asking us.
So polar modulation, and this is just the start. As they said, it really is a game changer. So don't forget, you can have a look at Radcom if you haven't still got the paper copy of September. There's a whole article in Radcom, and you can look at it online now on the new app. And also tomorrow on the live stream, we've actually got coming to us the talk from Hans Summers, who's going to be doing a live talk at 1:30 tomorrow on polar modulation, SSB, high performance and efficiency at low cost, how he implemented polar modulation on the QMX kit. So that's one to watch as well tomorrow. Actually, let's have a look now at some of the rest of the program for today. So here we go. So very shortly, 10:30, we've got QO100, have ground terminal, will travel. 11:30, a holiday-style DXpedition to Lanzarote. At 1:30, the UK Meteor Radar System, studying meteors and the ionosphere. At 2:30, Elmering in an online world. At 15:45, 3:45, each one, teach one. And then finalising the talks for today at 4:45, an interesting one for many of us who are in clubs. Panel discussion, how to encourage clubs to thrive. So a very packed programme today for you. Hope you'll stay with us for for all of this. Now we're going to go to GB3HQ, and remember, if you make contact with GB3HQ, which is just a few meters away really from us here, it's a special event station set up here at the convention, then you'll see your call sign and everything all coming up on the clever software and the ticker thing at the bottom of the screen. So let's go over and see what they're working right now.
Simone, Sierra India Mike Oscar November Echo. Simone is the name. And we are located at the RSGB convention in Milton Keynes. So how copy? Over.
Yes, all received. Thank you for that. Yes, my name is Sean, Sierra Echo Alpha November. My QTH is up on the North Wales coast, probably about 500 metres from the sea. Just trying to enjoy the morning, doing a few jobs and what have you, and I thought I'd just call in and just say have a great day with the convention. Over.
Yes, roger there, Sean. You're coming in 20 over 9, so you're booming into the convention station here in Milton Keynes, and I'm going to say good morning to everybody on the stream. Nice to have you join us here in the shack of GB3HQ. So yes, if you want to watch the stream of the convention, Sean, all you've got to go along is to YouTube and just doing the search RSGB Convention 2025, and we'll go straight there. So yes, you're doing a few jobs in the shack. Well, it's one of those. It's a Saturday, of course you're going to do a few jobs. Whereas we're busy here, and we've got a very full program of things that are going on at the moment here at the convention. Although I think coffee is being enjoyed right now. MW0JIW. This is GB3HQ. Over.
Yes, that sounds like a busy day for you guys. So, listen, I'll leave you to make some more contacts, and I'll say thank you for picking up mine. So this is Mike Whiskey Zero, Julius India Whiskey, saying 7-3s and good luck to GB2HQ.
Yeah, GB3HQ 73. There, Sean, and thanks very much for calling in. Mike Whiskey Zero, Juliet India Whiskey. GB3HQ is clear. CQ Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. CQ over. CQ Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. CQ Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. CQ over. Oh, thank you so much. It's jolly nice. Thank you so much. CQ Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. CQ. This is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, the special event station located at the RSGB convention in Kents Hill, Milton Keynes. CQ, over.
2 Echo 0, X-ray Oscar Foxtrot.
Right, 2 Echo stand by. Mike 3, please, over. Mike 3, Golf November Sierra. You're down in the back of the box, 5 and 7, but you're making it through at the moment in the clear. The name this way is Simone, Sierra India Mike Oscar November. How copy? Over. All right, okay, M3GNS portable, correct, over? Roger, that's in the log then, that's fine. Sorry, you said the name again, please, over? Yeah, roger that, Mike. Thanks very much for that. You're in the log, which is lovely to have you in. So, and I will say 73, and thanks very much for calling in. I've got other stations waiting. Okay, 73, bye-bye. 2 Echo station, please.
2 Echo 0, X-ray Oscar Foxtrot.
2 Echo 0, X-ray Oscar Foxtrot. Good morning to you. Now, operator name this way is Simone, Sierra India Mike Oscar November Echo. You're coming in 5-9 into the convention station located at Kents Hill in Milton Keynes. So how copy? 2E0XOF. This is GB3HQ. Standing by, over.
Yes, coming through very well. A lot of up and down. So most of the time you're 5-9, but it's dipping down to 4-5 at some time. Name here is Alex, Alpha Lima Echo X-ray. I think you said your name was Simon. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
The name has got an E on the end. It's Simone, Sierra India Mike Oscar November Echo. QSL?
Simone. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. It's the radio. And thanks very much for the report. Yes, I've noticed QSB on various signals today. Some moments they're booming through, and then others you're just in the back of the box. It's the way things are on HF, isn't it? Over.
Yeah, very true. Anyway, I will say 73s and let other stations call in, but I hope you have a good day over there at the convention. I will definitely check out some of the live streams. Back to you.
Yeah, okay, Alex. Thank you very much for calling in. Much appreciated. And I hope you enjoy the live streams, as I know the viewers are at the moment. Anyway, 73, this 2E0XOF, this is GB3HQ clear. QRZ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, over.
Golf 30 Papa Sierra on Kilo Golf Radio.
Right, the Golf 3, please.
Yeah, Golf 30 Papa Sierra, Simon. Yeah, 5 and 9 in Kent. My name is Steve. I was at the convention last year. Go ahead.
Yeah, G3 Zulu Papa Sierra from GB3HQ. Hi, Steve. Yes, glad to. Thanks very much for calling in, coming in, booming in. It's a nice 5-9. It's just two of you doing fine.
Welcome back to the live stream. Now we've got our next lecture of today, which is QO100 have ground terminal will travel with Paulo F5 VMJ G0 MUW.
Everybody, and welcome back to this next session in lecture room 1, and I think we're being live streamed. The next talk is going to be by Paulo Jorge, Fox 5 Victor Mike Juliet, and it's going to be about his adventures with QO100. Have ground terminal will travel. He's going to tell you all about his adventures with QO100, the type of different architectures and configurations of systems for QO100, talk about his own system at home, but also, and I'm really intrigued by this, just talking to Paulo a minute ago, he's going to be talking about POTA and SOTA, so kind of roving with QO100. Just very quickly, Paulo was licensed first in the UK in 1985, and was initially a merchant navy radio operator, but he now works for Eutelsat in Paris. And so this sounds like a kind of busman's holiday. So I'll pass you over to Paulo.
Hello, hi. Hi, good morning. Just a quick question. Who's operational on the QO100? Anybody? Oh, wow, that's excellent. Oh, well, because I've made too many slides, so I can whiz through the first half pretty quickly then. Okay, so I live in Paris almost 20 years now, so I have a French call as well now, and some other calls beside that. But normally, when I'm operating, I'm always Foxtrot 5 Victor Mike Juliet. Okay, off we go. So QO100. Basically, QO100. We were very lucky to have QO100. It's almost a miracle. And basically, it was due to the three main players: SHAIL Sat, which is the Qatari satellite company, the Qatari Amateur Radio Society, and AMSAT DL. They had a big part to play in this as well. And Mitsubishi Electric, they made a wonderful job of the transponder. Well, actually, two transponders. It's actually a commercial satellite, two transponders on it, narrowband and the wideband. I primarily use, and most people use the narrowband because it's the easiest one to get QRV in. Launched in 2018. I think it was, it started amateur service in 2019. It has a footprint, so the footprint is quite big. It covers, the satellite's positioned over 26 degrees east over the equator, which is over Africa, as you can see there. It has a very big footprint. It doesn't cover, of course, the whole of the world, but it covers from Paraguay, Brazil, all the way across to Indonesia, Cambodia. So it's got a quite big coverage. The areas it doesn't cover, unfortunately, or fortunately, some would argue, doesn't cover USA, Japan, or Australia. So if you want to be QRV on Oscar 100, first rule, I always reference people to the band plan. The band plan, because the QO100 narrowband transponder is just like having an extra HF band where there's no propagation. Well, the propagation is always working. It's basically that. So the band plan is modeled according to a normal HF band plan. You have CW on the lower end, you have the digital modes, then you have SSB, and higher up you have the mixed modes. You do have 3 beacons. So you have a lower beacon and an upper beacon, which delimit where you're supposed to transmit on. And you have a central PSK beacon. There's an emergency frequency, which you should stay away from. And there's also what they call a broadcast frequency, which is it's not really broadcast. It's like for RSGB news, or if there's an association that's broadcasting news once a week, they'll use that frequency. So we tend to keep away from those frequencies. Uplink is on 2.4 gigs. Downlink is on 10 gigs. Normally, so everybody is on the same page, when we talk to each other, we just reference the receive frequency. So, and normally we don't say 10.489 900, we would just say 0.900 to reference the frequency we're on or we're talking about. So signal quality. So here you can see the waterfall. This is an example of some good and bad signals. So you can see the signals. There's 2 signals there that aren't very good. They're wide and they have what we call whiskers. The maximum bandwidth allowed is 2.7 kilohertz maximum. So you have to stay in the tram lines. You have to stay inside that bandwidth. So those, sometimes you find people, they're not as careful, but really on the waterfall, there's no excuse for having a bad transmission signal. There is something which we call LEILA, which is Leitstern-Limit-Anzeige, which in German, I don't speak German. All I know is 99 red balloons, really. So apparently it's power limit alarm or power limit announcement or something like this. And basically it's an equipment in Bochum where the uplink beacons are, the beacons are generated, and it's an equipment which skims the transponder. And if it finds someone that is transmitting too high, what it'll do, it'll lock onto that person. It will send like a 2-tone alarm to indicate that they're transmitting at a level which is too high. You have to keep below the beacon levels. That's the recommendation. And so if you're transmitting and you hear, let me see if I can, no, I can't. Yeah, there's a 2-tone alarm that you can hear on top of your transmission if you're too high. So yeah, size doesn't matter if quality doesn't follow. So really the satellite is very forgiving, it's very tolerant, you don't need a lot of power. You can access the satellite with less than 100 milliwatts. So you don't need a lot of power. This is why it's so good for portable operations. So we affectionately call her Layla, always keeping a watchful eye on us. AMSAT DL rules, they have some rules that need to be followed for using the transponder. So as I said, not stronger than the beacon, no FM, no FM digital modes. The bandwidth should always be within 2,700 hertz. We have to keep inside the band. We don't transmit around. There's a guard band around the beacons and the PSK beacon and some of the, for example, the emergency frequency. Uplink is right-hand circular polarization on 2.4. Downlink is vertical on 10 gigs. As I said before, excessive signals will trigger Layla. And now we're coming up to a very important one, which is full duplex operation is mandatory. So we always need to keep an eye out on our downlink. We always need to hear, we always need to control what we're transmitting. So, and it's not a recommendation, it's not an option. AMSAT DL, mandatory. So we have to take that into account. No gateway traffic, and more information on the AMSAT DL there on the AMSAT DL link. Okay, so to get operation on QR100, basically there's 2 routes you can follow, 3 actually, but 2 main ones. So there's the analog method where you can, this is a picture I got from Christian, Foxtrot 5, Uniform India, India. He has a great website. So if you go to his website, he has a lot of information. He has a lot of YouTube videos as well, where he's done talks on how to become operational on QO100. So here, the outer ring is the analog traditional way, where you use up converters and down converters. Some people use that. The only thing to keep in mind here is you will need a full duplex radio, or some people use 2 radios. And the other route is the digital, the SDR method, where you have an SDR radio, full duplex SDR radios. There are some that will go up to 6 gigahertz. So you need to configure that, and then you just add a preamp, because the output of the SDR is very, very low. So usually you need a preamp, a filter, because it can be noisy coming out of the SDR unit, an amplifier, and it goes up to your transmit antenna. And on the downlink, you can use a normal LNB, crystal controlled preferably, because we always strive for frequency stability at these frequencies. And that has an IF of around 740 megahertz, and you feed that into your SDR. And then you can just operate on a computer there. I said there was an extra way you could do this. Here, Papa Sierra 8 Echo Tango. Jesus, I think his name is. Jesus has he has the 2 systems. So some people do it like this. On the uplink on TX, they use the traditional method with analog radios and a up converter. On the downlink, they use an SDR radio and some SDR software, which is a mix of the 2. SDR software. Okay, SDR software, most people tend to use SDR console by local heroes, Simon Brown, G4 ELI. Really, really good program. I think 90% of people use this. If you do use it, do go to his site, do make a contribution. It's free. There are regular updates, and also he's quite approachable. He's often on the AMSAT UK net on QO100, which I believe is at 10 o'clock on a Sunday morning. And he's just interesting to listen to anyway. Okay, and there's videos on YouTube on how to configure SDR console for QO100. So if you make a note, SDR console, and this is what kind of everybody uses. There are Linux alternatives available and Mac alternatives, but I guess I think 90% of people will use SDR console. If you want to try QO100, the first step I would say would be to do a receiving setup, because it's affordable and quick. You can test the pointing, your hardware. You can familiarize yourself with operations on QO100 just by receiving. So there you just need a dish, a good quality LNB, so you have that frequency stability, as I said. You need a T-bias. You can get that on Amazon or AliExpress. An SDR dongle, just a cheap received dongle. You can get that on Amazon, within 24 hours. Install SDR console, point your antenna, and basically you're away. So it's very easy. Frequency stability, as the dongle and probably your LNB will drift a bit. SDR console has a feature which is the geo-beacon. So the geo-beacon, what it will do, it will receive the PSK central beacon and use that to compensate any drift you have on receive. So it's like a Kafkian way of resolving any drift you have. Later on, you can upgrade to GPSDOs and better stability, upgrade to TX. And I usually call this the gateway drug. The gateway drug, because it's what hooks people onto getting on board QO100 bandwagon, and it's like never ending after that. If you don't like homebrew, you don't want to mess about with modules and homebrew hardware, there are a few turnkey options. There's the DX Patrol unit, the ground station FD, full duplex version 2. Which a lot of people use as well. There's the Hill Billing UDL16 which is also very, very good. It's actually waterproof, so you can put it near your antenna, so you avoid losses in the cable. A bit more pricey, but it's a very good kit. And there's a couple of other alternatives, but they're slightly cheaper, but I can't really recommend them because they're not full duplex, so I can't really recommend them. So they don't follow the AMSAT rules really. Okay. So I started on QO100 because I live in Paris. HF is impossible to work. I have high noise levels. It's crazy, and I only have a small terrace, so I don't have space for HF antennas. So I started to use QO100, and I built a unit very similar to the big unit there, this one here, and it worked quite well. So for my roving, because I rove all over the place, activating rare grids and rare countries. I made a copy of my home station, and this is the copy, and I used that to go all over the world roving. This year, however, it's the same architecture, but I just squeezed it into a smaller box on two tier, so which is nice. It's a lot smaller, but if things go wrong, it is harder to get into and work on. So, and on this latest model, if you notice, I added the strap, so I call this, as Yaesu do, I call this my field version, because it has a strap. So I thought that was inspired by Yaesu. And yeah, it's an SDR system, so I control it with Ethernet. So I have an Ethernet connection. So I have SDR console on my laptop, and I Ethernet my way into my ground station, which can be up to 100 meters away, which is, I mean, normally I'm in the back of a car, so I'm only, I don't know, a couple of meters away from it. But it's handy, for example, if you're in a hotel room or you're in a place where it's raining outside and you want to operate inside, so you can just Ethernet it into a more comfortable operating position. And I make everything simple. Everything is color-coded, connectors, cables, so it's very easy to connect and disconnect, so I don't make mistakes and ruin my LNB as I've done in the past. But yeah, so that's why I use Ethernet. Some people use the traditional method, but on the traditional method, you'll have to account, of course, for losses in your cable at 2.4 gigs, 10 gigs, or what have you. So basically, there's the English expression, there's more than one ways to skin a cat. So there's lots of permutations of TX and RX that you can use to get on QO100. And Ron, who is Papa Papa 2 Romeo Oscar November, I'm part of a Brazilian WhatsApp group, and someone was asking lots of questions, and in the end he replied with this. He won't mind me borrowing this. Anybody read Portuguese? So he basically says, setting up an amateur radio, this is a reply to someone. He says, setting up an amateur radio station is very personal. Each person has their own level of demand and satisfaction. Equipment configurations can vary from case to case. It's no different with QO100. There are various LNBs, up converters, amplifiers, transceivers. Here we share our experience, and each colleague sets it up according to his own profile. So basically, it's that all the information is on the internet, and you just have to find a way which suits you best to get a working system. And the satellite, as I said, it's very tolerant, so you don't need a lot of power. It's always in the same place, doesn't move, so it's quite easy to find. So there's two main activities on QO100. So apart from rag chewing and technical talks and the nets you have, two other big activities: DX chasing and grid hunting. So with DX chasing, DXing. So apparently there's 340 worldwide DX entities, but because of the footprint that QO100 covers, we can only see 207 of them. So we can work up to 207 entities. But there's people with more than 150 countries confirmed, so on QO100. And if you want to know more information about rare grids, rare DXCC, I would highly recommend going to, and in fact joining the QO100 DX Club, because they have all the information is there. So they have a lot of statistics, a lot of news. It's very up to date. And grid hunting, everybody knows what grid hunting is, yeah? Okay. So this is primarily what I do. I go to grids in the middle of nowhere and activate them. And also on the QO100 website, they have a lot of information on which grids have been activated, the rarer grids, they have maps. And this is run by M0HOJ and CT7A Alpha Oscar Victor. That's Costa and Hugo. And they're very responsive. They're on the WhatsApp groups. If you have any problems, they're very responsive. So I would recommend having a look at that. Sota, Pota, and fauna and flora. I don't do a lot of this, actually. I have done, but there are people that do a lot more than myself. Andy, G4VFL, he's in the Scilly Isles. I think he's still there. He was there a couple of days ago. He activates a lot of summits on the air, a lot of POTA. Jean-Louis, Foxtrot 1 Golf Bravo Delta. He does a lot of SOTA and POTA. If you look them up, you'll see their activations. Hugo and his missus, Hugo and his wife, Slavomira, I think. Yeah, Slavomira, Hugo and Slavomira. They operate a lot of fauna and flora. And actually, this is a picture of Tor, LA9XGA, he's done a lot of summits in Norway. So yeah, I've not heard him on recently, but he activated many grids and summits in Norway. And as you can see from the photo, all you need is a 35 centimeter dish in your backpack and your equipment, and away you go. I think in fact roving, which is what I do, is kind of a mix of all these. It's a mix of DXpeditioning, SOTA, POTA, and something called the Radar Challenge, which was a South African event that used to be done. I think they stopped doing it now. Some of my roving principles, I always try and ensure personal safety, so that's paramount. I avoid jeopardizing any future activations, so I have all my paperwork, all my authorizations, permits, everything 100%. I don't trespass, so you have to keep away from any polemics. Ensure equipment and material integrity, so if you have a problem, if you damage your gear, it's end of mission. So if I'm planning to activate 10 grids and I damage my equipment on the first grid, then it's end of mission. So that's important to me. I also think that if there's people following me, I should give them the best signal possible. So I always try and have the best signal possible. I activate the grid, so that's make sure I activate the grid. And at the end, timely and free LOTW confirmation, which I always promise people, and I always do that. And that's a lot of the time, that's why people work me as well, because they know they get confirmation, a timely confirmation. I usually say, people say, so who finances all this? And I say, well, mainly it's me. I have a ham radio spiritual paycheck, I call it. The philosophy, I'm not going to read through all this, but I don't do holiday-style activations. I have a mission, and I have everything planned out, so everything is prepared 1 month, 2 months beforehand, all logistics, schedules, waypoints, backup routes. I study topographic maps, satellite photos, drone shots. I keep everything simple, so everything is simple to set up and take down. I can literally get to a place, and within a couple of minutes, I'm pointed at the satellite and QRV. So, yeah, so I try to do that. So it's no way a holiday-style operation. I travel alone. It's very solitary, this. I travel alone, so I might be 2 weeks alone traveling, and so that way, no arguments. So, so I have peace of mind. And the last one, I've been criticized a bit for this one. I don't do any pre-announcements, no hype, no skeds. Opportunity dances with those already on the dance floor, someone told me once. So I think the chase is as rewarding as finally getting the contact. So so I don't do a lot of pre-announcements. Okay. Yeah, when you fly by air, so this is the case I usually use to travel by air. It's like a Peli case, and so you have to make sure all your paperwork is in order. Here, I would, apart from the normal ones, I would say also make sure you take printouts of airline battery info and rules, because the people at the airport, a lot of them don't know what the rules are for the airlines, and it will help you if they have any questions about you carrying batteries. Luggage size as well. Have printouts for all these. Make sure you get your malaria treatments, proof of vaccines like yellow fever. Air tags. I've had this case lost twice this year. Had it lost in Iceland, and I've had it lost in Lithuania just two or 3 weeks ago in Lithuania. So it arrived late. But with the air tags, you can't get it back quicker, but at least you know it's lost. So, so it's it's a bit frustrating in the end. But I like to have air tags, and have all your amateur radio legislation, and also in the country you're going to, in their language and in your language, because if you have problems, I was in Lithuania operating very near certain borders, and so I won't talk too much about that, but I was legal, but I try to avoid any, if there is a situation, I have all the paperwork and everything, so make sure you have that. 13 centimeter legalities. So 2.4 gigs, you can't just rock up and operate on 2.4 gigs in most countries. 2.4 gigs normally is a shared allocation. So apart from your license for that country, you'll probably need authorization to operate 2.4 gigs. And this could entail the duration of the operation, the location where you're operating from, your power level, even your elevation. In Portugal, I'm not sure now, but before I had stipulated on my Portuguese license that I had to keep above 20 degrees, I think, in elevation. That's so you don't irradiate Wi-Fi's on the ground. Ship and ferry landing permits. So for ships and ferry, you should have a permit from the company and the master. Landing permits if you're going to protected islands. And there's information about operating abroad on the DARC German website and on the QA100 DX Club. This is, so Sweden. Sweden is a typical example. Sweden is 100 milliwatts only, maximum on 2.4 gigs. You can ask for special authorization, but that takes time and it costs money. So I operated there. I wonder if I can. Oh, that. Okay, so this is me. This is my FD8 signal, 100 milliwatts, because I could only operate CW or FD8. So that's me operating FD8 with a 45 centimeter dish getting into the satellite. And you should see the replies. So that's everybody else. And they were, so it works. And I put the Swedish flag there with, and that says, my chair, my rules. So it's their country, it's their rules. Big Bang Theory, my chair, my rules. No, okay. And when I go to places, I always verify it with a GPS or a theodolite photograph. I do a photograph, a panorama of where I am, and usually I do a lineup video, so I'll video where I am as well. That was in France when I started a couple of years ago, because up to now I think I've activated 224 grids, unique grids, and about 24 different countries. So this is Ireland. Ireland's very nice. I carry a compass and I try and practice as well with a compass occasionally. This is what we call a very wet grid, which is in the south of France. There's JN32 because I did all the grids in France. JN32 is what we call a wet grid, where most of the grid is in water, it's sea. But there's a tiny, for example, in this case, there's a tiny island which just encroaches into the grid. So I went there one early morning. Problem is, it's protected. It's a protected island, and no cars are allowed. So I had to devise a system with a shopping trolley, And there you can see my tripod where I have special feet on. I've 3D printed these special feet, which I can adjust. I have a bubble level, so the pedestal is absolutely vertical. Everything is done to help me set up and take it down really, really quick. So yeah, that's Porquerolles Island. And here I was at the end, when I was packing up, I was visited by the gendarmerie. And they were very nice. They were very nice, actually. So Finland was interesting because I delayed my Finland trip 3 times, waiting for warm weather. And then the weather got good. It was great. And then just before I left, like 2 days before I was supposed to leave, it went bad again. And I thought, oh, I can't change it again. So I decided to just go. So there was a lot of, it was like minus 15 degrees in Finland, which apparently for the Finns is warm. Oh, it's good. They said, no, it's good. It's good. Okay. So I was driving. So I was driving around Finland on snow tires for a week, and yeah, in Lapland. So that was interesting. But snow tires are amazing. In fact, they have proper snow tires. They said not the rubbish you get down in the south. Okay, guys. So just and that's me doing a lineup. This I always normally video my lineups. So everything seems to be okay. I've got good signal on the satellite. I'm using the same gear as I always do. And there's the multimedia beacon and the upper beacon. So all good so far. So I hope to work you a bit later on then. 73s for now. And that was the hotel. And I managed to find a spot. In Finland, it was 15 degrees elevation, which is fair enough. But Finland is full of trees. It's crazy. So I had to do a lot of preparation work of places where I could set up. And I just had a gap between the hotel and the trees where I could see the satellite in a specific spot in the car park of the hotel I was staying at. Okay, São Tomé e Príncipe. So this is an island nation on the equator. So I did two grids here, and it was actually the first time that São Tomé and Príncipe was activated. So it was a new DXCC as well. Unfortunately, so there's 2 islands. There's the bigger island, and then to the north here. So this is the bigger island, and then there's Príncipe with the smaller island. I only did the bigger island there. Unfortunately, when I got to the hotel, they said I was freaking out the other guests because it was bungalows, and they'd prefer me if I didn't operate with my satellite dish. They asked me, "Can you put the satellite dish inside your bungalow? It doesn't work inside." So I said, "Okay, no problem. I don't like conflict. So it's better always to be an ambassador and try and resolve things another way." So I hired a clapped-out old Jimny, and I was driving around the island, this African island, so by myself, setting up the dish in weird locations. And the geostationary arc, normally, the geostationary arc where all the satellites are on, normally from Europe, it kind of does this, either higher or lower. When you're on the equator, it's like that. It's crazy. I actually did a video. I'm wondering if I can play oh, there you go. So that's the geostationary arc on the equator. Goes straight over. You're like, ugh. So here I had an elevation to the satellite, I think, of 70 or 80 degrees. I had to modify this red thing is an attachment because to get more elevation from my dish. So I have to prepare everything. Kids were great. They'd come up to me because I speak Portuguese and it's an old Portuguese colony. So as soon as they knew I could speak Portuguese, they were great. They were really nice. They're very, very nice, very humble, very modest. They're excellent. And then also I was able to operate on the beach. That's the lower panoramic. That's me on the beach alone. And it's tropical weather. So not every day, but some days it was like this. I'd have to get all my equipment in. And I really don't like getting my Messi and Poloni connectors and cables wet. So this was doing my autism, I was really The worst thing is the day before you fly out is having damp equipment. I always try and avoid that. Okay, and so on the southern grid, it's not on the main island because the equator actually runs through a there's an islet on the southern part of the island, so you have to do like a 30-minute boat ride to get to this islet. It's very small, Ilha das Rolas it's called, and from there you get to the equator, and as soon as you can step over the equator, you're in the next grid. So I took a trip one day there with a guide. I got a guide, and this is actually on the way back. Actually, they were in the boat. On the way there, I went with my guide and his wife, and they said when we arrived, they said because it's an hour from the town to the south, it's like an hour driving over really bad roads. Then we got the boat, and as soon as we got there to the sea, he said, "Oh, good job, it's calm weather. Yeah, we'll be okay." And I'm like, I'm looking at the. I think there. I said to him, "Your idea of a good sea and a bad sea is completely different to mine." We saw a turtle. We saw a turtle, which was really that made my day as well. Yeah, so I operated on the equator, just south of the equator. There's a monument there. It's very hot. It's very humid here. Very humid, very hot. But yeah, managed to do it. I could only be operational 1 hour there, unfortunately. Then I went up to Cape Verde, which is it's like about 10 islands, volcanic islands, and there were a few grids in the southern part of the islands, which had never these grids had never been activated before. So I spent some time there. It's actually the Fogo Island it's a volcanic island. The last time it erupted was in 2015. There's steam everywhere. It smells of sulfur. I was in a resort which the walls of the bungalows, everything was hot. And when I asked, well, what is it? Oh, it's the lava flowing underneath us. But it wasn't. It wasn't every day. And the hotel was called Hotel Marisa 2.0. And at one point I asked, why is it 2.0? And she said, well, in 2015 we had Hotel Marisa, and then the lava just destroyed everything, so we had to rebuild it in another place. But they still rebuilt it in the crater. There was another grid that I could get to, but I had to go up to the mountains and operate. And in the mountains, the weather is usually it's a lot of cloud, a lot of rain, wind, and this is where the preparation work is very important, because, for example, I operate sometimes at night. At night, you're setting up. You can't see this. You can't see any. Okay, you can't see the satellite, which is obvious, but you can't see any land. You don't have any landmarks. So if you just rock up to a place and you think, okay, the satellite is there, but you don't know if there's a great big hill in the way. Yeah, at night, you know. And this is a good example of that. Oh, sorry, at night, guys. So. Yeah, luckily I scouted out this place yesterday when it wasn't raining, but the weather's pretty bad today. But I don't feel like driving around all the way to the coast, which is 45 kilometers, instead of 6 kilometers to get into HK 75. So luckily yesterday I'd put a marker here, and I have visibility here, even though I can't see if I have a great big hill in front or not. But yesterday when I came, I scouted it out, and I have a clear visibility to Oscar 100. So I'll try and set up here. It's not the best of places because there's been a few rock falls here, but fingers crossed. So hopefully we'll catch ourselves on Kyoto 100 soon. Cheerio for now. Yeah, so that's why preparation is very, very important. Yeah, this was the resort I was in. The top panoramic is the resort I was in with the bungalows. Iceland, they lost my bag, delayed me, so I was kind of playing catch up all the time. The first few days I was really tired playing catch up. This was the first grid I activated, and it had never been activated before. You can't. In fact, I didn't take my throat mic, so now I pack a throat mic just in case. because some people had trouble hearing me on the transponder, you know. And I have a system. I had to devise a system of counterweights using water bottles to hold down my dish so it wouldn't fly away. And the second video is me driving at close to midnight, because they have the midnight sun there. So the only good thing about me having to drive intensely was that at least there was daylight during the night. Iceland again. Iceland is a mishmash of bad roads and good roads. Normally I have very good roads, but anything rural over the mountains, it's just gravel, washboard. The cars really take a beating there. And you have volcanic ash, the volcanic dust, which it can literally sandblast your paint if you leave your car parked in a bad spot. Let me see. Yeah, again, this is me doing a lineup in another place in Ireland. You have to be careful when you open the doors, because the wind will just snap the doors off. I had to hold down the rear door like that with a paracord, so there's less resistance to the wind. But when you do that, make sure you wear a hat. Ask me how I know. And the northwest of Iceland. Let me wait for this one to finish. So northwest is the other video. So this is the other video, northwest of Ireland. It's calmness. It was a real contrast, and it was really nice to get to these places. Iceland is amazing, the scenery, excellent. The elevation to Oscar 100 was only 10 degrees, so it's very low. But no trees. There's too much wind. There's no trees, so it was easier actually than Norway. So yes, Iceland was. I recommend it if you can go. And that's the upper beacon there. And left of it is the multimedia beacon, which actually I use the multimedia beacon to line up on, because for me it's more stable, flat top. For my eyes, I can see it better. Okay, and finally Cambodia. So this Cambodia had never been activated. This is the penultimate slide. So Cambodia had never been activated. 2.4 gigs. We don't have a service there. No satellites. No amateur radio operation on 2.4 gigs in Cambodia. But the university there in Cambodia, which is one of the biggest institutes there, managed to negotiate with the licensing authority to do a training course there. So I was lucky enough to be invited to join this training course. They have a club station, very good club station, XU7AMO. They do a lot of HF. It was the first DX activation on GEO. And this was the Polytechnic. TCI is the licensing authority. They did the collaboration, and they got special permission to operate 2.4 gigs for us. And this was all due. I was very lucky because this was all due to the work by XU7AKM, who is Unsensei, who is the telecoms department professor. He's the head of the telecoms department there. Yoshi-san, X-ray Uniform 7 Alpha Kilo Juliet, who was a professor there. He's Japanese, but he was a visiting professor there for a couple of years. And then Mikio-san, who was recently in Christmas Island. He was in Christmas Island last week. Mikio-san, who is Juliet Alpha 3 Golf Echo Papa. And so me and Mikio-san went and we did theoretical and practical training to the NPIC staff and students. And yeah, so there they are. They're very nice people, very enthusiastic, work hard. They work a lot in groups, teamwork. They're big on teamwork. They really, I mean, we used to start at 8 o'clock in the morning, and sometimes we used to finish at midnight. I had a week there, and it was hard work, but it was so gratifying. 2 degrees elevation, so you're almost pointing at the horizon. Very deep QSB, but you can work around it. You'll receive signals, they're going up and down very slowly. Sometimes they just drop away completely. At the bottom, I've got a topographic view of what we had. We had hills to the west. but in fact the hills were just low enough that we could see the satellite. So yeah, so that was very gratifying. And in the end, in fact, they gave us, we were lucky enough, they gave us, we were allowed to apply for XU7 call signs, so we have Cambodian licenses, me and Mikio, which was a nice touch, I thought. Great, that's the end. Just let me, so I'm on X, which used to be called Twitter, of course, Foxtrot 5, Victor Mike Juliet. I'm on QRZ, of course. But if you want to see what I'm doing, which grids I've been activating, I always, after I finish a grid, I always upload to the Twitter, my Twitter account. I would recommend having a look at the amsetdl.org site for information, and also joining and looking and joining the QO100 DX Club, because it's a fantastic site full of statistics. You can upload your logs. There's a lot of cross-reference. If you have any doubts, you can literally email Kosta or Hugo, and they're very fast in replying. So yeah, so that's it. Thanks for your patience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for an amazing talk. That was really great. Do we have any questions? Silly question.
Well, thank you very much. First, I just wanted to ask you a bit of a question, because as I heard, you have a professional experience with geo satellites, commercial transponders. In your opinion, that's going to be a bit of a grim question, but how much time do we have left with QO100?
Okay, that's a good question.
The remaining life expectancy of this payload aboard this satellite?
ON6 RF?
ON6 RF, yeah.
Mais vous parlez français, non?
Français ou português ou inglês?
Português também?
Yeah.
Qual é a origem? A vossa origem é de quê?
Lisboa.
Ah, sim? Não, eu sou de Cascais. Sou de Cascais. Ah, ótimo.
All right.
Okay, sorry.
No worries.
Okay, so the life expectancy, I had 2 slides, because everybody asked me this. And everybody says, oh, it's 10 years. Oh, it's 15 years. Okay, yeah, the life expectancy is probably 15 years, but there's a few things we have to take into account. I don't want to be pessimistic, and we shouldn't look at this. But for example, where I work, we have, we could have on board, we do have, well, I can't really talk much, but we might have onboard failures. We might have onboard failures on other systems where we have to adjust the configuration. So that could be an issue. But also, I mean, at work, we're drifting satellites all over the place all the time. So, for example, we might sell, if a satellite operator sells the satellite to someone else, and that other person, that other entity decides, well, what's this service? What's this transponder? We don't want it. I don't think it would happen. I think it would be more likely that the new owner would relocate it or drift it into another place, but we could still have coverage. You don't know, it depends who you are. At the moment, if they drift it over more to the east, the Brazilians will miss out. If they drift it more over to the west, it'll be the opposite. Maybe the Indonesia will miss out. I think Europe, unless they go over to the Pacific, there's these questions. So, yeah, so 10, 15 years. I'd say around 15 years. It all depends basically on the fuel. Apart from all that, the fuel. So in my job, don't waste fuel. That's one of the big rules. Don't waste fuel on station keeping, exactly. So don't waste fuel. So that's the big issue. So if you can, but in fact, the Qataris, I used to control SHL1. SHL1 we controlled. SHL2, the Qataris control it by themselves. So I think Eutelsat had, it was like an agreement. They helped the Qataris get up and running. Some of my colleagues were consultants in Qatar. So yeah, 15 years, probably.
Thank you very much. Brilliant, great question. And there's more, the hands are straight up.
Rachel Heason, Mike Zero Romeo X-Ray Hotel.
Hi.
Do you have your kit with you?
I don't actually. I came by.
Oh, okay.
I was going to bring it, but I came by EasyJet. So I just I did a I didn't want to get it confiscated or something, so I didn't bring it.
And second point is I've got my Oscar 100 ground station with me in the
Oh,
hotel.
have you?
So if anyone wants to see what a home-built system looks
Excellent.
like, I'm super happy to go get it. Obviously, we can't receive anything. We haven't got a satellite. But if anyone wants to see what I've built, super duper happy to. There's another lecture in here afterwards, but we can find a room should anyone wish. Just come and grab me.
Excellent.
Yeah, I would love to see.
Yeah, I'll go with you afterwards and we'll have a look.
Okay.
Okay.
Excellent. I look forward to seeing that. Any other questions? Oh, would be over here, wouldn't it? Okay. Getting my 10,000 steps in.
Yeah, tell us a little bit more about your kits. You can operate on such a small dish. And,
Yeah. My dish. I've never operated on my 30. I've got a 35 centimeter camping dish, which I don't use. I use one. It's Technisat. I think it's German aluminium. So you basically have steel or aluminium. Aluminium is lighter for traveling, but if you drop it, it will dent. Steel is heavy, but it's more robust. But it's 40. They advertise it as 45, but it's actually 48 because I've measured it. It's 48 because my pelly case is 50 centimeters. So it's kind of square. So I get the squarish. So the gain is always based on the surface area of the dish. So it's not. I don't like the round dishes because when I pack it into a square case, I'm losing gain on the corners, so I preferred the squarer dishes, and it fits nicely inside. And that, you saw my carrier on FT8, 100 milliwatts. It's perfectly readable. On CW, it'll be the same. I went down as low as 50 milliwatts in some grids, so I was operating FT8 on 50 milliwatts from some grids. I've heard people on the WhatsApp groups and the Telegrams groups said they're operating. Is it JT65, I think, with like 10 milliwatts. So the satellite Mitsubishi, AMSAT, the Qataris, they did a really good job with this transponder. It's very tolerant of too much signal, but also very sensitive to the weaker signals.
Okay, so there's probably going to be a run on satellite dishes. The prices will be going up. A very quick question. Rob is looking at me.
Yeah, sure, it's a very quick one. Bom dia.
Bom dia, olá.
Tudo bem?
Obrigado.
CT7 ACG, but I'm G3VCQ.
Where are
I'm
you?
a Sinish. Near Silves.
Silves?
Near Silves, yeah.
Okay.
But it's in the Algarve for those that are not following. My question really was, is there anywhere left in Portugal that's not been activated? No. Fine.
I've done more. But
okay,
that's not a problem because, for example, there's people, the users of QR100, they vary a lot. So there's always new users. So literally, if you go on the QR100 DX Club site and by the colors of the grids, you can see which ones need more activation than others. Or send an email to Costa, and I'm sure he can tell you which ones are the more sought after grids in Portugal. So I would do that.
Obrigado.
De nada.
Okay, thank you so much for brilliant questions and also the answers from Paulo and also the talk. Can we give Paulo a quick?
Thanks a lot.
Okay, and.
I'm with Patrick Wood, 2E0 IFB, the retired CEO of SSTL, but better known, I think, to many, was Surrey Satellite Technology Limited. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to have a conversation. Yeah,
brilliant. Now, a career in space technology, I'm guessing, or quite a lot of your career?
Yes, I've been 25 years in the space industry. Just retired this year. So I've done everything from large geo telecommunications satellites. Satellite navigation satellites like Galileo, but I think probably the most interesting aspect is low Earth orbiting, especially when I was the CEO of Surrey Satellite Technology.
And I believe you gave a little workshop yesterday at the NRC, the National Radio Centre, I believe, for some.
Yes, once I retired, I thought I've got to do something, so I volunteered at the National Radio Centre. Great fun. interacting with the general population, public. It's so rewarding. At the end of the day, you know, you've talked to everybody from young students all the way up to retired people that are probably older than myself. And yesterday I just got the opportunity to take people through low Earth orbiting satellites with a little bit about the history, the orbits, how to communicate with them, types of antennas, types of radios, just to help people get into the hobby and realize you don't have to spend a lot of money to actually receive signals. So this Wednesday this week, the International Space Station came over. It's World Space Week. They were transmitting slow scan TV, and I picked it up on my handheld. And you know, it's just the excitement of being able to talk to people about that and get people excited about the hobby and the interest.
It is extraordinary. I mean, I've been out licensed roughly 30 years, and yet to me it still seems rather magical that an amateur can communicate with a satellite. In fact, the talk we've just had, you know, talked about the QO100, of course, and that was a real gift for amateurs, wasn't
Yes,
it?
absolutely, yeah. No, it is, and even as a professional, I've built probably more than 150 large satellites, but in my career. But actually, I'm just as excited about building an antenna, connected it all up, getting the rotator to work, and the cat controller for the radio. And when you hear that signal for the first time, it doesn't matter whether you're a professional in the industry or just an amateur, it's just the excitement of having built that and got it working.
So for the benefit of the people that weren't able to come to your workshop yesterday at the NRC, talk us through how you could get started. If you're an average amateur, you've never done anything like this before, what do you need to get started?
Well, you probably want to start in a kind of low-cost way, so you can either start with a handheld, so you know, one of those very small handhelds.
Just a normal,
handheld.
VHF or
VHF, UHF is the normal frequencies that the LEO satellites use. Either FM or single sideband is the configuration that they use, and you have to buy an antenna because some of the transponder spacecraft you need a little bit more gain than you would get from a normal whip antenna.
So what are we talking about cost-wise there?
So they're a couple of £100, but actually, as part of my talk, I built one for £30 from being, you know, from a DIY shop. I went and bought the gear, made it, and in fact I made a tape measure antenna. So the actual metal elements were tape measure, just to show you don't actually have to spend a huge amount of money to actually get into the hobby. Once you're in the hobby, it does start getting, you know, you're always wanting to buy more and more and more capability.
Well, I think that's just the nature.
But that's the nature of it. Yeah. But I think getting into it and discovering that you can listen to the signals, you can talk to people that you know, that are either in America or in Europe, it's just great fun. Yeah, it's great fun.
It's good. Now you're here specifically for AMSAT UK. You're the colloquium keynote speaker, which I believe is tomorrow.
Yes,
Can you just give us an insight on what you're going to be talking about tomorrow?
So I've been in the industry 25 years, so I've worked on navigation satellites, military satellites, commercial telecommunications, Earth observation, science missions for the European Space Agency. So I'll touch a little bit on that and just give a bit of an insight into my career. I'm going to focus on Surrey Satellite Technology Limited, when I was the CEO, but also what the current missions that they're working on. They've got about 10 different satellites that they're actually working on today, and so I'll give a little bit of an insight into that. But then I'll finish with my hobby of, at the moment I'm building CubeSat simulator, so being an AMSAT have a kit for building a CubeSat simulator, so a 1U simulator of a LEO spacecraft. And I've built two of those. I've built one up as a cube, and I built one as a flat sat, which is really useful for STEM lectures, so you can actually show the insides of the spacecraft. So I was going to give a little bit of an insight into that during the course of the lecture. So I've got got 3 topics to get through in 40 minutes, so I'll have to be quite tough on timing, I think.
Yeah, a lot to get through. A CubeSat simulator, that's fascinating. I mean,
it really transmits. So it really
I was going to ask what it does. Yeah.
It transmits on the same telemetry as AO73 and or AO73 used to, and also UCube1. So it uses the same telemetry format. So you can actually, again, from just experimenting with that, you get a little bit more of a feel about BPSK telemetry format or FSK format. You can also do slow scan TV. It's got a little camera in it, so you can actually experiment. So before a spacecraft comes over, you actually get a little bit of an opportunity to see what's happening, because sometimes with LEO satellite, things happen quite fast. I mean, a pass could be 5 to 10 minutes. So actually having a simulator and being able to talk people through it, and that's what I was doing at the NLC yesterday.
And not just for amateurs, but I guess for education. I mean, maybe we can bring in something like that into STEM to introduce young people into this.
And I've all the way through my career, I've done quite a number of STEM lectures. So actually, I originally built it for STEM lectures, and I built the original cube. But actually, it's hard to describe how the satellite works. So I then built this flat site version, which shows all the circuit boards and how they and the different functions of the circuit board. So it's good fun.
Briefly, a glimpse into the future. I mean, we're all used to seeing incredible advances in everything from AI to all the other technology. What do you think the future is of satellites?
So in communication terms, I think people talk about direct-to-device communication. So I think very soon, within 5 years, probably less than 5 years, satellite low Earth orbit constellations straight to your direct to your mobile phone. So direct to device.
I see they've just authorised that, haven't they? Licensed
it.
They
have licensed it,
just
and there's also 1 or 2 companies that are starting to actually have satellites up there, which are proving the technology. So as I say, rapidly that technology will mature and become available, and that will be a huge change. You know, at the moment, when you're in rural, yes, you can have some of the Starlink or OneWeb type systems, but actually, if you can do direct-to-device, that just changes everything for people's interconnectivity, whether they're in an urban or a rural environment.
Do you think that's going to be accessible to radio amateurs, though? Because I may be the only one, but I don't think I am, who's feels a bit left behind with some of the clever advances and things like coding. And I just think, how can I get involved as an amateur to experiment truly?
That's a good question. I think at the moment you're going to see things like 5G, 6G. I think you'll see an explosion in IoT devices, and those are.
Are we seeing that now, Patrick? I mean, it feels like everything's internet.
But to LEO spacecraft, so you could have a sensor anywhere, and I think that will appeal to radio amateurs, and that's definitely within the capabilities of the radio amateur community to really explore that. And how do you then interconnect those IoT sensors to other to experiment? Yeah,
because that really is still, I think, at the heart for many amateurs anyway. I mean, for many, it's, I guess, making contacts and things like that. But a lot of amateurs really enjoy experimenting. But I know that a lot of them are starting to feel left behind with the huge advances in microcontrollers and microprocessors, and then software particularly. But you still see there's a strong, healthy future for amateurs.
I think so at the moment. I certainly do a lot of IoT. LoRaWAN. I started with LoRaWAN, which is probably okay up to 10 kilometres. But then someone did the experiment from a UK-based CubeSat from a low Earth orbit, so they got the technology to work from 550 kilometres. And I think that just shows that things will change. And that's well within the sort of area that the RSGB and the radio amateurs, because of the recent LoRaWAN it wasn't a hot air balloon.
The LoRa, the system, the LoRa experiment,
yes.
which
and that, so I think those areas where you'll see the technology is available, and it's. I agree with you. Some of the very complex waveform is probably a little bit out of the reach of most people, except the real top-end radio amateur designers. But
there's still plenty for us to experiment.
There's still plenty to do. Absolutely.
Patrick, thank you so much for joining us. We're now going to look at our next lecture, which is holiday-style DXpedition to Lanzarote with Colin Redwood, G6 MXL.
Okay, welcome back everybody, and after that QO100 tour and lots of travelling, we're going to be hearing a bit more about travel and amateur radio in this talk. So Colin Redwood, G6 MXL, and he's going to be telling us all about holiday-style DXpedition to Lanzarote. So I have a feeling by the end of the session we'll all be off booking holidays. So over to you, Colin.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for coming. This is just to set expectations. This is not going to be high tech. So, you're not going to come out here thinking, "Wow, that's all complicated." No, think of this as sota pota with a main supply and a 100-watt rig. So that's the sort of the level of technology we're looking at. Just to introduce myself, I've been licensed since 1982. Mainly operate from home on FT8, FT4 on the 30 to 6 meter bands. Got DXCC on bands you can see there, plus worked all states and VUCC on 6 meters. Also written 190 what next columns for practical wireless, and I adjudicate the practical wireless QRP and 70 megahertz contests. I'm a member of the RSGB, CDXC and so on, and I'm also a member of the Pool Radio Society. Previously I've operated from Jersey on 2 meters, the Isles of Scilly a few years ago on HF with FT8 in the early days of FT8, and I've done a little bit from France on FT8. So what is a holiday-style DXpedition? Well, I think lots of people have slightly different variations of what they think it is, but basically it contains the elements of a DXpedition combined with the elements of a holiday. Now, what ratio you put to those will vary from person to person, trip to trip, whatever. I treat it as a light touch DXpedition. I'm not looking to be operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So I take typically several breaks during the day for trips to shops, preparing meals, going out for a meal, sightseeing, walks, swims, things like that. So why Lanzarote? Well, it's one of the Canary Islands. It's got a separate DXCC prefix. It's the Echo Alpha 8. It counts as Africa for awards, and it's got a separate IOTA reference. So nothing ultra special or ultra rare. I've operated before there, so I know what to expect. There's no problem with licensing. If you've got a full UK license, you can operate under the CEPT TR 6101 regulations in Spain, no problem. And apart from the wind, I could expect the weather to be good. Pretty well throughout the year. You're not going to get snow, but you can expect to get some wind. And it's sort of t-shirt weather pretty well all the time, except perhaps in the evenings. So where are the Canary Islands? Basically 1,700 kilometers southwest of Spain, off the African coast. Spanish call signs. Basically, mainland Spain is chunked up into various areas, and they've got EA1 through to EA5 plus EA7. The Balearic Islands, Mallorca, Ibiza, are EA6. Down on the bottom left, off the bottom of this map, is Echo Alpha 8, which is the Canary Islands. And just across the other side of the Mediterranean from Gibraltar is, and I mispronounce this probably, Ceuta and Melilla, 2 little Spanish enclaves, which are Echo Alpha 9. So the Balearics, the Canaries, and Echo Alpha 9 are separate DXCCs from mainland Spain. So operating with licenses, it's quite straightforward. You just turn up and operate, just as you would if you turned up anywhere in the UK. If you want to operate elsewhere outside the countries that have signed up for CEPT, you'll probably need to apply for a local license. And just one point for those with intermediate and foundation licenses. As a general rule, my understanding is you can't operate outside the UK. There are a few exceptions, but I'm not sure precisely what they are, so whatever you do, research it if you're thinking of doing that. I would suggest taking a copy of your UK license with you and the CEPT regulations. I've never been asked to show them at any point in the journey, and I've been to quite a few countries with amateur radio gear, but what I've done now is I just download them onto my laptop and take them. I've got it on my laptop. Getting there, publicity first. I generally don't publicise my operations in advance. The Canary Islands, nobody would consider it a rare DXCC, I don't think. Certainly not on the sort of the main HF bands. So I don't see, any real merit in publicising it, and it's less stress. If something goes wrong and it doesn't happen at the last minute, I'm not going to have loads of people emailing or complaining, oh, you were going to be on this band at that time. And well, no, if you don't know about it in advance, it's not going to be an issue. And if I turn up on the DX cluster when I'm operating, fine, people will get to know that I'm on. So how did I get there? I went from my local airport, Bournemouth, to the main airport, Arisafe in Lanzarote, flew out with TUI, came back with Ryanair, simply because that way I could have 8 days rather than 7 days a week. Pre-arranged the transfer to and from the airport, and apart from my laptop, all the equipment was transported in my checked-in luggage with a total case weight of about 18 kilos. That was everything. Equipment, clothing, the lot, even the antenna mast. No queries whatsoever from the airlines or customs, no issues, and I've taken similar things to France, to mainland Spain, to Portugal, to Iceland. It's not been an issue at all. What I would make a point though is you can't take lithium batteries in your checked-in luggage. So equipment, as I've said already, similar to what you might use for a summits on the air, parks on the air, castles on the air type of activation. There are tight regulation on batteries on planes. If you're going to take a lithium battery with you, it must be less than 100 watt hours. And what that means is you multiply the peak voltage times the amp hour, and that number must be less than 100. So if you've got a battery with 14 volts, let's say, output, and it's a 7 amp hour, 14 times 7 is 98 watt hours. You're right up against the limit. So that's your limit. And that must be carried on, not checked in. If you've got any doubts and you want to read up on the regulations, there's a link at the end to the IATA regulations. It's about 13 pages, if I remember rightly. But that's what the authorities and all the airlines will work to. They might have, individual airlines might have their own stuff on their websites, but essentially they're all going to be working to the IATA regulations. And don't forget, most laptops will have a LiPo battery in them these days, so that needs to be in your hand luggage. I tend to stick to just main supply, so I don't take a LiPo battery for powering my equipment. So what I took was an FT891 with its DC lead, little Watson switch mode power supply with a mains lead, antenna pole with cable ties. I cable tie it to fences, tables, trees, whatever I can find when I get there. Took a couple of the SOTA beams band hopper antennas, some of which I prune to the bands I want. So I've got a band hopper for 15 and 17 meters. SOTA beams don't do one of those. I picked up one, somebody in a spare one from a silent key sale, and pruned that to the bands that I wanted to operate on. And I actually discovered it sort of worked on 12 meters as well. And I also got one for 20, 30, 40 and 80 meters. Also took a dipole just for 10 meters. Got a little data interface with leads, laptop charger mounts, mains lead and two-way mains adapter, headphone, boom mic, adapter and foot switch. The only tool I take is a Swiss Army knife. It's lightweight and small. I haven't got space or weight allowances to take anything more, and frankly, I don't have enough. I don't need anything else. And I also take a couple of extension feeder lengths and some adapters if I need them to fit BNC to PL259 or whatever. Try to avoid it, but thank you. That's quite often what I end up doing. And those are the approximate weights. So basically the radio aspect of my station comes in at just under 8 kilos. So that's probably about as light as you can do. A few years ago I went to the Scilly Isles, and there the constraints on the weight on the plane are even tighter. It's 15 kilos maximum. So I was actually wearing different types of underwear, discovering that this type of boxer short was better than that one, and I was taking half tubes of toothpaste rather than a full tube. I was that pernickety. Oh, and this type of biro was lighter than that one. really being very, very, very careful with the weights. And if you're going somewhere a little bit colder and you need to sort of take a fleece or an anorak or something like that, or wear it on the plane. So that gives you a bit more space, gives you a bit more flexibility. I chose the FT891 on one consideration only. It's the lightest 100-watt HF transceiver I could find. It covers the bands I needed. Doesn't have an ATU, so it means I need to use resonant antennas. And I'm a convert to HF to resonant antennas. I've sort of come from a VHF background, and we wouldn't think of VHF and UHF of using anything other than a resonant antenna. So, hence that. Little Watson PowerMite switch mode power supply, 1.5 kilos. Again, it's one of the lightest switch mode power supplies you can get. It's got 2 meters on the front, so with that I can sort of monitor my power in. Okay, so that's sort of power out. If I'm not seeing much current being drawn, I know I'm not getting much power out. It saves me taking a power meter with me. And because I've got resonant antennas, I don't need an SWR meter. And if my SWR does go high, I get a little flashing thing on the display on the rig. I use one of these SOTA beams travel masts. Extends up to 10 meters high, and it comes down to 67.6 centimeters when it's collapsed. I actually took that into the shop where I bought my case, and I said, I want a case that's big enough to get this in, but I need no bigger. That was my criteria for buying my case. It's nice and light, 1.3 kilos. Fiberglass, so no problems with RF and things. Friction lock, fits in a large suitcase, and I just use reusable cable ties to tie it to fence posts, tables, trees, whatever is about. And these SOTA beam band hopper antennas, basically they're half-wave dipoles for various bands with a link which you either make or break depending on which band you want. So you can make it a 40 meter or a 30 meter antenna just by opening or closing a link. And this is what the links look like. So that's one where the link is broken. If you clip those two cable clips together, you extend the antenna to the next band down. The only thing you have to watch is that they get rusty in wet weather, and rust doesn't make good RF joints, so every now and again I replace them. That's the feed point. It just slides on top onto the top of the on top of the mast. Feeder, the band part, the antennas come, the band hopper antennas come supplied with RG174U feeder. It's lightweight, it's flexible, it's 2.8 millimeter diameter, so it's thinner than RG58, 50 ohm impedance. The loss for it comes with 10 meters of it. The loss is quite acceptable, I think, on HF. So at 10 megs, it's 0.82 dB. At 50 megs, it's only 1.92 dB. So it's not excessive loss, and it saves a lot of weight, which RG58 would give, or anything better. And I also take a 5 meter and a 10 meter feeder extension just in case I need it. If I end up with my antenna further away from my operating position. Data interface, I've got one of these Signalink USB interfaces. I've got that, I chose that because if I get a different rig at some point, I just need to take the little interface chip in the middle out and replace it with a different one, and I can use it with a different rig. So it keeps it flexible. And 190 grams, it's reasonably lightweight. Take my HP laptop with me. I run almost exclusively FT8, FT4 on these occasions. Mains leads. You've got a choice. A lot of countries use these continental round main sockets. You can either take UK mains plugs and use them with an adapter, or I try and get leads to connect to the laptop and to the power supply with the continental mains plug on it, so I don't need an adapter. That's one less thing to forget, and it's one less bit of weight. I also have a very lightweight continental two-way adapter, so that if I turn up somewhere and there's only one main socket where I want to operate, I can plug that in, I can run the laptop and the power supply for the rig off the same main socket. You can get continental mains leads from CPC Farnell. They do them with the IEC type main socket to go into the back of your power supply, and the cloverleaf type one to go into your laptop power supply. That's a very good solution in my view, and I've also seen them from time to time at rallies, these leads. Ideally, I aim not to need RF adapters, but if I do find I need them for a particular rig and antenna combination, I tend to take the adapter and either put it on the lead or leave it plugged into the back of the transceiver for transportation, so that again it's one less thing to forget, it's already there. Now, the worst thing that could happen is you sort of turn up 1,000, 1,500 miles away from home and think, ah, damn it, I've forgotten the XYZ. So what I do is I mentally think through, sort of systematically, everything from the power source, so the main socket, to the power supply unit, to the transceiver, from the main source to the little power supply unit for the laptop, to the computer, the audio from the transceiver through the interface unit to the computer, the antenna down to the transceiver, including any RF adapters and things, any extension leads. And if I'm in any doubt, I actually do a dummy run out in the garden, or in one occasion I even did it down the park, just to make sure I've got everything. It's also very tempting to take extras. Oh, I'll take a spare this and I'll take a spare that. Well, it's all adding weight. And so often I found I haven't got the option of extra weight, so I avoid that. I take PDFs of manuals, licenses, things like that on the computer. Again, less weight, less space, and it's there. And if I go off, if I go off this afternoon somewhere, it's already on my laptop. It's not something I'm going to forget. It's already there. And I set up the records on QRZ, Club Log, WSJTX, get everything sorted out on Logbook of the World, get the certificates for TQSL, and all that stuff I get set up in advance. That means I can concentrate on operating when I get there, not setting things up. This was my operating position in Lanzarote. It's just the kitchen table. I was lucky there were two main sockets there, but as you can see, it's nothing very exotic. Laptop, little interface, the transceiver, and the power supply nearest. So a typical day. Typically, I'd operate for an hour before breakfast, have breakfast, upload the log from the previous day. I'd operate till mid-morning-ish, go for a walk down to the shop, get whatever I needed for lunch, operate until lunchtime, sandwich, whatever, glass of wine for lunch, operate then until early afternoon, then go for a walk and a swim, operate until early evening, go down to the local restaurant, have a nice meal, and then operate until bedtime. So nothing, you know, a good mix of operating and holiday type activities. I didn't do what I would call sightseeing. Each day I'd upload the logs, usually at breakfast time, to Logbook of the World, Club Log and QRZ.com. I've found that it's better to do it early in the morning when I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tailed than trying to risk a finger slip late at night. I don't use EQSL when I'm away from home. I find the hassle of having to design a different QSL card every time you go to a different location a right pain. I do EQSL from home, but that's the limit. So what did I work? Well, I worked 2 DXCCs on 20, and as you can see the figures, in total I worked 113 DXCC entities over the course of the week across 6 continents. So I thought, well, that's not bad. That's a pretty reasonable number of entities worked. And I ended up with just over 1,200 QSOs. On that particular visit, I concentrated on 15 meters. Towards the end, when the 15-meter contacts were starting to dry up, I moved over to 17 meters, and I also did a little bit on 12 and 10 meters. I'll talk a little bit about 10 meters in a minute. And I wasn't very successful on 20 meters, so hence the few contacts there. But that's where I got to on 15 meters, and it's sort of nothing outstanding, I don't think, but it was a good smattering around the world. A few weeks after the DXpedition, this was the situation on Logbook of the World. So I'd got my DXCC requirement met, and I'd got 90 on 15 meters. So I was sort of quite happy. I didn't set off with a target in mind whatsoever, but as the week progressed, I sort of could see that DXCC was a possibility, and I was sort of quite pleased that in the end to have ended up with meeting the requirements. I had an interesting little tale with the certificate. I, filled in all the forms online, gave them my address, and said it was in the UK. UK to the Americans is Ukraine. So my DXCC certificate ended up somewhere in Ukraine, I think. Anyway, after a few weeks had gone by, I contacted ARRL and said, still haven't received my certificate. Oh, strange. We sent it weeks ago. So anyway, eventually they resent it, and it came through the post, addressed to me, Colin, blah, 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 England, Ukraine. So if you're applying for DXCC, don't put the country as UK, put England and leave it at that. Or Wales, whatever, but don't put UK. I was sat at the airport on the way home waiting for my plane, and I thought, I don't know, I'll submit my log to the CQDX Marathon. Now, if you've not come across that, that's a sort of a halfway house between a contest and an award. It runs for the whole year, and basically it's just the sum of the DXCC entities you've worked, plus the number of CQ zones you've worked. And you can do it throughout the year from home or wherever you go for your travels. All bands from top band to 6 meters are included, including the walk bands, because it's not really a contest, it's just what you've operated, just what you've worked during the year. And I was quite staggered to find that in the pre-adjudication results, I'd come 10th in Africa. which I thought wasn't bad for sort of a week of operating, when the rest of the Africans had got 52 weeks to do it in. Unfortunately, when they come to publish the final results, they need to publish the top 5 in the continent. So I don't know whether I was where I ended up, but that's the best I could do. So yes, just to summarise, year-long contest. You can all enter. Many countries and CQ zones as you can. Each one counts once, regardless of bands and modes or whatever. All bands 160 to 6 meters covered. No satellite, no digital voice, just what I call traditional modes, CW, phone and data. And as I said, it was an absolute spur of the moment decision. I made it, sat in the airport, thought, sod it, I'll send it off and see what happens. Couple of suggestions: taking copies of license and CPT documentation on the laptop and downloading the manuals. I've got the nifty guide as well, which I actually take with me. I find that quite helpful if I need to refer to something. I encountered a few problems, and I'll look at those. I think we're okay for time to just have a quick look at those. I had a problem with time synchronization. Complex call signs we'll talk about, poor results on 20 meters, an EMC issue. Also, I couldn't, for reasons that I haven't yet got to the absolute bottom of, I couldn't transmit on phone. We'll come to that. And permission to operate. So let's look at those in turn. Those of you who used FT8, FT4 will know that time synchronization is vital. You need to be better than ±2 seconds, and ideally ±1. After 2 days of operation, my computer clock was out by about 1.5 seconds and was getting worse. So I did what I would normally do from home. I try and synchronize over the Wi-Fi. No, didn't want to know. So I tried several different synchronization servers. Still didn't want to know. On a subsequent visit, I had the same problem. Didn't want to know. So in the end, I ended up setting my mobile phone up as a Wi-Fi hotspot, and I synchronized via the 4G network, and that was fine. So I don't know, it's going to be a sort of an IT techie type issue to get to the bottom of, but it's obviously not the one particular location that I was operating from. It was from, I tried it this year when I went back to a different location in the same village. Still the same issue. So I'll leave that to the technologists to sort out. One of the problems with one of the constraints of FT8 is that complex call signs. The message length is very limited with FT8, FT4. So if you've got a longish call sign, and I had EA8/G6MXL, you can't work at another station with a similar length call sign. It's too long. So I was trying to work special event stations in Austria, some DXpedition somewhere. It can be quite frustrating for both stations, and there's no real effective workaround. All I would say is, to help yourself, don't make your call sign any longer than it absolutely needs to be. So don't add on, as I didn't, the stroke P on the end. You could, or stroke A or whatever. It's something you don't actually need. Just keep it that little bit shorter. And if I was a Welsh station, for example, I would drop the W from my call sign and leave it as EA8/G6MXL, not EA8/GW6MXL. I got very poor results on 20 meters. I don't know absolutely as a fact what the reason was, but I suspected was that I couldn't get enough of my antenna high enough above the roof line of where I was staying. Changing to 15 meters and the results were totally different. So I stuck to 15 meters, and I found that 15, 17, 12 and 10 metres were all giving me good results. So that's the story there. I had an EMC issue on 10 metres. I was getting 10 metres was getting into my external mouse and freezing it. I'm not one of the mouse pad thingy on the laptop. I like a proper mouse, you know, one of these things. I've not fully exhausted the possibilities, but the things that I'm noting is that my 10-metre dipole did not have a balun on it, and I found that routing the feeder away from the mouse helped. Raising the height of the dipole helped. I didn't get any problems on any other bands. So at some point I want to try and recreate the problem, but I think things I'm going to explore are putting a choke on the mouse, probably putting a balun at the feed point, and if all else fails, going for one of these wireless mice with a little Bluetooth link, Wi-Fi link to the laptop. I think a combination of some of those will sort it. How are we doing time-wise? Lovely. I couldn't get any output on phone. I've yet to investigate it, but I think almost certainly it's menu settings on my FT891. I've only ever used it on data modes, and I think I've configured the SSB the phone settings for FT8, and I should have set left the phone settings for phone and used the data position for data. So I think it's lesson learnt that basically check all the modes that you want to use before setting off. I didn't ask for permission to operate from the owner of the place I operated from in 2024 last year. I went back to a different location in the same village this year, and I was challenged by the people there, but I was allowed to continue operating. The thing that the observation I'd make is where I was operating in 2024, I was away from other properties. The owner wasn't present. Basically, I just rocked up, entered my number on the keypad thing on the door, and that was it. In 2024, I was much, much closer to neighbouring visitors, and I suspect that would have caused the thing. So if you're in any doubt, I think it would make a lot more sense to ask permission in advance. And that's it. I've got 3 links there. The top one is to the DX Marathon rules. The next one is the IATA regulations for LiPo batteries. And the bottom one is the CPT document. I would strongly recommend using that link and not a lot of the other links that are around, because they're pointing to out-of-date versions of the document. That document was updated in 2024. If you're looking at versions prior to that, you're not getting the full story. And that's it. I'll take any questions.
Okay. Thanks for a great talk. Hopefully it's enthused us all to go travelling. There were some hands that started to go up. So.
Hiya, interesting. With regard to your phone issue, I mean, I use an FT817 and with my own home brew transverse for QR100. Now, the problem is, did you have your plug still plugged in for the data setup when you were trying to operate SSB?
I can't be absolutely certain, but most likely yes.
Because there may be part of that system is disabling the transmit.
Yeah.
And that's what I found on my setup.
Yeah.
Anyway, just an idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it was an observation and an agreement, really. When we went to Ibiza this year, we wanted to operate from the hotel bar roof area. Fortunately, we know the owner of the hotel, Alejandro, really rather well, and I speak Spanish well enough to be able to ask him permission, can I operate from your bar roof? Asking permission almost universally results in a yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, total agreement with what you're saying. Just confirmation. If you ask, we've never been told no. If you don't ask, you may be challenged, like you say. So I agree entirely with what you said.
Thanks.
Yeah, and you might well find out that radio amateurs use it, and there's loads of kit there as well, as I did in the past. Yeah. I'm going to go to...
Hi, I'm not familiar with the radio, but with the FT3000, you have, I think, menu number 102, 3028 or something. You select with USB whether you're using the USB connection or the mic connection. So just flicking from one to another, you know, I have to do it every time I move from FT8 to the phone. That might be what it is as well.
Yeah, I suspect it's something like that, because I certainly didn't make any changes to menu settings when I attempted to switch.
Worth checking.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. I think it's probably something like that.
Maybe Yaesu need to do an up-to-date version with easier data modes. There's a hint.
Thank you. First of all, I've just checked Club Log. We worked on 12 metres, so thanks for the contact on that.
Great.
I use a software called BKT Time Sync, which has a manual sync version. So if you find yourself without 4G, without Wi-Fi, if you find everybody on the waterfall's got a DT of, let's say, plus 2.5, you can manually go in and go minus 2.5, and that'll zero everybody back down. So if you're more remote next time and you don't even have your 4G, then that's another option to use.
Brilliant, thank you.
Fantastic. There was another question here. I'm going to go along here, getting my steps in again.
Thank you very much. Were you using the full 100 watts your radio is capable of, or a bit less?
I was using the full 100 watts.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just a quick one. I saw you use the SIG-Link, but the FT818 has the USB output. Why not just take the audio from the USB straight to the laptop and save a bit of weight?
Yeah, I've not explored that because it wasn't very clear in the instructions. I know I can use the USB for a CAT link, which I've not used, but I wasn't aware that it also supports the full works.
You'll typically get two COM ports appearing on your laptop.
Yeah.
One is the CAT control and the other one is an audio feed. I certainly do that on my 705.
Yeah.
And it does save a little bit of space and weight for,
I would
trying to achieve.
I will certainly explore
it's worth
that.
A play.
Yeah, that will save a lot of hassle if that's the case.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And on weight, no one's asked about the boxer shorts. Any other question? There's another question at the front. Maybe it is the boxer short question.
Quite mundane now. You said you had problems raising time server services.
Yes.
Was it just because they wouldn't connect to you, or there was a different problem? For example, I use Meinberg in Germany, which always works at home.
Yeah.
But
I tried several of them. I can't remember which ones, but I tried several. All of them which were sort of well-known, acknowledged ones, and I couldn't imagine that all 3 or 4 that I tried, at least one of them would have worked. I think it was some sort of delaying issue locally, but I'm not an IT technician at that sort of level. I normally sort of take that sort of issue as sort of delivered automatically with no issues.
Yep. Okay. Any more questions? Okay. I don't want to hold anybody up for lunch. Can we thank Colin again for an excellent presentation?
Thank you.
Mind me bringing the water?
No.
I thought you were about.
Yeah,
Take care, enjoy. Okay, take care then, 73. QRZ, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, calling CQ.
Mike 7 Golf, Victor Oscar.
Mike 7, Golf Victor Oscar. This is Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. Your signal report on the next over. Name this way is Simone, Sierra India Mike Oscar November Echo, Simone. And we're located at the RSGB convention at Kents Hill Conference Centre, Milton Keynes. So how copy? From Mike 7, Golf Victor Oscar from Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. Over.
Good afternoon, CQ. And yeah, I am using a bed antenna with a Kenworth TS450S. So the operator name this way is Martin Mike Alpha Romeo Tango Yankee November.
Yeah, QSL Martin, I'm afraid you're being hit with a bit of QSB, so you're dropping down into the noise and then coming back again. 5 and 7, 57 here at the convention in Milton Keynes. QSL? Okay, thanks very much for calling in, Martin, and I'll catch you further down the log. For those listening, you can interact with it, or you can certainly come along and see some of the activities here at the RSGB convention. All you need to do is to go onto YouTube and key in the search RSGB Convention 2025, and that will take you directly to the live stream for today and also for tomorrow. So come along and you can watch some of the lectures that are taking place today, and sometimes you might even see me. Hello, stream. So that's it. 7-3 to you, Martin, and catch you further down. Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. CQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, CQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, the special event station for the RSGB 2025 convention, held at Kents Hill Conference Centre in Milton Keynes, CQ. Oh. Right, a couple of stations calling in there, sorry. Again, please. Golf Zero Echo Victor Victor, good afternoon.
I'm with Nick Totterdall, G4FAL, who is the HF Contest Committee Chair. Hello, Nick.
That's right. Hello, Dave.
Good to see you here. You're with the special interest groups to tell everybody what's happening. But I think it'd be quite nice to link some of the work you do with the three themes of this year's convention, which is discover, learn and progress. So give us something that links with discover particularly.
Okay, well hello everybody. Well, I've been thinking about this theme. I think it's very good and it fits in very well with what we're thinking about this year. We're trying to encourage people to try new things in contesting and in other areas which I'll come on to. But in contesting, there's an opportunity to discover either new ways of approaching contests, and even I, over this first day of the convention, have learned about some software that some of the entrants are using, which I've not heard of before, which they're using to get an advantage. So learning new things is one of the keys. So that's in the discover category. But then moving on from that, there is always a degree of learning in trying something new, of course. And that's particularly true of complex things, like if you were going to try using SO2R or SO2V in RSGB contests. Or indeed, just trying to run Morse code a bit faster than you have previously. We're going to try and encourage our entrants to wind the speed up a bit in the 2026 contests. So
but how are they going to do that? Because you said learn.
What are you doing? Just
so how are they going to learn to do that?
To some extent, it's a case of sticking your toe in the water and just trying to operate at a higher speed. It's not really, it doesn't necessarily involve learning, but there are lots of great tools for learning faster software, like the RUF XP software, where it throws call signs at you, and you can start at a high speed. If you fail to read the call sign, it slows down. And until you get to a sort of equilibrium.
It pushes you until
it pushes you to try and improve your speed.
Yeah.
And it's really good fun. So there are offline tools, but of course the best way to learn contesting is to actually do it. And I don't think there'd be much to stop everybody in the 80-metre CW contest, for example, just turning up by 2 words a minute, maybe going up to 30 words a minute or even higher if they haven't previously. I know people can read higher speeds than they're sending, so why not send at a higher speed? And this is all to do with training. This is about progress so that our contesters become more equipped to be competitive in international contests, where often the speeds are very high. And
where does, you know, I know we've probably got an international audience for this, but we're talking from Milton Keynes in Britain. Where do we stand as a country generally in contesting with all the other amateurs of the world?
We do worry that we are a little behind. We have some great contesters, we have some great scores, but I think we're behind some countries, especially Europeans, Eastern Europeans, Germans, French maybe. We need more people to take part. I mean, one of the problems here is it's so hard to get planning permission to put up aerials that are competitive. But you can still take part with very simple aerials and with low power and make plenty of QSOs, plenty of options there.
Okay. So we've looked at discover, we've looked at how to learn, then progressing.
Progressing is mainly by doing.
Okay.
By doing.
So it's putting those other two into
putting those
action,
into action. But one thing we're also pushing this weekend is through the RSGB Contest Club, we are facilitating the UK participation in a marathon event that runs in January 2026. It's been running for several years. And here we want people who are willing to activate special call signs with a WWA suffix to them. So we've got for England, for example, GB2 WWA. But the way it's licensed is that we can have people operating in different parts of the country at the same time. So there's masses of scope for people to say, one person to be on 80-metre CW while someone else is on 20-metre FT8 or whatever. And there is a learning, as well as discovering this whole event, there is the learning process of getting it to work. And the getting it to work involves having your computer logging, talking to a server in Italy. So every time you make a QSO, it pops up live in an online log, which is great for everybody taking part because they can get instant gratification, but instant confirmation that their QSO is valid. And of course, the progress aspect is to get on the air and put this all into practice.
And get better.
And to get better. Well, one of the things with the WWA, this is an opportunity to be in an operating situation where you're using a call sign that has lots of people wanting to call you. It's like being on a DXpedition. It really is very much the same thing. And you can have pile-ups of masses of people calling. And one feature of the WWA is that the award chasers, if you like, the people trying to work the WWA stations, can call the same people every day, which is very unusual. But it does mean when you come on the air on a particular band at a particular time, you're likely to get the same people. And after a few days, you know the call signs. You sort of have a mental super check partial database. And you pick up these call signs and work them all again. And it gets easier and easier. But it's quite a fun thing to do. And I've enjoyed doing that for the last few years. And we've had a few hundred people from RSGB taking part. And this is an opportunity for any RSGB member in the UK. And indeed, if you're not in the UK, very likely there will be other WWA stations where you are that you could join in with.
Now, several times here today you've said that we want more people to become contestants and things, but absolutely. I know that coming from a reasonably large club, there is a big group of really enthusiastic contesters.
Yes.
But there are also people who really don't like it. I don't know whether it's because do they resent it because it takes over some of the airwaves sometimes, so maybe they can't get in the normal conversations, or what it is. How do you think you can really genuinely attract people to doing contesting, to more people to do contesting?
To some extent, you have to see it to realise what fun it is. If you're just hearing it on the air, often you think, well, that's not for me, and it's a bit annoying because it's using up a lot of bandwidth. But of course, for the people taking part, it's really exciting. There's the thrill of the chase. And sometimes a long session, it might be a 24-hour event where you're having to sit on your backside, but by the end of it, you might have spoken to 2,000 people. And a lot of them are people you actually know or you've heard of, which makes it more fun.
Yeah.
But obviously there are people who don't like it, but these contests are not on all the time. There are only certain weekends when the bands are absolutely rammed. The big CQ Worldwide events and ARRL events, but on the whole there is plenty of bandwidth to go at.
So final message then to everybody watching this who's maybe not a contester, not got the bug, how should they get started without feeling, which I know some people do, just feel it's a bit too much and I'm not going to make a mistake here. How do they, what's the best way to get started? What contest?
Well, an easy one would be one of the FT4 contests that the RSGB organise. If you're on FT8, you'll have the equipment and software perfectly ready to operate in an FT4 contest. And that's not a threatening environment, it's good fun. I love doing them because it's a 2-hour window and I'm working people from 10 metres down to 80 metres all over the world, just on an evening, weekday evening. And that's good fun, but of course if you like CW, there's lots of options there, and SSB as well. There's plenty to go at. But the WWA is another thing. If you want to be an award chaser, then you can just come on in January and look for WWA call signs, make the QSOs, and instantly you're starting to clock these points up on the Italian server, and it's all online. You can see it straight away. So there's no delay, instant results. Well, good fun.
I can see why you're HF Contest Committee Chair. Nick, thanks very much. Let's hope you get lots more people joining in.
Thank you, and do be willing to have a go at something new. Discover, learn, and progress with the hobby. You've got a license, use it for something. These are opportunities to get on the air and have fun.
Thanks very much for joining us today. In a short while, we'll be looking at the SIG room. We're going down to the SIG room to have a look round at some of the special interest groups down there. But let's now go back to GB3HQ and see who they're working at the moment.
Yes, QSL, Julian, got that. It's just that somebody decided to tune up over you whilst you were calling in. Coming in, we're live on YouTube at the moment. Right, so you were coming in to me just over 5 and 7 on the meter. So I'll put 5 and 7 into the log for you. Not 2 and 7, 5 and 7. So that's it. Thanks very much for calling in. And I'll bid you 7-3.
Thank you very much,
7-3, right. The person going, who's that? QRZ? Oh, you've gone shy on me now, have you? Right, QRZ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec.
Golf 8, Kilo Oscar, Mexico.
Golf 8, Kilo Oscar, Mexico. This is Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. Good afternoon to you. Name this way is Simone. Sierra India Mike Oscar November Echo. Simone is the name. I'll give you a report on your next over. So how copy? Golf 8 Kilo Oscar Mike from Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Over.
Yeah, Roger from Golf 8 Kilo Oscar Mike. Field 5 and 9 plus 20 dB near Reading in the county of Berkshire. The name is Doug. Delta Oscar Uniform Golf. Running 100 watts from a Linko 7001, I think. Very strong signal, nice audio back here.
From right, Golf 8 Kilo Oscar Mike from Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Well, fine business, Doug. That Linko's doing the job very nicely for you, getting you here 5 and 9 on the button. So doing a lovely job. Station details this end. It's a Flex 6400 running into a KPA 500 amplifier. And they're into a doublet. If you tune into the YouTube stream on, go to YouTube, look up RSGB Convention 2025. Occasionally I'm live on the stream, and I am right now, so I'll say hello to everybody. And you can then see the station, because that's the equipment that I'm using here, which is the Yellowcraft and the amplifier. So thanks very much for calling in, and I'll bid you 7-3.
Roger. Yeah, nice contact and good luck with the station there. All the best from near Reading. 73 G8KOM is clear.
Yeah, 73. Cheers then, Doug. QRZ. This is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. CQ. CQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, CQ.
Golf Bravo
Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. This is Golf 4 United Quebec, over.
Golf 4 Uniform Quebec from Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Thank you very much for calling in. The name this way is Simone, Sierra India Mike Oscar November Echo. Simone is the name. I'll give you a report on the next over. So how copy? Golf 4 Uniform Quebec from Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, this special event station for the RSGB 2025 convention. Over.
Roger, fine, okay, Simone. The name is Terry, Tango Echo Romeo Yankee. The QTH is in Derbyshire, and you're 5 and 9. You're 5 and 9, over.
Yes, QSL Terry, thanks for 5 and 9. You're also 5 and 9 on the meter here on the special event station. So, yeah, making the trip nicely. Indeed. We're also, if you happen to have 2 meters to hand, we've also got a 145 live activation happening at the same time. And if you'd like to, our station here is on 145. Pardon me, 145425. Where you can call in and speak to the station that's running. And that's running until 3 p.m. this afternoon. So thanks very much for calling in, Terry. I'll say 73.
Roger, fine, QSL, Simone. Nice to speak to you today. I hope you've got some sunshine there as well. It's quite pleasant here in Derbyshire, so I wish you all the very best. Nice for the chat today, and I hope you make a few more calls before it dries up on you. 73 Simone, and I'll have a listen on 2 meters. This is G4UUQ signing the GB3HQ. I'm wishing you all the best. Bye now.
Yes, cheerio. Bye-bye. G4UUQ, GB3HQ is clear. QRZ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. CQ. Echo Radio. Delta Kilo number 2, Echo Romeo. QSL. Yeah, hello, Anders. Thank you very much for calling in, and for 5 and 7. You two are also 5 and 7 here into Milton Keynes, which is 80 kilometres northwest of London. QSL? Thanks very much for calling, Anders. Delta Kilo 2 Echo Romeo, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec is clear. QRZ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec.
Golf Whiskey 4 Tango Uniform Delta.
Golf Whiskey, I've got to put the W in. Golf Whiskey 4 Tango Uniform Delta. This is Golf Bravo 3.
And welcome back. I've just come downstairs now, only a few meters really away from where I was in real terms, but down here a whole hive of activity in the special interest groups room, and with me is Ian Moffat, G0OZS, and you are with VMARS.
Yes, I am.
So Ian, tell us about some of the wonderful things you've got on display here.
So we have a collection of valved and vintage radios in support of the talk I'm doing this afternoon at 3:30. So the green sets from the end. We have Station Radio 128, which is a long patrol radio that my father used in Oman in the late 1950s. Through the
closer look, maybe. I think if Kevin, our cameraman here, can have a look at some of these things.
So Station Radio 128 is the last of the line of the 1868 set family from World War II. CW 1 watt, so the original QRP long-range radio. A16 is the replacement from the 1960s, discrete transistors, silicon, 4 watts, CW and AM. So you could talk in a helicopter if you needed to. And the PRC 319 is a fully digital microprocessor controlled radio, HF, from the late 1980s through to about 2000.
So that was quite state-of-the-art for the time.
That was state-of-the-art. It actually has 3 CMOS Z80 microprocessors in it. Really the first software-controlled set that the British Army used.
But that's from the 1980s, so...
Yeah. So think of it similar generation to ZX Spectrum or an Amstrad word processor.
Ian, we've only got a little time with you, but can you just tell us a little bit more about VMARS? I'm sure most people have heard of it, but so tell us about VMARS.
VMARS is the Vintage and Military Amateur Radio Society. We have been going for 26 years. We have about 600 members, of whom something just over 50 are overseas. We produce a journal. If I can lean around,
that's part of the membership, is it?
So that's part of the membership, and that is usually about 50 pages, all technical articles. Usually the only advert is a reproduction of a vintage advert on the back. And we have auctions for members, usually something like 5 times a year.
And just to find out about you, I guess you've got a website. What's your website?
So vmars.org. And obviously, come and see us at my talk this afternoon, which I'll say a lot more than we have time to here, or watch it online.
Okay, we will do. Thank you very much, Ian. Thanks very much. We're now going to move along swiftly to have another look at another organisation, and this is the Radio Officers Association. And I've got Peter with us, M0URL. Hello, Peter.
Hi, good to see you.
Good to see you as well. So do tell us firstly about the Radio Officers Association.
Right, our association was founded in 1995, coming towards the end of the era of maritime marine radio operations. Everything transferred to the satellites, and the maritime service closed down in the year 2000. So a group of our colleagues decided to keep the memories alive and to bring together people who worked in the industry and to basically promote the use of Morse code on an ongoing basis. And so the association grew from 4 or 5 people onto 400 or 500 people. We have currently a membership of 400, and approximately 50% of those have amateur radio licenses. Quite a few are members of the RSGB as well. So we've managed to gather together the experiences from our colleagues and put them into 2 publications, The Long Silence Falls, Volume 1 and 2, and we also produce a quarterly magazine. Everyone's welcome to join the association, especially radio amateurs. Our annual fee is £20, which has been the same for the last 20 years. So I think that's a pretty, decent way of running things.
Good affordable subs, yeah. I was fascinated that you started off this by saying that when they started using satellites instead of radio, so is that totally? Is most shipping now depends totally on satellites?
That's it. I mean, we left school, we went into a radio college, learned to send Morse code, learned to fix it, and in the 1960s, most of us went to sea. So it was a great job. I mean, my first job, the most exciting one I had more profitable ones afterwards, but that was the most fun one ever. Okay?
Sure. All right. Well, we've only got time to speak to you briefly today, but thank you very much for joining. We're actually going to put out your website now on the bottom of the screen.
Excellent.
For everybody watching this at home. But, very nice to meet you as well.
Okay,
thank you. Thank you. All right, so now we're going to meet WRTC, and it's Mark Haynes, M0DXR. Hello, Mark.
Hi, David. How are we doing?
Oh, good, thank you. How's it going here, then? This is ever closer now. I've interviewed, I think, for the last 2 years, and it seemed like ages away, but now we're less than a year away.
That's right, yeah. The Italian WRTC, which took place in 2023, and we've been coming to the convention since, and it's a good opportunity for us to fly the WRTC flag and get excited about what we've got planned for next July. So those 3 years are almost up, and it's gone very fast.
It has, and how well are you advanced now with all the planning and preparations?
Well, I mean, it's a very substantial project, and there are so many different packages of work that we need to progress all the way through. We're in a good place, I think. Things are all coming together. All the qualification is over, so we know who all the 100 competitors will be. All of the 50 referees have been allocated and all have accepted. So we're now in the process of really getting to that more next level down of detail to make sure the logistics are in place for next July.
I was going to say, this is next July 2026. The dates?
Yeah, so it's going to be the second week of July, and the actual contest is the second full weekend of July. So we'll be running it from the Wednesday beforehand and then finishing on the Tuesday after. So it's pretty much a week long, the entire project.
And I mean, just for anybody who hasn't heard about it, I can't believe there are many, this is a truly international contest, but being held in Britain, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's the Olympics of Amateur Radio Contesting. It takes place every 4 years. This is the 10th WRTC, the very first time it will be held in the UK. So obviously it's a really big deal. Great opportunity for us to fly the flag in the UK and work it through with the RSGB. And the RSGB have been incredibly supportive, and we'll ride that journey with them as we go through the next 9 months. And we've never seen anything like this before. And not only the 100 competitors and the 50 referees that are coming from all around the world, but also we're expecting 200 or 300 spectators to come as well. And we obviously have a very large volunteer base that will be stepping up. So it's going to involve a lot of people for sure. So it's definitely something to try and get involved with.
And funding's important, of course, for any big event like this. And what do I see here but merchandise?
Yeah, it's about £800,000, you know. And
that's rather expensive for one of these cats.
Oh, well, there you go, that suits you. So we've got the packages here with the T-shirts, the cap and the mug and the bag for £30, and we get a small donation out of that. And we've got our very famous coins now for 2025. This year is the silver coin is available for a donation, but all details are on the website.
I would say other WRTCs are available, but they're not, so I don't mind wearing this anyway. Thank you very much for talking to us, Mark. Good luck, team. Lots and lots to do they've got. Now we're going to meet Chris Stuckling, and again, no stranger to the convention. Hello, Chris.
Hello, how are you? I like the hat.
Well, yeah, apparently. I wonder if I get paid anything. No, probably not. Anyway, I better get that back. Or they'll be charging me for it, I think. But anyway,
I'm sure.
Chris,
Yeah.
CDXC, how's it going?
Oh, we've had a really good year. I mean, it's we've got a slightly new stand here, so we're putting up the ones we've sponsored this year, and we've sponsored about 20 DXpeditions, the most we've ever done. Some from the really big ones, like the big Beebe that's coming up next year, right down to PY8 WW's going to SA084 for an IOTA. So we're sponsoring all that, and it's been a really big year, and we've just increased our funding for that. And we've actually this week announced that we're putting another £1,000 to WRTC. We've already sponsored 500 to help. And well, you've had Mark Spiel. It's got to be supported. There'll be a lot of CDXC members supporting it.
What have we got to look forward to? Beauvais, you mentioned, that's obviously a slightly, not controversial, but it's one that just didn't go right the first time.
All the time.
But you're obviously more confident this time?
Yes, we are. I mean, I think they've got it right. They've done their training. They're going to do the things. But it's still the South Atlantic, and it's still the sea, and we don't know. And we had a problem in Equatorial Guinea where a group didn't get the right paperwork and didn't get on the air. So, you know, it's not easy doing these things, and that's why we like to sponsor them.
So there's still very much a challenge, even though you can use, you know, more modern rigs and things now. They tend to be lighter, smaller, more portable, but there's still a challenge?
That's true, and it's quite interesting because we've sponsored two groups, well, one this year and one that's already happened, V73WW, that was youngsters, all under the age of 30, and we're sponsoring a group that is going in the Caribbean, so not rare. But what they're doing is they are taking youngsters and people who've never been before. So we're quite interested in that bit of getting the youth in there. And that's coming. Now, we've done a couple of other things really interesting. We've got a new editor for our magazine, The Digest.
Let's have a look at that. And that's part of if you're a member, yeah?
Yes, you get that as a member. And as a member, you can get it electronically or as a posted magazine. In fact, that's actually Bill's his site. He did a talk on it earlier today. And so Steve, G4JVG, used to be Ragcom editor back in the past. He's now editing this, and we're looking at actually if we can make it slightly bigger because he's got so much copy. So that's good news. We've done the DXpeditions. The other thing we've done is we've got a brand new website, and we've put a lot of work into doing that. And
it's funny you should mention that because I think we're now going to put it on the bottom of the screen where you're talking.
Excellent, so yes, cdxc.uk. New website, new membership management system. And it is really, we're getting good feedback on it. And, you know, websites need to change, so that's good. But, so, yeah, it's a good year. CDXC is doing well. Still about 20% of our members overseas, and the rest obviously UK-based.
All right, Chris, thank you very much for joining us. Good luck. I hope you have a good convention as well.
Yeah, great to see so many people here.
Thank you very much, Chris. As you can see, as you'll see when Kevin pans round, there's so much going on in this room. We're approaching a sort of lunchtime here where some of the lectures have finished and then people come in here to find out more about special interest groups. One here, I'm sure all of you have heard of UK Boater or Bunkers on the Air, and with me to tell me more about it, if we can get the camera around all of the people in the chairs, is Jason. 2E0JOB. Hello, Jason.
Yeah, hi.
We've met before, of course, with the various events that you've done and around Norfolk at my club. But why, you've got a stand here. Is this your second time here?
This is our second time, but it's our first time officially as a special interest group. So we've moved the club and formally now recognised as a special interest group.
Good. So tell us about, if there can't be many people who haven't heard of Bunkers on the Air, but tell us about Bunkers on the Air.
So Bunkers on the Air, in its current form, established in 2023, so we're now into our second year. And what we have is over 3,000 bunker locations, which we've referenced throughout the UK. These locations sort of stem from, there's a couple of World War I locations which were repurposed through to World War II to Cold War, civil defence type bunkers. The scheme itself is creates an activator, arrives at a site, there's a kilometre sort of circle around the bunker, sets up and starts activating that bunker.
Now, is it something always physical? I mean, bunker I think of from my childhood as being a concrete lump of something that comes out of the ground. Does it have to be that, or can it be something a lot simpler?
No, so a lot of the bunkers are no longer with us. You know, they've been taken away, demolished and all that. But as long as we've managed to actually prove and reference that there was physically a bunker there, we'll add that reference to it. So, yeah, some sites they'll show up as a bunker, but you'll turn up and it's the middle of a housing estate, which makes things obviously difficult, you know, to activate from. But yeah, there's not always a physical bunker there, but it's the history of what was there that we're actually involved in.
Tell us about some of the sites then when you get there. If you looked up a bunker, you go there and you do find it's in the middle of a new housing estate. Do you have any sort of, not rights, but, you know, how do you tackle that if you really want to activate that bunker?
So so if you turn up onto a housing estate, so what we have is the bunker itself is unlike say trig points where you've got a very small activation zone. We've got a 1 kilometre activation zone around that bunker, so it
could go just on the outside of it.
Yes, certainly, yeah, you know, anywhere a safe location. So if you can pull off the side of the road safely, you know, you can activate from there. Yeah, as long as you find that safe location within that kilometre circle.
And the other thing I think that people, when I've spoken to them, love about this is that it's not just something once or twice a year or even once a month. It's something that's there all the time. And so if you want to get on the air and you want something else to do, then there's so much there, isn't there?
Yeah, certainly. So we run the annual awards, so you build up that through the year. There's also a lifetime award scheme. And then sort of every 2 months we have special events. So at the moment we're running Rock 25, which is to sort of celebrate the amazing work that the Royal Observer Corps did. So for this particular event, all the activations are done from former rock posts, and it's bringing alive the history and you know, sort of remembering what those guys, you know, they volunteered and what they did.
Absolutely. Well, Jason, it's been wonderful. We've got a website which we're now going to put on the screen, so people, if want to find out any more information about you, join you, then they can find out more information there. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now we're going to go back to GB3 HQ, see what they're doing before we have another little interview.
This is GB3 HQ, over.
Mike 7, Mike Charlie Quebec, QRP.
Mike 7, Mike Charlie Quebec, was that? Go ahead.
Yes, Roger, M7, MCQ. I'm running 5 watts in an IC7 or 5 into a new Austin to dipole. Just trying it for the first time. You're coming through at 59 plus 10. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks for the 59 plus 10. You're 57, 58. And yeah, that's certainly working okay for you there. Tom, I think the name is, according to the marvellous lookups on QRZ, over.
Yeah, Roger, the name is Tom, just north of Colton, near Manchester. I've been listening to it, don't know what the call sign is all about. Good Lord. What's going on today, so I'll leave you to get some other callers in. Nice speaking to you.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Tom, and good DX for your QRP station. This is GB3 HQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel, Quebec, CQ.
Golf Whiskey Alpha, India,
Germany 4, November, Foxtrot, Sierra.
Golf Whiskey station. Yeah, the Golf Whiskey station that called?
Yeah, Golf Whiskey 8, India, Kilo Hotel. Golf Whiskey 8, India, Kilo Hotel. Good morning.
GW8 IKH. This is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel, Quebec. Yes. Good morning in GMT. Good afternoon in BST. And your 5959 plus over here at Milton Keynes, over.
Yeah, you'll be 59 plus 10 here over in Brecon Beacons in the South Wales. Lovely to speak to you this morning. Thank you for putting in the station on. I'm returning to amateur radio after a short break of 40 years and really enjoying it. Running 100 watts to a homemade inverted V put up the other week, so it's all good fun at the moment. And lots of stations wanting to speak to you, so I won't hold it. But thanks to this event station, cracking signal here in Llangynada, Brecon Beacons, South Wales from GW8IKH.
GW8IKH. Okay, thank you very much for the call, and nice to meet you for the first time, and welcome back to the hobby. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec 73, and CQ.
Germany 4, November, Foxtrot Sierra.
Germany 4, November, Foxtrot Sierra, you're 5-9 with us.
Yeah, thank you for the 5 and 9 CBHQ. I'm not quite sure of your call sign, but you're 5 and 9 plus. Name is Norman and located in the city of Bristol. Over.
Yeah, okay, Norman. Well, according to the log, we've worked you before already, but what the heck? This is GB3HQ, Hotel Quebec. We are the special event station for the RSGB convention here at Kents Hill in Milton Keynes. Not to be mixed up with GB3RS, which is down at the National Radio Centre. Over.
Yeah, okay. And what's the name?
Yep, my name is Rob, Radio Oscar Bravo. Over.
Okay, Rob. Yeah, lovely signal. Just trying out my new doublet, Robert, and it is 264 foot top, and it's up at about 20 meters. Over.
Well, it's certainly working for you well. You're 5-9 plus at times here down at Milton Keynes, so it's certainly working well. This is GB3HQ. Over.
Yeah, GB2. Is it GB2 HQ, over?
No, negative, GB3, Golf Bravo number 3, HQ, over.
Yeah, GB3 HQ. Yeah, your wonderful signal, Rob, and thank you very much for putting on the show. And have fun. G4NSS now signing with GB3 HQ. 73s.
Yes, 73, thanks very much for the call. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, CQ.
Golf 8 Kilo, Echo Kilo.
Station ending Echo Kilo?
Golf 8, Germany 8 Kilo, Echo Kilo. Name is Peter.
Good afternoon, Peter, or good morning if you're still in GMT. And yes, you're 5-9 here at Milton Keynes in the clear. This is GB3HQ, special event station for the RSGB convention. Over.
Yeah, Roger, Roger. Yeah, we're located near the town of St Albans in Hertfordshire. We're not that far away from you. Beautiful signal. You're 5 and 9 plus 20. Very strong. I'll let you get on because there's lots of people trying to call you. GB3HQ, G8KEK, off and clear. Bye-bye.
Yes, 73, thanks very much for the call. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, CQ. The QRP station, I think it was a Papa Alpha 3. Yeah, try again. Papa Alpha 3 QRP, try again. Okay, Papa Alpha 3, Germany, London, Kilowatt. Got that when you're allowed to in the clear. And you're 5 and 7 in the clear, over.
I'm joined now by Matt Cosby, the Chief Technology Officer of Goonhilly Earth Station. So first of all, for those people who don't know where Goonhilly is, could you just explain it for us, please?
Of course. So Goonhilly is right on the most southerly point of the UK mainland, so it's right on the Lizard Peninsula. And it was built there in the 60s. Oh, actually, it was an original radar station during the war, and then it became a telecom station in the 1960s. Originally built to support Telstar, which was the first transatlantic TV pictures from Telstar from the US to
which
the UK.
Were received at Goonhilly.
They were received at Goonhilly.
Yes. 1960s.
1962, yes.
Yeah, and so the Lizard, presumably because it was the most southerly point in the UK.
It's a southerly point of the UK, but it's also very close to the US.
Yep.
It's also, at the time, and still is very radio quiet. It's very much in the middle of nowhere, or just outside the middle of nowhere. the peninsula itself sticks out. Its southerly point, but it also sticks out into the sea. So we're about 2 kilometres from the sea, either side around us, and that gives us great views of the horizon. So that's another why it was put there. So we got great views of the horizon, which is great for geostationary, and also now for deep space as well.
I was going to say, let's move on now to the current day. So Goonhilly's got a good part to play in deep space networks, and also moon missions, I believe.
So, it's right. So about 10 years ago, or even longer than that, there was a group of people who decided that we wanted to save Goonhilly from being demolished. We put a proposal together and set up a company to buy the site. We've now got a lease of about 1,000 years, or 999 years, and we want to use the large antennas, put them back to use. And one of the uses is deep space. So actually, we got work from the UK Space Agency and also the European Space Agency to upgrade our 32-metre antenna to sit alongside NASA's Deep Space Network, but also the European Space Agency's deep space antennas, of which they now have 4 around the world. So we're an augmented station that fits on both ESA and NASA stations. And that's all because we basically install all the same equipment we have for ESA, and we also use the standards that are used by institutional missions, so we can actually support multiple missions. And you mentioned the moon, so we've supported many moon missions. Artemis 1, which was launched a couple of years ago with the Orion capsule, that had 10 CubeSats launched with it, all of them capable of talking to the DSN. We were assigned 6 of them, and we were supporting the CubeSat mission within a few hours of launch. And then we've supported Chandrayaan 3, which is an ISRO mission, an Indian mission. And most recently, we've supported 2 private missions to the moon for the first commercial landing of Intuitive Machines 1, which was a couple of years ago.
And the plan is to have kind of a 4G cellular network around the moon, I understand.
That's correct. So there's a drive from the international community to have what's known as LunarNet, which is basically distributing terrestrial networks around the moon, but obviously combining those with space technology. You can't just put IP networks around the moon, you've got to modify them with the delays and the fact the moon gets in the way and so on, and the network changes. But the ambition is to have networks around the moon that's supported by institutional missions, but also commercial missions, but also commercial ground stations and institutional ground stations.
So this will be for data coming off the moon, not for astronauts to phone home, as it were?
That's everything. So astronauts phone home, but also critically navigation as well, because everyone assumes that navigation, I used my GPS or Galileo to get here, I've got them on my watch. CubeSats now in low Earth orbit use the Galileo and GPS for their navigation purposes, and actually if you're going to move that to the moon, you're going to expect to have those types of connectivity, but also navigation. So it's a combined navigation and communications, and that's different to what we normally do. Normally we do point-to-point, navigation is all done on the ground, on the Earth, but now we can push everything towards the moon, but also make it more network-oriented and have those network and navigation services, then you might be able to push more people going to the moon.
And because the moon's going to be a big business, they talk about the moon economy. When's that going to come along?
Well, we could argue that we're doing that now because we're supporting so many missions. We've supported 15 or so missions, over 15 missions. We're working with multiple companies that are going. So we're getting money in from those companies that's going into the economy down in the south, down in Cornwall. So for us, it's already started. But I think what you're hinting at is the people there using the resources of the moon. And I would imagine that's about 5 years away, I would have thought.
That close?
I believe so, yes. You're going to start seeing more commercial companies backed by government, still going to be backed by government, but those are going to start going. You're going to see the likes of SpaceX, who are already commissioned or contracted to do the first landing. So Artemis 3 is going to be the human landing system from SpaceX. There's the national team that are backed to have Blue Origin. They're going to do Artemis 4. So they're going to start going very soon, and you're going to see more and more, like Rocket Labs, a small company based out or launching from New Zealand. They're starting to look at moving to the moon. They've already got missions to the moon, and they're doing Venus and Mars. So we're going to see a steady change of pace where commercial companies are going to go to the moon.
Now, going back to Goonhilly, I mean, I believe Goonhilly doesn't just own Goonhilly. You have other stations around the world as well that you've.
That's true. We have 2 other ground stations in the US, one in Connecticut and one in California. The Californian site is ideal for us for deep space comms and lunar and deep space comms because it's about 120 degrees away from longitude of Cornwall. And then if we can find another location either in New Zealand or Australia, then we've got the whole world covered. But that's the reason why we have those stations, and we're looking at upgrading antennas around those regions to support our global ambitions.
Okay, now I know that Goonhilly used to have a fantastic visitor centre. Is it going to open again?
I'd like to think so, yes. I never actually got to go when it was open.
Fantastic.
I was there. I was actually there about a week ago, looking around the site. It's still a great opportunity. We have to concentrate on our core business, which is geocomms, lunar, and we're moving in. We're just supporting missions on space domain awareness. So we want to be able to support those first, and once we've got that all done, then we can shift our focus. We don't want to lose focus on the main objectives.
Of course not. I understand you've got fantastic internet down there as well.
Absolutely, we're probably one of the most connected places in the country.
Okay,
definitely.
Certainly
in Cornwall.
Do the locals get to benefit from that?
There are teams of people who have got companies that will help distribute that internet, but unfortunately our diverse connectivity comes straight back to London. So
Okay, fair enough. No, I understand that you're at the convention to launch a competition. What's that all about?
So one of the problems from an institutional thing, so we've got all our missions use CCSDS standards, and we've implemented those within the antenna. We can support multiple missions, which is why we've supported 15 lunar missions. We've supported Mars Express for European Space Agency, and we've done some work with James Webb, and we've done some work with Juno, which is around Jupiter, and they all rely on standards. The problem we have with standards is we just sort of sit doing the work, and a lot of the investment from the agencies is reducing. Even though the projects for going to the moon and Mars are increasing, the sort of the standards themselves get sort of forgotten about. And we need to develop or modify standards to support the moon and Mars. And one of the things that we have to do is publish those standards. So we're going to ask the community here, who we've worked with many years, who are very talented and actually use CCSDS standards for fun. Can you help us maybe accelerate the publications of these standards? Now, I won't give it too much details away because hopefully you'll come to our talk, but I don't know the answer to this, and I'm also asking the team who I present to is come back with some feedback. We've got ideas. I'm working with the European Space Agency. They're funding a bit for this pilot program. We've got some ideas. We think it's a good idea, but I want the team to come back and say if it's a good idea. So the community to come back saying, yes, it's a good idea, we're willing to help.
That's great.
Or not.
That's great. Well, thank you very much, Matt Cosby, Goonhilly. I'll have to come down sometime.
You're more than welcome.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
No problem.
Well, as you can imagine, there are hundreds of people here at Milton Keynes, and once the workshops and lectures are over, there's nowhere much to go except the bar. So this is where we went last night.
Well, for me, it is a fantastic source of information about the hobby. I mean, I came into this hobby knowing virtually nothing, and I've learned such a lot just by being a member of RSGB. So, you know, getting Radcom every month, which is some great information in there. And of course, there's a new app, which is brilliant. I really love that. And this weekend especially is fantastic. So much information, so much to learn in one weekend. I love it.
I think it's important to be a member of the RSGB for two reasons. So I think the first one is that the RSGB arrange a number of activities and contests and things throughout the year, whether you operate on VHF, UHF, HF, there's something for everybody. Secondly, the RSGB also liaise closely with Ofcom to defend the amateur radio part of the spectrum. And that's really important. If you don't have that, we can't operate the radio. So I think it's really important to be a member, and I really enjoy it. So.
Well, I've been a member of the RSGB for about 45 years now. I used to live in the UK, I've now moved to Ireland, but I find being a member and receiving a magazine is a very good way to keep in touch with what's happening generally in the hobby. I think the RSGB does a very good job in supporting the hobby nationally and internationally. I'm also a very active contester, VHF and to a lesser degree HF. I think the RSGB runs an excellent array of contests, and I'm at the RSGB convention this weekend, and it's great to put faces to the call signs I've been making contact with all year round.
Because I'm a member of a local radio club, and there's enough work in running a radio club, we need the national body to be overarching so that we've got another group to refer to. We haven't got to resolve all the questions within our local club without coming to a national body. So that makes life easier.
There's so many reasons. I've been a member for as long as I can remember, and I think recently the most important thing is the app. We can now get rid of that mountain of Radcom that it's been harder and harder to find a place to store. The app's brilliant. It goes through 25 years plus of Radcom. There's even some TR bulletins for those who remember them. I don't, obviously, I'm far too young for that. But I think that's one of the most exciting things of recent times. To support the organisation that supports us.
I'm with Andy Cook, G4PIQ, the VHF Contest Committee Chair. Hello, Andy.
Hello, nice to see you, David.
Good to see you as well. Having a good convention?
It's fantastic. Lovely to see so many people. I've barely stopped talking for the last 2 hours, so it's great.
Well, good. I want you to talk a bit more. I did see Nick a little while ago. Obviously, your colleague on the HF side of things. So VHF contesting, how's it going?
It's going well. We run a series of activity contests, particularly on weekday evenings. We have a series of them. Tuesday nights is 2 meters. First Tuesday of the month is 2 meters. Second Tuesday of the month, for example, is 70 centimeters. And they remain the highest level of activity that we've had in contesting ever, I think. Even when you go back to the post-CB boom and so on in the late 80s and early 90s, we've never had the level of activity that we have now. We have they peaked during COVID, not surprisingly. We had sort of 800 entrants at that point. We're dropping down now to somewhere around the 500 mark. But they are they're great events to come on and really. People often say 2 meter SSB is all dead now. It's not like it used to be, and indeed for a lot of the time 2 meter SSB is dead, but it's not on that first Tuesday night. You go on there and the band is rammed from one end to the other. Lots of good QSOs to be made. Lots of really interesting stuff, and I wanted to talk about it as not just being something for contesters, because yes, there are people who go out there and compete, very hard to try and get to the top of the table. But actually, there's a really nice community that builds around there, because a lot of the people in the UK, you'll run into many of the same people, month on, month out, and it builds a lovely little community of things. And actually, the number of people I've run into this weekend as well, and you have this little conversation. So it's a nice, friendly thing to come on with. And I think if you've got a 2 meter SSB radio that's sitting, gathering dust, or you've bought one of the more modern multi-modes and thinking it's all very quiet on SSB, do think on that, on 2 meters on that first Tuesday between 8 and 10:30, plug it in, have a look, and even if you've only got a vertical, unless you're in the Outer Hebrides, you are very likely to hear some stations and be able to work to work them. Clearly, far better if you have a horizontal antenna or a small beam or something like that. But even just to get started, that vertical, and that's really the time that you will get the highest level of activity on 2 meters and 77 SSB that there is.
And of course, another way is involving clubs, isn't it? If you are in a club, there's a lot of club activities that you can get involved to do with VHF as well.
Yes, absolutely. So around these weekday evening contests, we've built a club structure. So clubs can enter teams of as many people as they like to come on, and everybody contributes to that club score. And again, at the top of the table, it's really quite fiercely competitive. And those folks, those clubs are pretty well motivated and so on. You see clubs turning out 35 people in a weekday evening, which is fantastic. But I think also lower down the table, the people who aren't competing for the top spots, it becomes a really nice centre of activity for the club. I was talking to one club recently, and they were saying that they've started to establish this, and they've grown from 1 or 2 to 3 to 5 to 10 people, and it creates a nice little focus of activity inside the club. And it's actually done wonders as well to try and give some of the particularly one club member, he gave me an example. I was going through a tough time personally. Actually coming on and doing this Tuesday night activity was really helping him feel much more positive about things. So I think it's a lovely little community of activity. I'd really encourage people to come on, poke your head on. It's not, yes, it's a contest, and not everybody loves contests, but actually it's a pretty friendly contest, and it's the time that you'll hear 2 meters back to how it was back in its heyday in the 90s. So very supportive of that.
Later on today, we've got a panel talking about how to keep clubs thriving and getting on. Do you think this is a good way, especially on VHF, which maybe not the most obvious contest station to go on, to get clubs to engage with their members and give them something to do?
I think so. I mean, I would say that because I love contesting. But I think you look at the clubs that have done this, and clubs like Norfolk, they're a big club, but they have many tens of people on, both in HF and in VHF contests, taking part in these things, and it clearly forms a really important and popular focus for some members in that club. So yes, I think amateur radio is a very broad hobby, but I think contesting is a part of it, but I think this extends into also, the broader. Do you like working DX on VHF? Lots of people in the UK will work, even under flat conditions, into Denmark, and including people just running 10 watts. It's quite remarkable what can be done. It is the opportunity to go out and work DX. So yeah, I'm a big proponent of it for obvious reasons.
Of course, Andy. But thank you very much for talking to us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to have a look at a video all about RSGB membership.
Have you gained your license recently or rediscovered your love of amateur radio? If so, have you joined the Radio Society of Great Britain yet? Here are just some of the reasons why being an RSGB member is a great choice to make. RADCOM is a respected publication throughout the world. RADCOM Basics, a bi-monthly digital publication that explores topics in a straightforward and accessible way. Just the thing if you're starting out or want to try a new aspect of amateur radio. And RADCOM Plus, a regular digital supplement, is for people who want to dig deeper into the technical aspects of amateur radio. Enjoy members-only online content, including archive material, the digital version of RADCOM, and other special member information. Our regional teams are there to help solve local issues and to represent your views. Our specialist committees give you important guidance on issues such as EMC and interference, as well as planning permission. You can also have a copy of our members-only planning advice booklet. Receive at least 15% discount on around 200 amateur radio book titles and branded merchandise. The QSL Bureau service enables you to exchange QSL cards in bulk at a fraction of the cost of posting them yourself, especially if your contact is overseas. And with over 60 contests each year and countless awards, there's a lot to get involved in. RSGB members can download a free entry voucher to Bletchley Park Museum, where you can learn about the incredible achievements of Britain's World War II codebreakers. You can also spend time in the RSGB National Radio Centre, where you'll discover the history and development of radio from its outset through to modern communication methods. Take your amateur radio license with you and you'll be able to operate the famous GB3 RS station using CW, SSB or FT8 across many of the LF and HF bands, or on VHF and UHF via polar orbiting satellites or the QO100 geostationary satellite. RSGB membership is great value, and you can save money by choosing direct debit payments. The RSGB exists to protect, promote and enhance the use, understanding and enjoyment of wireless communication. In both the UK and overseas, we influence government and international policy on radio spectrum matters. So why not add your voice to ours by becoming a member?
Hello, I'm Heather, the RSGB Communications Manager. I'm here with Steve, the RSGB General Manager, and we're going to be having a chat about the RSGB digital platform. Now, we know that many of you have already downloaded the RSGB mobile app that we launched this week, and you're already enjoying the benefits of that. But today we wanted to give you a little bit of a glimpse behind the scenes as to what's been happening to get to this point for the launch. So Steve, before we get to what's been happening, let's start with the why. Why did the RSGB decide to launch a digital platform?
Yeah, why? Really good question. Sometimes I ask that of myself through the project. You know, you always do. But it was absolutely the right thing to do, because we had members asking us for a digital platform, and we also wanted ways of bringing the other parts of our communications, digital communications, into our main members' benefit, which is RADCOM, bringing it all together. So it was really because people were asking, and we knew it was a good thing to do, but it was quite the journey, as you know. Absolutely.
So why did we start with the web app first? Let's explain what led up to that and why we chose to do that.
We have to go back even further than that, actually, because once we looked for modern tools to present RADCOM and the whole RADCOM family, we realised that our membership system needed to be updated to work with those modern applications. Yeah. So we had to go right back to that and change our membership system to a much more modern system that would work with the APIs into the publishing tools. So we had to go right there. Now that's quite a major change for a membership organisation to change their membership tools. Yeah. So we started that journey probably a couple of years ago, I think, really. But that's had lots of benefits as well in the way we communicate with our members. But for this purposes of the app launch and everything like that, it was absolutely key. We started then with the web app, as we called it. It's something called a progressive web app, which means it's just a fancy word really. It adapts to the type of screen you're using it on. So you can use it on PC or mobile or tablet, but it's still a web app, a web version. So we started there, and we wanted to get members used to using their credentials that they use for the membership portal on a website, also into the publishing tool, let's call it the web app version. And we wanted to improve the I've forgotten my password process and everything like that to make it much more automatic. We just needed to get people to get used to that while we spent the time looking at our back editions, because we've loaded 25 years, isn't it, back to the year 2000. So we've loaded 25 years, that's 300 editions of RADCOM. And I feel like I know each of them individually now, those 300 editions. But we had to go back and rework some of those because PDF technology has moved on and desktop publishing tools have moved on in those 25 years. So we went back and we improved quite a few of those editions, up the resolution, things like that. So we were doing all of that while the membership were using the web app, which we launched last May. So it wasn't just there was a big delay, we were doing a lot of work behind the scenes. So that's what we wanted to do first before we got to actually launching the web app. Gave us an opportunity as well to look at the functionality within the web app that we wanted to pull over into the mobile app.
There's some fantastic things within it, aren't there?
Yeah. It was a classic sort of agile project in that you deliver as much as you can and then you improve and you build on it. And it culminated in the launch of the mobile app last week.
Indeed. So, and in both the web app and the mobile app, we've been able to blend together more of our content in different ways. So, for example, if there's a review in Radcom of a piece of amateur radio equipment, then we've been able to do a video review as we did in the September issue.
Yeah, and we did, and I've used that a number of times in demonstrations at the National Hamfest and here at the convention. We recorded some how-to videos yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
You know, it's been a big thing for us. And using that example where somebody writes a review for us and records a YouTube video, and we've got an advert it was for an antenna, wasn't it, that we were using in the example. And you can look at all of that, read the review, click on the video, watch the video, click on the address to actually buy it, and take you through to the shop, all within the web app. And that's what we wanted to do, was bring all of our communications channels, which you know a thing or two about, let's be honest, together with one of our biggest members' benefits, which is of course Radcom and everything like that. And then we wanted to give people access to the archive. We wanted to bring in Radcom Basics, Radcom Plus, because a lot of people, they all know about Radcom, and they don't all know about Radcom Plus and Radcom Basics for the try something new and the more advanced editions that we do. But putting that all together in the same app means that people are going to see it.
Indeed, yes, because you can already sign up to be notified when the latest Radcom Basics or Radcom Plus arrives. Not everybody does that, and as you say, not everybody then finds the content. So having that in that one-stop shop, almost as we could call it, in that one place, is a brilliant resource for members.
And the other thing that we've got the opportunity to do, and we've done, is we can have a sample area within the web app as well, the web app and the mobile app, across the whole piece. And we can put in there, we've got in there actually a sample edition of Radcom. So if we want to publish something so people can get a flavour of Radcom, see what they're missing, really, in membership terms. But we can put something there that's really important as well. And the one we've got there at the moment goes back to the Ofcom licensing review last year that we wanted to make public for absolutely everybody so they could see about the consultation. So that one's in there. We've also got 3 really historic editions in there.
TR Bulletin.
Yes, absolutely. So from 100 years, from 75 and 50 years. And those have been really fascinating for people to look at. When I was over in Dayton, the American visitors to Dayton were absolutely fascinated to look at the old historic versions, the very first edition of the TNR Bulletin, for instance. But we also use this for the club's newsletter as well, which we make open access, because we can't assume that everybody who's a member of a local club is actually a member of the RSGB. So, but this means that we can share the club's newsletter with the club secretary, and they can pass that on to all of their members by looking at it through the app. But again, that just brings awareness of the products that we've got in there. So brings it all together. Now, but I know, especially over the last few days, that we've had some fantastic feedback, because we're talking now only, what is it, 4 days after
4
it was
days
launched?
since we launched the mobile app, yes.
But we've had some amazing feedback, haven't we?
We have.
You've been on the receiving end of a lot of that. Comms manager, you're going to see it.
Yes, yeah, we've seen.
What we heard. Let me interview you for a second. What have we heard?
We've seen some brilliant things, and I think on the screen you're going to be seeing some of those comments now. We've been seeing people say it's the best thing since sliced bread, really easy to navigate. Brilliant app. They're delighted to be able to now get rid of their paper Radcoms, save themselves some space, and people have also been talking about the environmental aspect as well of going digital and saving paper, saving trees, whatever. If that's important to you, then that's something that the mobile app certainly gives you. And we've had comments not only from people nationally but internationally as well, who people are downloading the app.
I was going to say, it surprised me when I looked, because I've been looking at the Google and the Apple statistics behind the scenes, and it surprised me that it said we were launched in 175 countries. And
that's quite mind-blowing, isn't it?
That got my attention. So this is a worldwide opportunity for people to see. But of course, using those 2 very popular platforms, plus the web version that we've got. So, and the web, if you've got a browser, then you can use it. So if you're a Windows or a Mac or a Linux user or anything else, if you've got a browser, then you can use the web version. And the mobile edition we do for Android and Apple. And the extra benefit you get with that is that you can actually download for offline viewing. It's still within the app, right? But you can actually download. So if you're going on a plane or something like that, you can still read offline. Or you're out of Wi-Fi signal.
You can
then
still
that's the additional thing that comes with the mobile app.
Absolutely.
But the feedback here has been amazing, isn't it? And we did a show of hands at the opening ceremony of how many people have, launched the app, and hands went up.
I was talking
hit me there.
I'm sure it did. It's been a major project for you. It's been your project, really. And you've been supported hugely by Anna, our marketing strategy manager, who's done a fantastic amount of work on that as well.
And the important thing there is, I come from an IT background. Before I've been doing this, I keep saying that, but I've been doing this job nearly 10 years now at the RSGB. But come from an IT background, and I wanted other people that were going to be users or see it from the user's point of view, and Anna's been great at that, and working with me and the developers to try and make it easy to use and understandable, and it's been a great part of the.
Her eye for detail is very good.
Oh, yeah,
very helpful. So
Yeah.
going back to the mobile app which we've launched today, and we've spoken a little bit about some of the ways that we've been able to blend our content. And people will see that every time there's a URL that comes up, we're pointing people either to our website or to other places. That is automatically a clickable link, and it will take you directly to that place, obviously within the app. And so, for example, for us as the RSGB, we want to make sure that everybody's aware of all the fabulous resources and RSGB benefits that we provide. And we're aware that not all of our communications channels hit people. People look in different ways. But now, if you're reading Radcom on the web app or on the mobile app, we're talking about the latest Tonight at 8, for example, that's coming up, our online webinar that we do each month, and we have a global audience for that. But if you click on the logo or click on the link, that will take you onto our website, and you'll be able to see the whole list of the programme that's coming up over the next few months. And also that it has huge potential for advertisers and things as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Just easy answer, if advertisers include a URL in their advert, then it becomes clickable in the app. And I've spent some time talking to those advertisers and the manufacturers and the dealers, those who advertise with us, very excited to follow that through. But we've been looking at all of our publication process, because we need to start some of those things, really right at the design stage when we're putting Radcom together. But then we link together our YouTube channel, our social media activities. And we can even share a link that's a deep link right into an article. If you're an RSGB member and you see a link, it can be to an article. As long as you can log into the app, it'll take you right to the page. So we can do things both ways. It's really powerful. And the company we've been working with, they've got some really big organisations that are using their app as well as us. So we're benefiting, but they've seen with us that our membership use things in a different way. So it's not just us being a small player. They've seen a different market from us as well. So it's been really interesting.
And obviously this is a membership benefit, available for use by members to see Radcom, Radcom Basics, Radcom Plus. And how do you see that? How do you see that happening? What do you see happening next? How do you think people are going to use it? I mean, we've seen the fantastic response we've had now. I was talking to people in the bar last night about why people should be an RSGB member, and it was great to see some of them saying, I was probably one of the first to download the app. It's just brilliant. And we're seeing that spread, aren't we? So
we are. Different people want to use it in different ways.
Exactly.
Right, there are some people, and we absolutely understand this, that say, don't get rid of paper, whatever you do, because I love the tangible feel of the paper. Then there's other people that have been saying for a while, why on earth haven't you got a digital app? Right, we had to bring those two things together and finding something, a publishing route that would give us both. And some people are going to stop taking paper. Right, and they just need digital. Some people probably will never look at digital, they'll just carry on with paper. And then there's people in between that are a blend, that they want both, understand that, or maybe they want paper, but they're only going to keep 2 years rather than the big stack in the back bedroom.
Yeah.
Perhaps they're going to do that, and they're going to use the archive that we've published for the other ones. And that mix, we're just going to find out how that balances out. But we've had a tremendous number of people who have downloaded the app just over the last, 4 days since we.
Yeah.
It feels like weeks. 4 days since we launched it. You know, the stats have been going up and up and up, which is amazing to see. Made me smile a lot, as you know.
Absolutely. Well, it's been a huge team effort over a period of time, let's say, to get it to this point. Yeah. It's brilliant to see it out and launched to 174. Would you say
175?
175 countries, with thousands of people we know already downloading it. Yeah. So just before we finish, what else? What's the one thing you would say to people now about it?
Download it. Try it. Let us know how you're using it, because we are taking our paper RADCOM and digitising it, so there are some limitations to that, but I'm really fascinated to know how people are going to interact with it. Okay. We're still going to put content on the website, we're still going to have content in RADCOM and across all our other channels, but if we can bring things together, and that's what I'd love to hear from people, how they like it coming together.
Brilliant. Well, you've heard a little bit about what's been happening behind the scenes to get us to this point. We hope if you haven't already downloaded the mobile app, you will do so. You can get it on either the Google or the Apple Play stores, or if you want to try the web app version first, if you prefer to be on a desktop browser, go to rsgb.org/radcom. That's rsgb.org/radcom. And we hope you've enjoyed this little glimpse about behind the scenes as to how we've got to this point with our mobile app. Thanks very much, Steve, for the chat.
Thank you.
CQ, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, special event station for the RSGB convention at Kents Hill, Milton Keynes. CQ.
Mike 7 Fox, Hotel.
Mike 7 Fox, Hotel. Thank you very much for the call. My name is Sophie. Sierra Oscar Papa, Hotel India Echo. Your report on next, over.
Yeah, your report is 59+10, user attended Shoe, Sierra Tango uniform.
Thank you very much. Your report is 59. Thank you very much for calling in. 73.
Thank you very much. 73.
Golf Whiskey 3, Yankee Quebec Papa.
Again.
Golf Whiskey 3, Yankee Quebec Papa. Golf Whiskey 3, Yankee Quebec Papa.
Thank you very much. Golf Whiskey 3, Yankee Quebec.
And now we go to our lecture for this afternoon, the UK Meteor Radar System, studying meteors and the ionosphere with Brian Coleman, G4NNS.
And welcome back to the RSGB live stream from Conference Room 1 here at Kents Hill. I'm Martin Atherton, G3ZAY, and I'm very pleased to be here to introduce Brian Coleman, G4NNS. My notes say he was first licensed as G8AZU in 1967. He's always been interested in UHF and microwave activity in construction. In addition to terrestrial microwave operation, he's also active on 3.4, 5.7, 10 and a lot of other bands, EME, using a 3.7 metre dish antenna, which he also uses for radio astronomy. During events he organised for the British Science and Engineering Week, Brian noted the interest audiences had shown in echoes from meteors using the Graves radar he had displayed as part of the presentations. This prompted him to assemble a team to build the GB3 Mike Bravo Alpha meteor beacon system to provide UK coverage for the study of meteor events over the UK. With up to 6 web-based receivers, it's evolved into a radar system to study meteor and other reflecting events in the ionosphere. A lot of ham science and citizen science coming up. So, Brian, over to you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. I think you've covered half my talk already, actually, so that's great. We'll see how we get on. But yes, this is a citizen science project. It's a collaboration between the worlds of amateur radio and radio astronomy, which is leading us off into all sorts of interesting directions. And that's right. It was noting during Science and Engineering Week demos that children of all ages were fascinated by the number of meteors that are impinging on planet Earth on a regular basis. So why should we be interested in meteors? Well, they seed the ionosphere with metal and other atoms, and undoubtedly play a major role in the way the ionosphere behaves. Luckily, there's a pretty constant supply of them, so that's a large part of the ionization in the ionosphere is aided and abetted by the presence of these atoms delivered by meteorites, or meteors, I should say. Meteorites, that's the ones that actually land on planet Earth, are of great interest because they're remnants of the solar system's formation, and people are very interested in them. Here in the UK, the kind of centre of excellence for the study of such things is actually the Natural History Museum, and we have met with them and explained our project. To give you some idea of where they are in the world rankings of specialists, it was the team at the Natural History Museum who received a sample from the asteroid that was intercepted by the Osiris mission. So they're seriously interested in stuff coming out of space. So we started by establishing a transmit beacon, which was built by the team. It's located, we found a reasonably central location, so it would give good coverage over the UK, and it's located at the Sherwood Observatory that belongs to the Mansfield and Sutton Astronomical Society. They very willingly hosted the beacon. They have a very active radio astronomy section, and we're very grateful to them for hosting the beacon. Unlike your normal propagation beacons, it beams vertically upwards to illuminate the region above us, and it uses circular polarization. And the reasons for that will become very apparent later on in the talk, if you're not already aware of them. We chose the Moxon design of antenna because it's very robust. It has a fantastic front-to-back ratio, which means we don't have to worry too much about ground planes and people walking underneath it and so on. Although there are a few amusing stories about that I could tell you another time. So it beams up and it illuminates this region with a diameter at the 3 dB points. Oh, excellent. The pointer works. Look at that. The 3 dB points are at about 400 kilometers, 200 kilometer radius from the beacon. In fact, the coverage extends well beyond that, and echoes from that altitude can be detected out to about 1,200 kilometers. So anybody within about 1,200 kilometers can receive the echoes from our beacon. I've received them quite readily on a fairly normal 6-meter tropo system in Sweden, and they're good solid echoes. You can go online to that address, and don't worry too much about any of the addresses here. The only one you've really got to remember is ukmeteorbeacon.org home, and you'll find the links to all these things there. But you can go online and you can see how the beacon is operating. It will tell you what the PA temperature is and all the rest of it. If you can't get that page, sometimes it does go off because of things they're doing at the observatory. Try again later. Now, a part of the project initially was as a STEM project. I mentioned that children of all ages are interested in meteors, and we thought this was a great possibility for developing STEM projects. As you can make a system at really low cost using things like the RTL dongle, some free software, a wire dipole, and you should be able to receive meteor echoes with a bit of luck. The free software that we tend to use is SDR console, but you can use whatever you like, and we tend to display the echoes on a waterfall display, and I'll go into that in much more detail in a moment. But, and there's a big but coming here, the bane of all radio astronomers and indeed weak signal amateur radio operators, man-made noise, and it's particularly bad, or can be, on 50 megahertz. So it's quite possible that your STEM project, unless you've done some groundwork first to establish what the noise level is likely to be, if you were, for example, going into a school to do this, it would be a disaster if you were unable to check before what the noise level is. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in the breakout session later if anybody's interested. We'll measure the noise level in the room that we're allocated. I'll have a little bet with you that I bet it's dreadful. So we've gone on from that point to develop a network of receivers that we've deployed to radio quiet locations. And over the last year or so, we've now got a network of such receivers. Naturally, we turn to the very latest in technology to solve the problem. The heart of the receiver is an SDR from, it's the RSPDX we kind of standardized on. They were helpful to us in making some minor tweaks and changes and have been generally helpful to the project. It's controlled by a Raspberry Pi. It's frequency locked using a Leo Bodnar GPS reference. The reason for that is we want to, perhaps I should use the word, the ambition is to develop the system into a bistatic Doppler radar system, to use precise Doppler measurements viewed from different directions to calculate the trajectory. We're a long way away from that at the moment, but I'm hoping there are some keen people here who are not scared by diving into IQ data and getting in amongst it. That's what I'm hoping. I can't even spell IQ. That's the reason it's frequency locked. There's in fact a second GPS receiver in there on a little board designed by Andy Talbot, which I dare say some of you have heard of Andy, and that generates timing information. Because we want to correlate with some precision these results after they've been across the internet, there are accumulations of latencies and delays, and the way we seek to tackle that is we put timing pulses right into the front end of the receiver, and those timing pulses over a period of a minute, there encrypted in them is the date and time. So when you come to analyze the IQ data, you have got to look at quite a big chunk of it, at least a minute or more's worth, before you can understand the timing. But once you have, you should be able to correlate them to within, we don't know quite how many milliseconds, but it would be nice if it were 1 or 2, which would be good enough for Doppler radar analysis. The block diagram doesn't tell you much more than I've already told you. Literally, the RF comes in there through the antenna. There's a little coupler that couples a tiny amount of 50.406 megahertz. That's 2 kilohertz away from the beacon. That's where the little timing blips are injected. If you go on to, if you make your own receiver, you won't see those unless you generate your own timing pulses. It's only the network receivers that have that feature. The RSPDX is there. The Raspberry Pi deals with all the complicated stuff, far too complicated for me, I hasten to add, and streams the data to our central server. The central server is located at Goonhilly Earth Station. They've been very kind to us, and it sits there. This server was bought at enormous expense. I think it was nearly £230. You can see that we in this project, we try to throw our money around like men with no arms. We economize, but it does everything we want. And in particular, it produces this live display. We'll run it, hopefully, when I stop waffling. We'll run it for a few seconds or a few minutes for you to see meteors and see what's going on. Again, no need to memorize that, really. If you Google ukmeteorbeacon.org and it will go to the home page, you'll find a link. You'll find also copious notes on how to use it, interpret it, how to recognize the various things that are going on. And these little horizontal lines are the things we're interested in. Those are meteor echoes. They're horizontal because they're showing rapid change in Doppler shift. The vertical lines are either direct signal from the beacon, or the slightly curving ones are aircraft echoes. But you see they're very easy to tell the difference. If you were to look at the full bandwidth data that we stream to the server, you would see this, and there are the timing pulses. But displayed on that scale, the meteor echoes look really rather dull and uninteresting. So that's why we have a much tighter scale on the public-facing display, because the public, and indeed anybody with a general interest in meteors, is interested in those little bits. The timing is parked some way away. Now, it's convenient to display these echoes on a waterfall display, and when you see the live display, there are in fact 6 spaces for 6 receivers, 5 of which are currently deployed. And the display, the waterfall display, is about a minute from top to bottom. The scale at the bottom is centered on the beacon frequency of 50.408, and the frequency indication left and right is high and low in hertz. So we're looking quite precisely at the Doppler shift. This is what I would call a classic meteor echo. And to look at it in slightly more detail, we describe this bit as the head echo. And that, if you look carefully, you can see that it's in fact sloping slightly from bottom right, slightly towards upper left. That time between it starting and it finishing is likely to be very short, typically, say, 100 milliseconds. Often a lot less, very rarely up to half a second. That's not the bit we use for meteor scatter. It's very quick and rapid change in Doppler shift. That's the kind of ping that you might hear. That is absolutely characteristic. It tells you that it's a meteor. It's not some other ionizing event because of the very rapid change in Doppler shift. Sometimes, but not always, the meteor passes through perhaps a region that already has a reasonable level of ionization, or maybe material ablated off the meteor gathers and produces a static cloud of ionization, which we call the tail echo, and which is much more likely to be this kind of thing you're using for meteor scatter, because they can last for times from a second or two. Sometimes they don't exist, but anything from 0, perhaps I should say, to minutes. And we then start to get confused with sporadic E. More of that later, perhaps. I sometimes wonder why I put this slide here, but just as a kind of reminder, we are able to record that full bandwidth data. We did so during the Perseids. We recorded the 5 operational receivers for the 3 days around the Perseids peak. It's hundreds of megabytes of data, and you can find it on our website. You can download the file, and if you're minded to dig into IQ data, and we sincerely hope there will be a few people who are, you can start unscrambling it and telling us how to move on to the next phases of the project. Just a recap on the shape of the echo. I think it was Bernard Lovell explained that the echo was coming from a column of electrons following the meteor. So it's like a piece of wire stretched out behind the meteor of unknown length, because we don't know how rapidly the electrons are going to recombine, so variable length. But it behaves like a wire. And if you imagine a wire flying across the sky and you're trying to illuminate it with radio, you better have the right polarization, otherwise it won't work. That's why we use circular polarization for the illumination. But like a wire, having collected some of the circularly polarized energy, it will go on to re-radiate it, but it will re-radiate it with linear polarization. So then another hazard is that the receiving antenna might not be correctly polarized and therefore may not see the echo. Particularly this is true of the tiny meteors which are most common. If you look in the morning, the best time to look, 2 a minute is sort of about average. Later in the day, if we have a look up, we'll be lucky if we get 1 a minute, but hey-ho. So you've got 2 hazards as to whether you'll receive anything. One of them is, excuse me, is the fact that the polarization could be askew with your receiving antenna. The other is that you might be in a null because the length of this piece of wire is variable, and like a piece of wire, it will generate lobes and nulls due to interference patterns exactly as your wire antenna would. So the key thing is these echoes are linearly polarized and highly directional, at least the ones from tiny meteors are. Just to amplify the point about how short the head echo is, that's the blue bit here, and the time between the start of the head and the end of the head, as I say, typically no more than 100 milliseconds, sometimes less. We hope for a big sparkly meteorite that we might be able to track. They may be longer. The tail echo could last for ages, and as you'll see from some of the echoes I'll show you in a minute, strange things are going on up there. So most echoes from small grains of sand, small meteorites the size of grains of sand, small meteors the size of grains of sand. Meteorites are the big ones that land on the Earth. The echo is highly directional, linearly polarized, and can easily go unseen. We see most of them between midnight and midday as the Earth turns to face its direction of travel around the sun. Obviously, there are peaks when there are showers which occur when we pass through the debris left behind by comets and asteroids that passed sometimes centuries ago. Typically, as I say, in the morning, if you go onto our site, you should be seeing about 2 a minute. So you won't have to wait long. Echoes from larger meteors may be less directional. We hope they are, because we want to be able to see them from multiple directions so that we can triangulate their trajectory using bistatic Doppler radar techniques. I describe this more or less as an ambition. We don't have the time, the software capacity and the skills to do it tomorrow, but we're hoping that amongst the radio and other university communities, we've got the data, we can start work on this, and it's a very interesting area. You may be aware there is a camera network called UK Mon, where a load of cameras point up into the sky. If they see, on a nice clear night, they see a meteor trail, and if they can identify, I think it's 4 known stars, so they can kind of say, yeah, the camera's working properly. Their data gets sent off and is processed in Canada. It comes back, and they will, if they think the meteor has hit the ground, they will go out and try and find it. And you may recall there was a famous instance where a meteor landed on somebody's driveway in Gloucestershire. What was less well published was that they saw it split up, and another bit landed in a field nearby. And they went, I don't know how nearby, incidentally, don't quote me on that, but this piece of black material, they went out to look for it. And it was in a field occupied by sheep, but they did find it. I'll leave the rest to your imagination. Hope they had gloves. But these bigger meteors, perhaps they only occur at the rate of 2 a week. Now, I don't know about you. I mean, I look at this screens of data. I have one running all the time while I'm working on my computer, and if I see something interesting, I do a screen grab. But even I am not prepared to sit there waiting for 2 weeks to see whether we've got something that's worth having a crack at triangulating. But we do occasionally see, and this example here doesn't look to me as if it was a particularly big meteor, but you can see it on 4 locations. there are only 4 locations there because these 2 at the time were both in my backyard, one with horizontal polarization and one with vertical polarization. We don't have that set up anymore. We showed very early on that these are linearly polarized. Sometimes the horizontal system would see an echo, the vertical system wouldn't, and vice versa, and sometimes they both saw them equally. So we're completely convinced they're linearly polarized. But sometimes there are 4 different locations there, and if we were to stretch that head echo out and analyze the timing on it and pick an instant and measure the precise Doppler shift at a particular instance, we would have some chance of triangulating, we think. So the next phase of the project is to design automated event capture and classification, so we can study these events without having to look at the live display all the time. And then perhaps we can develop this triangulation. So that's very much our ambition, and in order to do it, the data is there. That's the format of it. If you want more details about it, Heather, the software guru behind this, will be at the breakout session following this, and she will explain more, but that's the format of the data. Meanwhile, looking at the live display, we see lots of really interesting echoes sometimes, particularly during the summer and sporadic E-season. I think it was Professor Catherine Mitchell who suggested that we call these exotic echoes. So if I'm referring to exotic echoes, that's what I'm talking about. And these are revealing things about the interaction of a meteor and the ionosphere. Almost, I think this probably shouts wind shear, and maybe the meteor breaking up, maybe just wind shear, who knows. And sometimes we see some really interesting and exotic shapes. Excuse me, I haven't got a lot of particularly great examples here. I could do, but it would bore you to death, I'm sure, going through them all. But here is one where 5 receivers at 5 different locations have seen what is in fact 2 echoes triggered by meteors, but the head echoes that triggered them are only visible really on one receiver, the one at near Armagh. It's one of the echoes, I don't know whether you can see, it's very faintly visible from Blairgowrie. Excuse me. But we quite often see these complex patterns. And in a recent conversation with Professor Chris Scott at Reading University, who is a space weather specialist, we were actually chatting to one another, and he was running the screen, and we saw something like this, and he then grabbed the ionosphere data. And lo and behold, the ionosphere data shows some very strange things going on here, ES. So it's sort of raising our interest in these funny echoes and their relationship to space weather, which is his subject, and will hopefully lead us off into all sorts of very interesting things in the future. So the future developments, phase 1 and phase 2 of the project. Phase 1 was to build the beacon. Phase 2 was to get the receiver network and be able to record the data and make the data available to anybody who wants it. That's virtually complete. We just like to get the 6th receiver installed, hoping to get it installed at Jodrell Bank. They have expressed interest, but things are moving rather slowly. When that has been done, or wherever that 6th receiver goes, then the next bit of the project, or phase 3 if you like, which we've yet to start really, is to automate the event capture, try and classify them. You know, how long did the tail echo last? How many tails were there? Was there a tail echo? There's various things, and there's some notes on the website you can find about some thoughts on classification. It's all very embryonic. This is sort of early research, if you like, and I'm not the person to do it. I'm hoping there are people out there who will take the data, look at it, and do useful research with it. We would like to then correlate the, sorry, I didn't mean to do that, correlate with optical observations. Some work has already been done on that, but there's more to go. Be interesting, for example, if they could capture colour, so we can see spectra against echo types. That might be interesting area. And ultimately, of course, tracking the trajectory and where do we go to pick them up. So there's various opportunities, starting from simple meteor counts, analysis and classification, development of automated recognition and capture, and so on. Development of triangulation, the big one, if you like. People we're talking to, or are talking to us about the project, the University of Bath gave us some help early on, and I believe they are interested in our data. Natural History Museum I mentioned before, they are certainly interested. University of Kent are looking at using a version of the existing data and applying machine learning / AI to recognise events. Obviously we're doing what we can to help them. The University of Reading interested in space weather and various matters to do with space weather, because it looks as if we've inadvertently created a tool that perhaps provides another kind of view into the ionosphere. I just put this slide up just as I think it was borrowed from Wikipedia or somewhere, but on the left it shows you the electron density of the various layers, typical electron density, and how you can access them. And I don't think it tells us anything particularly wonderful, except that there is now an increasing level of interest again in HF communications because of the worries about the resilience of undersea cables and satellites. So all of a sudden, what we thought was ancient history is starting to creep back into people's minds. So watch this space. Here's the team, some of the team. This was taken when we visited the Chiltern Ionosonde recently. That's Dave on the left, who's the author of the Portsdown software on which all this is based. Andy Talbot, many of you will know. And Heather, who's the software guru behind it. I think that is about it. If you want to find anything more, go to the home page, look at the links, look at the resources pages. There's all sorts of nonsense there, mostly written by me, and I'd be much happier if other people had written some of it. So please knock out the rubbish and let us have some good stuff. Okay.
Well, thanks, Brian. Before we let you go, I'm sure there are people here bursting with questions. So I'm looking around to see. Here we go. Just give your name or call sign and then launch ahead.
Thank you. Daniel, M7IBX. That's very interesting. And when you started talking about the receiver setup, it reminded me very much of a tool I use quite a lot, which is a German project, Blitztorung, I think it's called.
Blitztorung.
And I was just going to check to see whether you'd spoken to them, because they have a lot of experience with correlating and triangulating lightning events on a similar pattern.
Yeah, I think that's very valid. In fact, from time to time, when I've seen strange things going on, I've referred to the Blitztorung display to see if there were any thunderstorms underneath the strange things that were going on. I haven't drawn any conclusions yet.
Okay, over here.
David M0TFY. Why choose 6 meters?
Right. We felt we probably wouldn't be that welcome on 2 meters. 6 meters is actually a very good band for meteors, that you need a slightly lower electron density to get an echo at 6 meters. A lot of the other work, for example, Brams and people like that, use 49 megs. So we felt we would get away with it on 6 meters, and we did. Ofcom were happy enough, and with the help of the RSGB, the licensing was not an issue. I think that sums it up. It's a good band to choose anyway. The only problem being man-made noise.
Right. And Graham.
Graham, G4FSG. I was talking earlier to Jim Bacon about sporadic E, which you mentioned very briefly, and the relatively poor performance of sporadic E at the peak of the sunspot cycle over the last year. And we touched on the presence of meteors and how that might affect things. You, of course, mentioned wind shear, which is one of Jim's topics that he talks about. Has there been any work done, or is anything planned on trying to correlate from a wider perspective propagation on 50 megs versus the number of meteors, etc.?
I think this is sort of brand new research that needs to be done. We've created a tool and we're hoping that people will use it, and certainly it appears to provide a kind of window into some of the strange things that are going on there that were not particularly noted by, I think, by some of the earlier work. I mean, people have been using 50 or 60 megs to look at meteors since the days of Jodrell Bank in December 1945, Bernard Lovell. But he wasn't looking at tiny bits of Doppler shift. He was a pulsed radar, and he was looking for thundering great echoes off. Now we're examining Doppler shifts in quite detail. I mean, you see, this is a live display from the server in Cornwall. You see that Norman Lockyer has seen 3 echoes, and of those, it looks like only Blair Gowrie saw one of those, and I'm not absolutely certain it was the same one. It might have been something completely different, because it's hard to tell. I should perhaps tell you that those big bars across it, those are little dropouts on the internet. At Norman Lockyer, it tends to be because they're busy doing something else and they presumably have limited bandwidth, and you'll see these particularly at 8 in the morning when they're downloading their UK Mon stuff. You will also see it occasionally on the Rye Foreign and Blair Gowrie receivers, because they're actually linked into the network via Starlink. And Starlink, although it is amazing, you will see some of those bars there as the presumably it's handing over satellites or something. I don't know. Too complicated for me.
So any other questions? There's a lot of material, I think, for people to study on the website. Brian, is that right?
Yes, tons of stuff on the website. Browse around and look for it. Websites are not my speciality, and it's probably a bit clunky and not that great, and anybody who's got any comments they want to make about it and how it could be improved, very welcome. But the resources, I think using the live stream is one link, which was written ages ago, and then if you go to resources, documents, and scroll through there, there's something on classification. They're just mind wanderings really on classification of echoes and so forth. We're at the beginning.
Okay, we have a question here and a question here, so let me just go over here.
Thank you. Thanks, Brian. Jim Bacon, G3YLA. It's really pleasing to see the progress that's been made, and from a sporadic E point of view, my interest is definitely behind the results to come in the future. I think one of the uncertainties is the variability in meteor input, which, as we sort of gather, has a big part to play in the intensity and shape of a sporadic E season. And the variability that you see from year to year is quite incredible. There was a paper published a few years back which just had 2 years of data. And it showed an amazing difference from one year to the other. And if meteors play such a big role in sporadic E, we should not be too surprised that we get these variations from one season to another that may not be anything to do with jet streams or anything else. It could simply be the background meteor thing. My question is, where are we in the quest to get some sort of integration and totaling of meteor input logged as a result of this?
Great point. And when I put some of the objectives of things we might study, I rather sniffily put meteor counts at the top. But actually, if we knew how many little ones and big ones there were per hour throughout the year, And that's not going to be too difficult with the data that we've got. I should perhaps explain, at the moment we've recorded some chunks of data. That's really because it's easier to work on development while you're using recorded data. There's nothing to stop us streaming it all live. I mean, it will use up loads of bandwidth, but luckily we won't go into that. Mr. Greenhill has been very kind to us. So we could live stream the whole lot, or we could process it at the source and classify and make counts. It's a very good point. And radio astronomy or astronomy, full stop, is a great observational science. You know, it needs people making the observations. I didn't mention, perhaps I should, that at least 50,000 tons of meteor material arrives on planet Earth every year. At least. I think it's probably an underestimate. If anybody wants to know, I'll tell you how they worked it out.
There's a question down here, I think, somewhere.
Yeah, it's great progress since the Radcom article, and I wonder if you could give us a brief insight as to what we're seeing at the moment. Those diagonal lines are aircraft, and can you correlate those with available online maps of the aircraft? And sometimes there's bright blobs. Just give us a quick clue as to the simple explanation.
Yeah, you probably could. But we were desperate to get our receivers as far away from the beacon as possible, so we would see as few aircraft as possible. So we haven't got the good geometry. You'd need to bring the receivers in. If you were interested in aircraft, we'd need to bring the receivers in closer. We were desperate to get them further away so that we wouldn't see the direct signal. I mean, look, Armag's getting a great direct signal from the beacon at the moment. It always amazes me how strong that is. And I mean, what are we doing in here? We should all be on 6 meters. Yes, mine at North West Hampshire is looking at the western approaches to Heathrow, and Rye Foreign gets Heathrow and Gatwick. But luckily, you know, I don't think there'll be any problem distinguishing aircraft from meteors, basically.
Any more questions? I'm not seeing anything at the moment. Brian, can you just remind us about the breakout group, in case anybody wants to come and join that? When and where will that be, please?
It's in room G07, and I think it's likely to cover from setting up a STEM project through to unscrambling IQ data. So quite a broad spectrum of...
And it's when? What time?
It's sort of follows this. I think a few minutes after this, it's on the schedule.
Right. Okay,
G07.
so I'm sure you've all enjoyed that wonderful presentation, and let's thank Brian again.
And back to us here in the live stream studio. It was a great talk. In a little while we'll be talking to Bob Beebe about the spectrum, actually, so a very associated subject. But for now, let's go over to GB3HQ and see who they are working.
This is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen. CQ, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen.
Mexico 5, that's Juliet Bravo.
Mexico 5, Japan Bravo, you're 5-9.
Yeah, Mexico 5, 9 also.
Thanks, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. CQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen. Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen. CQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen. CQ, Golf Bravo 3 HQ. This is Golf Bravo number 3 Hotel Quebec.
Ocean Radio 4 United.
Oscar Radio 4 uniforme, vous êtes 5-9.
Merci pour le 59, vous êtes également 59. And my name is Jean, Juliet Echo Alpha November. Back to you, over.
Ok, merci Jean, ici le prénom c'est Jules, Juliette Uniforme Lima Echo Sierra. Merci du QSO et puis je vous souhaite également un très bon samedi 73, merci.
Merci Jules 73 et bon week-end, à la prochaine.
Également ici Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen. CQ, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen. CQ, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen. CQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen, Germany, Bravo number 3 Hotel Queen. CQ, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen. CQ, this is Germany, Bravo 3 Hotel Queen, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, Colin CQ.
Mike 1 Alpha Quebec Charlie.
Mike 1 Alpha Queen Charlie, you're 5'9".
Yeah, 5'9" also in Northampton. Nice copy from Milton Keynes, RSGB convention. Thank you for the
blah, 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 blah. All right, thank you. I guess have a great day. 7-3, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen. CQ, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen. CQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen. CQ, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen.
Golf 0, Ocean Mike.
Bravo Juliet.
Golf 0, Yankee again.
Yeah, this is Golf 0, Ocean Mexico. You are 5'9" plus 20.
Golf 0, Oscar Mike, you're 5'9". Thanks. Who's in Japan?
Sorry?
Golf 0, Oscar Mike, you're 5'9".
Yeah, Roger on that. Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks. Who's ending in Japan? This is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, QRZ. Mexico 0, Lima Alpha Whiskey, you're 5'9". Okay, Mike 0, Lima Oscar Whiskey, thanks. This is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen. CQ, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen. CQ, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen. CQ, this is Germany, Bravo 3 Honolulu Queen, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Again. CQ, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen. CQ, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen.
Golf 1 Yankee Bravo Juliet.
Golf 1 Yankee Bravo Japan, you're 5'9".
QSL, thanks for the contact, you're also 5'9", over.
Okay, thanks for the contact, and see you 7-3, this is GB3HQ. Number 0.
Mike Whiskey 0, Romeo Whiskey.
Mike Whiskey 0, Radio Whiskey, you're 5'9".
Yeah, 5'9" into South Wales. Good signal, thank you for putting on the call, over.
Thanks, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. CQ, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen, GB3HQ. CQ, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen. CQ, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Queen. Again. CQ, this is Germany, Bravo 3 Hotel Queen, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, calling CQ. CQ, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel.
Well, with me is Bob Beebe, who's the president of the RSGB, your call sign GU4YOX, so good to see you, Bob. Of course, over your many duties that you have for the RSGB, you're very concerned with spectrum because you're associated with you're the head of the IARU delegation, is that right?
That's very
okay,
true.
So that's really important. I mean, actually, spectrum is probably at the heart of our hobby, isn't it? If we don't have any spectrum, we can't do anything.
I think the key thing is that without spectrum, we haven't got a hobby. And when I became president, I realised that the head of delegation to the IARU was such a critical role in ensuring that the protection of our hobby is absolutely in place. And it's interesting because people say to me, you know, why should I join the RSGB? Is it, you know, collecting cards? Is it going to club? Actually, the most important fundamental reason is protecting the spectrum. And I'm honoured and privileged to be leading that work with the international community. Indeed, in April, I was lucky enough to be invited to the centenary celebrations in Paris as part of the Spectrum meetings with the IARU. And I can say that from the 40 plus people in the meeting room at the time, our voice was very well received. And I'm sure many of you listening and seeing this bit of footage have seen the type of feedback that our Spectrum team put forward, and it's looked at not only from the radio community but broader industry as well.
It's always a worry though, isn't it? Because we are at the end of the day just a hobby and a very important part of our lives, many of us, but it is just a hobby when we've never lived in a more wireless world than at the moment. And so how do we defend our spectrum? How do we defend all of these frequencies when we've got must be so many big organisations out there wanting to use it?
That's a good point, and in fact there was a recent consultation that we gave a lot of time to about the low-flying satellites that we're going to take over the 70 centimetre band, and it's important that you take the emotion out of the subject and deal with the facts and articulate those in such a professional way. Amateur radio is a very small part of the spectrum, but actually it has massive community value, and a lot of people learn and influence, and it educates and innovates society. So we do our small bit, but people do listen to us.
So can you, and when you say us, are you then talking about you as the IARU or the RSGB? Or
I'm talking primarily about the RSGB.
Yeah.
And the experts that we've got within the membership, which is absolutely great. And of course, they're all volunteers and give their time freely. But dovetail that into the IARU, if you like, consultation feedback responses. When we put forward an IARU bit of feedback, it's even bigger and adds more weight, because basically your region or other regions, if it's a pan-world, pan-global spectrum matter, is very important.
Can you give us an insight into those meetings? Because I think I find it hard to imagine, and maybe you did until you became the head of that area.
The society is a learned society. We have got a lot of clever people, and the people that are involved heavily, Murray Nineham is a brilliant spectrum lead, you know, their expertise and the work that they do. In these meetings, you articulate your points very carefully in an international forum, and it sometimes takes a long time to go around the room, but when the output is summarised and they vote on particular items, it goes forward as a motion, and it's very serious, yeah, and it's got the gravitas of what we're doing is well received.
So give us an idea then of that gravitas, if I can ask you to be specific about it. Because I honestly still can see that a hobby is important and it does a lot of things, educates us and things like that, but that it also, there's, as I said earlier, there's never been a bigger pressure on people for the use of the spectrums that's out there.
Yeah. The thing is, the amateur spectrum is a small investment with a great return. So I'm trying to find a good example of somewhere where, well, for instance, the low-flying satellites that were recently proposed, you know, we put forward a whole host of reasons, not just commercial reasons, but public security, resilience during, you know, times of conflict, all these different matters. They're layered up, and the amateur radio spectrum is just a small part of that. But they do listen to us, and they know that the people that are working behind the scenes in our spectrum protection have got good reason, and they do listen to us.
And that's okay. So far we've talked about the IARU, the international, but also the RSGB defends the spectrum locally, isn't it, to our own country, doesn't it? Works with Ofcom to defend?
We do work with Ofcom, and we have a very good relationship with it. Obviously the Ofcom is the regulator, so we have to respect our positions on that. And when Ofcom perhaps propose different licensing arrangements or frequency bands, we sit down with them in a professional way and go through the items and say, we think this could be better there, we think the amateur community would benefit from that. And they do listen to us. Even in the last Ofcom consultation, you know, the RSGB sat down at the highest level with Ofcom and went through every single part very carefully. And they will listen, they consult. It's not a democracy, it's a collaborative approach. But they are the regulator. They decide what ultimately goes in. And the amateur spectrum is quite small, but there are other people users. There's sailing ships and yachting and radio and police and, you know, civil defence. They all have frequency bands as well. So it isn't just amateur radio. But we feel we put a wealthy part of the consultation feedback forward. I don't know if that sounds a bit woolly. But
no, but it's just intriguing of, you know, how
it is.
The RSGB.
And you know, I'm not a spectrum expert. We've got people in the spectrum team that are, but I've spent a long time in business, and I understand and enjoy complicated political people problems and issues, and most of it is getting all that over the information in a fair and equitable way, so that the people listening to your viewpoints take on board what you're trying to say. So we want the best for us, don't we? Of course we do, but you have to be pragmatic and realistic about what we're trying to achieve.
Finally, Bob, this is your 6 months into the role as president. I know you do a lot more than just being in charge of heading the spectrum defence. So how has your first 6 months as president of the RSGB been?
Well, first of all, I am deeply honoured and privileged to be leading the society. We look back at 100 years ago. This year, Sir Oliver Lodge was president. I've just spent the 2 days previous to convention. I think I did 53,000 steps across London, visiting historical sites where our forefathers went. But the important thing is not just to dwell on the past, but look to the future. I'm very proud of the STEM work we're doing, the outreach work we're doing. I really believe that youth are the future of the society, and we want to look at that through membership options in future. I joined when I was a young boy, and I want to be able to get other young people to join at a very young age and really enjoy a lifetime of radio. I've been in the hobby 52 years. I've been a member for 52 years. I was a member of another Derby radio club when I was even younger than that. And I really want to make sure that the society is modernised, is fit for purpose for the future, that young people feel engaged. I've seen a lot of young people, more this year than I've seen before at the convention. They're engaging in the discussions. I've just had a meet the board session, which is not top level enthusiastic entertainment, and there were a whole raft of young people in there, genuinely interested in the future. And you know, I'm sorry if I'm rambling on about this, but I wrote a piece as part of our strategic announcements every month about diversity and inclusion. And you know, I've been on boards with a range of different types of people before, you know, whether it's different ethnic backgrounds, women, men, all different viewpoints. And I'd like to see a more dynamic, mixed board of directors. We are volunteers. We give all our time, 40, 50 hours a week is absolutely at our own, just we want to help and support the society. But getting that mix of the board directors is very important, because the decision-making processes are different and people come up with a more vibrant and dynamic future. So I really want to see a bright future. I want youth engagement, and I want to see more national awareness of the society and the things we're doing. So we do want to reach out to government, the UK government, and even further afield to spread the word about what we do as a society.
As you say, we're seeing a lot more younger people here at this conference. I've noticed it as well. We've been going to the GB3 HQ, our special event station, and this afternoon particularly, you know, we've had quite a lot of young people operating that, which is wonderful.
It's absolutely great, yeah.
Talking about your wish for, you know, a more varied or a wider range maybe of people to on the board. We're looking at what, 6 months away from the next AGM?
Yeah.
So not long before people have to consider that. What's your message to somebody looking in the thinking, oh, I'd really like to make a difference at the RSGB.
If you think that you enjoy meeting people, having viewpoints, articulating your points well, have got maybe a young person's angle or a mobility user's angle or visually impaired view, then why don't you contact the board? Contact me as president and I'll make sure that you're interested in becoming a volunteer. And we're not just having board directors, we've got volunteers all the way down the stream. We have over 450 volunteers. It's a big machine and a broad church. And there are vacancies for interested people, and perhaps someone wants to get involved at a lower level first, and then they find that actually I could do this and do that, and I didn't realise this existed. And slowly you become more involved in the workings of the society. It's very important as you move up to board level, you do understand how the society works, and sometimes that's not always self-evident when you look on our website, which does need improving and replacing. And
there's a lot of work, and the app is a great start of that,
the
of course,
app
isn't
is
it?
great.
Yeah.
Great to our General Manager Steve
You
Thomas.
keep your Radcom in your pocket. I mean,
You've
that's
got your
what I
Radcom in your pocket, yeah. Amateur radio is both a hobby and a public service. And, you know, I meet people from all walks of life, doctors and dentists, carpenters and carpet layers, all amateur radio enthusiasts, not just engineers, which I'm an engineer. And so, yeah, it's a great hobby, and it's been a foundation throughout my life, and I want to spread that optimism and excitement to the next generation of radio amateurs.
Bob, thank you very much for joining us. Of course, the main topic here was Spectrum. We're now going to put up a website on the screen for anybody who wants to know more information about that. But Bob Beebe, our president of the RSGB, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me.
Now we're going to go back to GB3HQ and see who they're working. Time for the next lecture in a few minutes' time.
Yes. This is my first contact today with almost London. Very good. The weather is about 16 degrees. It's a little bit colder than normal. How is the weather at you? Over.
Yeah, it's around about the same here. With cloudy skies, about 16 degrees. Say a little bit colder than it has been just lately. This is a G3HQ. Over.
Yeah, that's what I was watching. The weather is not very good today, but the conditions are very well. Is that at your side also?
Yeah, it's certainly improving again. It's picking up into Europe. The inter-G conditions have dropped off somewhat. This is GB3HQ, over.
Okay, thank you very much. There are a lot of amateurs. A lot is very busy on the frequency. I give you 73. I give you a nice weekend to you and your family. Thank you very much for the contact.
Yeah, thank you very much for the call. It's most appreciated, and thank you for the good signal report. PA040 Foxtrot. This is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Over.
Yes, thank you very much from the Papa Alpha 40 Foxtrot, and greetings Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Bye bye.
Yeah, 7-3 Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. GB3HQ. CQ.
Golf 4 Delta Romeo India.
Okay, Golf 4 Delta Romeo India. You are 5-9 here.
Welcome back to the live stream studio. Now we're going over to our second lecture this afternoon, Elmering in an Online World, with Kjetil Vinorum, LB4FH.
Welcome back to the RSGB live stream from Conference Room 1 here at Kents Hill. I'm Martin Atherton, and I'm very pleased to be able to introduce our next speaker, Kjetil Vinorum. He tells me he answers to Bob if we can't get the Norwegian pronunciation right. Lima Bravo 4 Fox Hotel. Kjetil was licensed in 2016 at the age of 31 and currently serves as the country manager for both Parks on the Air and Worldwide Bunkers on the Air in Norway. His journey into radio began through Scouts, where he was involved in Jamboree on the Air and Internet Jota since around 2000. Online, you'll find Kjetil with his own YouTube channel focusing on portable operations in Norway, and is a host and founding member of the European Ham Radio Show. Professionally, he works as a senior IT consultant and security champion, where he focuses on mentoring and educating colleagues and customers. Over to you, Kjetil.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everybody who showed up here. As you said, my name is Kjetil, or Bob, as it's pronounced in English, and today I'm going to talk about Elmering in an online-centric world. And first, I would like to set an agenda here. Firstly, I'm going to talk a bit about what an Elmer is, just so everybody is basically down on the same level, or at least the level I'm on. Don't need to agree to it, but that's what I worked from. Also, how that changes in our world, which is changing in a lot of ways, with how we learn, with how kids learn, with the possibilities we have to learn and share information. And I'm going to have a look at YouTube, as that's something I know quite a bit about, and also AI for Elmering, which is going to change quite a lot in the future. And the point of this is to seed a bit of thoughts and discussions, because I know it's been discussed in quite a lot of the organizations, how we're going to adapt and change in the future. And this is my say into how I think some things could change and adapt. So first, let's look at Elmering at a glance. It is a core part of what most of us know about ham radio, or how we know it. It is knowledge sharing. It's a person that is very experienced in some sort of subject who is teaching a novice or more novices. Generally, this is something they do free of charge. They're helping. They're being really nice and just maybe shows up at home and helps somebody. And I do differentiate a bit this from organized training, such as the ones that do online or the ham radio courses and so on. Some of these usually cost a bit of money, and it's a bit of a difference in it, but still it is mostly the same people doing it, the same knowledge base sharing it, but there's a bit of difference. And the radio amateur community, we are a small community, and there's a huge range in the interests we have and the technologies. Nobody knows everything within this. Although if you go to a club night, I'm sure some person will say that he knows absolutely everything. That is not correct, because it is so wide and we have to be so specialized. And that's also why we're so dependent on people actually sharing their knowledge, because knowledge is more than what you have in books. It's actually the experience as well. I'm going to look at an example of Elmering. This is Yankee Oscar 6, Yankee Lima Juliet Nicoletta, and Lima Bravo 3 Whiskey Kilo Omar, who are operating a 5 Papa 0 Tango Alpha, which was a special event station that we had down in Bornholm, a small DXpedition this summer. And this is a very good Elmering situation. In here, we see a rookie. One of these persons was licensed 3 weeks before going on this event. The other one, really experienced, several years of experience doing parks on the air and other portable operations. Then, kind of stereotypically, there's a man with a beard. Doesn't have to be it, but it's in quite a lot of them. And you had teaching by doing. This was dumping one of these people into a pile-up on a special event station with a special call sign, doing parks on the air. It was not a very relaxing event for those who did it, and really fun. And this is one of them. We had a few others that also hadn't operated neither like a special event station or a big pile-up before. And these were then mentored by the people around, a kind of Elmering. We were teaching them, like, how do you decode call signs? What does it mean that they say, this is my park reference, or whatever? And I do guess that all of you understand now that the one who's teaching who here is Nicoletta, who's teaching Omar, who got licensed 3 weeks before. She's been in the ham for, well, 3 or 4 years, something like that. Very unstereotypical for Elmering, but it shows an important point. In our community, everybody has something to teach somebody else, and it doesn't necessarily follow the old lines there. So what is changing here? I would like to go into a very good saying that everybody here, I guess, have heard. Amateur radio, a borderless hobby. Everybody here, I guess, have seen that in a recruitment poster. When I got licensed, back when I was then 31, I thought, what's so special about that? Every day of my life since I turned 13, I've talked to people across the world, in every country. That is the norm. That is also the norm that we see when we try to do Jamboree on the air. The kids sit there, they chat on with voice chat or whatever, and they actually talk to people in other countries. For them, the technology doesn't matter. But for us, of course, it does. And that's the thing we need to lift and show, like, this is so fun and so on. But that also means that we need to address them and approach them. If that is the first thing they see, then we have to explain a bit more. So it's not necessarily wrong, because it is still, and it will remain to be a borderless hobby, much more than many other things. But it may not be the biggest selling point. This is going a bit into the recruitment part. Historically speaking, Elmering, that was something that was mostly targeted at a new operator or those who's new to a field. For example, if I want to go into QO100, which I tried for the first time yesterday, I need an Elmer. I need somebody who, with know-how. I need to know somebody maybe with the equipment to do it, because I'm not going to have that. And this is still the primary audience. There's somebody who's new who needs to learn it. And information at that time, if you go back maybe 10, 15 years, there were books, web pages, forums, and knowledge sharing. All of those are still there. But the days of just learning from books is pretty gone. If you go to a school, at least in Norway, many other places now, learning is mostly done, or in a larger degree done, electronically. There's video material, there's multimedia, there's active learning in a very different way. I'm not going into discussion if that's a good thing or not, but that's how they are taught to learn. And they will also go online. Radio content, that's something you find absolutely everywhere now. You can go on YouTube and you can find a lot. But you also see that it targets a lot of audiences, not only ham radio operators. The old books, they were like for radio professionals, or they were for us here in the room, people who specialized. If you go to YouTube, you will see that this targets people who are interested in other things. For example, Meshtastic, LoRaWAN, HackRFs, or Flipper Zeros. You see the last ones, they show up in a lot of IT security environment. People who work with computers. They're not necessarily very interested in what a Yagi is, but they're really interested in what you can do with radio. It makes them curious. This is a perfect gateway drug into our community. Maybe something you shouldn't say, but anyways, it is something that makes people curious, and it really does spread information about our community and what we can do. And within there, you also find Elmers. Some of them are radio amateurs. Some of them just use the unlicensed radios, and they will actually spread that information. And you'll see so much knowledge sharing across, which we didn't see before. And that is really interesting. And a statement I like to make from that is that information availability, that has made Elmering a much bigger part of recruitment. Because people will see this. They will see it as a recommended video. Maybe a friend will share it, and then they get into something else. At the ham meeting in Oslo, we were a few YouTubers there last year, and all of us got the comment that you are the reason I started into this hobby. They see people operating outdoors with parks on the air, bunkers on the air, and they see the video and then they get interested. So that is a venue that wasn't there before, because I don't think very many people would pick up a book about radio amateur in a bookstore. Some would, and they are people we would have gotten anyways. But we do reach out. That changes a bit. But bringing it back to topic, is modern Elmering, is that only online? And my say would be no. You can solve a lot of this, but not everything. And I'll have a few examples here. And first one, Charlotte, which is on the front line here in the purple here. She came on a Discord and wanted to talk about how to make an antenna at home. Very simple question. Quite a lot of people, 15 people, 200 answers very quickly. And we had a very hard time trying to help her with physical issues. None of us were located close to her. And she did chat with us. We had video calls. She was sharing like short clips like, this is what happens when I push the talk button. That doesn't work very well. And also, when you then have a person who doesn't come from electronics and then don't have the tools and the knowledge on how to measure this, which quite a lot of people won't have, it became really hard. What solved it was inviting a local ham over, bribing him with some cake, and then making sure that the radio worked. And then she managed to have some HF QSOs from home. And this is proper Elmering, showing up as somebody at home, helping them. Nothing of what we gave of advice was probably horribly bad, but we didn't have the entire picture and we weren't hands-on. Going on to operating technique, like running a POTA station outside. This is from the same trip over to Bornholm. That's something that's also very good taught hands-on, because you can sit next to them and you can tell them, this is how you run it, this is the next thing you should say, this person said that, and so on. Very good to sit next to you for that. And I've seen the training stuff for the full license here in the UK, and the page for operating is like 1 page. That is not, it's not enough to prepare you to properly operate. You need to actually see it. You can see it in videos, but it's so much better with somebody next to you. It's easier for the Elmer. It's so much easier to help somebody when you can give direct, immediate feedback. And that, of course, also feels safer for the new operator, because somebody's there to hold your hand, to guide you and support you. And I guess most people felt the microphone fright the first time they were supposed to say something. And it is a very good thing. And as a bonus, which would also have helped in the previous one, you can bring your own gear to test as an Elmer. You can bring a radio you know works. You can bring your fancy antenna analyzer, which the new operator probably hasn't bought. And you can actually analyze it. You can find out it's the coax that broke or whatever. So there's a lot of fun things to do. We also had some help from something called COVID, which broke up all the old ways of training. Everybody had to change. And I know it was pretty bad over here, but for the learning, or the people that did learning, quite good. Online, you could see that training switched, at least in Norway, over to be online or hybrid, so that you can do classroom and online education. You started seeing clubs pop up, online only, such as TOADS, the OARC, I think that's a UK thing, Online Amateur Radio Club, and a few other of these ones, which are online only based clubs, which I don't think existed before that. And just about every YouTube ham radio channel of some size has a Discord or a forum or whatever. And this didn't really change that much with COVID, but it showed for everybody that like teaching and sharing knowledge online is there to stay. It really anchored it. And at least in my work and the area around it, you really saw that change. So I'm going to go through a few of the online communities. I'm going to skip over YouTube a bit for now, but talk a bit more about that later. Discord, I hope most people here have heard about it, but Discord is like the good old IRC, Internet Relay Chat. So it's chat rooms, it's groups, it's server-based, and each server is its own place. It is governed by the people in there. It will have its own topics, its own ideas, its own culture. Very nice, and there are some really nice ones for pretty much everything. If you want amateur satellite, if you want somebody to do summits on the air or whatever, there's something for you. Facebook, everybody knows it. Probably mostly because of all the groups that are there. Only reason I still use it. And in there, a lot of Elmering, and you can actually reach so many people with so much knowledge there by just asking. If you ask correctly and if you're lucky to be in the right room. But it is there. We still have old-fashioned forums. The SOTA Reflector, for those who do summits on there, that's an old-fashioned forum. It works really well, and there's so much knowledge you can search through. For those who prefer it, that's a very good thing. And I know that Bunkers on the Air over here uses a lot of WhatsApp to communicate, others as well, although they also have very good other services. So WhatsApp, Signal, other type of like online mobile-based chat rooms, they are more for like current events. You're not going to get very much Elmering done there, like unless you get one-to-one with somebody. So they are there, but it's not for Elmering. So let's go into YouTube in details. When I started in 2018, got licensed in 2016, and then I did it for a year. And Everybody on there has a stage, which is positive and is negative. It's a very low entry point. Everybody here has one of these smartphones. This is what you need to get started. You can film, you get decent audio, decent video quality. You can actually edit your video and upload it fully on that. And then you have a stage to share what you want. And the community around it is the quality control. If they like it, your video will do good, probably. If they don't like it, it won't. But there is a massive problem, which is also why I quit, which you see in all of the other ones, which is abuse and toxicity. I was basically bullied off from making YouTube videos by rather abusive people, which sadly happens. And that is something we need to be very clear about, and that's something that everybody can help in. If you see it, just like try to calm things down online, because that helps so well that people actually tell them this is not acceptable. And this happens to many. We call them sad hams, sadly. And it's nothing new, but if you let people hide in their basement and let them write whatever they want, bad things will come out. And this is an online everywhere problem. It's not just YouTube. I'm going to go through a few things you can see on YouTube and discuss if it's Elmering or not. This one, top 10 shocking parks on air activations. This would be what we call clickbait. It's very unlikely that this has any kind of decent content at all, although it could happen. But mostly this is going to be content farming, somebody who want to make money by ads or whatever. Probably not going to be interesting. Then you have something like the stuff I usually make, which would be a hiking thing in Norway, walking around showing things. It can be Elmering because it shows something, but mostly it's just content. It's interesting for somebody, but not for everybody. So that's one thing. Then we have these ones. Buy this radio. That's an AI-generated radio, by the way. I'm not selling that. I got paid to say this is what you usually won't see, but a lot of the reviews you'll see are sponsored. That is, they are sponsored either by giving them a free radio or money to make a video about the radio. And that doesn't exclude that it's actually a Elmering video, because they can actually cover it properly if they do their job nicely, if they're doing it ethically, if they're actually then talking about the radio and telling the bad things and the good things. But quite a lot of these people you'll see 50 videos in a day with a new Chinese radio, and everybody will say this is the best radio ever, and they will have gotten a review copy of that, which is so much better than you will get. So that varies. So you have to be very selective when you see this. Then you have this one, learn Morse code, part 1 of 10. Really bad thumbnail if you look at this from a YouTube stand. But this could be a really, really good video from some person who's really good at teaching. This could be the old school Elmer who wants to share with the world. And there are some really excellent example of this out there, of long training sessions on CW, the stuff you got on LPs or cassettes earlier. Now you can get on YouTube for free, and it is really nice. Then you have talk shows, and there are a large group of this. This is from Bunkers on the Air when they were on. I think they have a stand in there in the special interest section, and in there you'll have probably a group of people asking questions. The important thing there is that this is live. Most things on YouTube that's edited, but this is live. So you can usually go in there, you can talk to people, you can ask them questions, and you can give them feedback directly. And again, this is not necessarily classical Elmering, but there's a lot of knowledge sharing and a direct feedback thing. So that was enough about YouTube. Let's go into the hype that you have to have in every presentation nowadays, AI. And a small disclaimer, I use AI tools every day in my job. I don't sell them, but I do use them as a developer. And I see the good sides and I see the bad sides. And I see the way people use them right and wrong and secure and insecure. And a large language model, which is what's behind like the term we use AI nowadays, that will be the first point of contact for many people going forward. Many people who do not know what radio amateur or what the hobby is will go there. They will ask the AI what's radio amateur, or what's being a radio amateur, or how do I do this? And that can be a bit scary for us. Training data is completely unknown. We don't know what they trained on. They have scraped everything they found. There are a lot of questions about that which are well outside of this talk, to say it that way. Generally, these will be US biased or biased towards one country. The big ones like OpenAI and so on, if you ask them, they will just say that we are biased against US or not towards US, and you will then have to specify if you want some other content. That's also something to think about, which you probably won't. And there are some other problems such as hallucinations and bad prompts, which I will cover in the next slide. So for those who don't know, a hallucination, that is a large language model making up an answer it thinks you'll like. The only job of a large language model is to produce text it thinks you likes. More advanced systems will actually do fact-checking and so on. But on the base level, ones that are available to the general public, most of them will just write something, and then you have to do a fact check later. So I would like to ask it a very simple question. First, I asked, how do I get a ham radio license? And I got a huge page of it, and I asked it for 4 different models. All of them gave me that I had to talk to the ARRL and get a local representative. It doesn't work very well in Norway, to say it that way. We can actually take it in Norway, but that's another case. So I modified it to a rather bad prompt. Tell me how I can get a ham radio license in Norway. I do not expect you to read this. This is a big text. I would like to highlight what's wrong in this. Everything in these boxes is factually wrong. And the rest is, some of it is okay and so on. It made up that we have 2 license classes. It made up rules. It made up that there's a practical test to take a license. Quite a lot of other things. Some of this used to be the case. If you go back 30 years, you have to do a CW test. There were 2 classes. So it could be based on old material, or it could just be making it up. We don't know. And there's no way to prompt this to find out why did you come up with this answer. And if this is the first answer somebody gets, then that's kind of bad, I would say. On the other hand, there's not much we can do about it, because training one of these models is prohibitively expensive. It's not something that we can do as a community. And then should it be based on Europeans? Should it be UK-based, US-based, and so on? That's also really hard. So this is something we need to actually research more in the future and follow up on and make proper tools available. Because you can run the large models that do exist, and you can modify how they run so that it's more correct towards what we need. That could be a very good thing to offer. But again, this costs money. Talked about how Elmering is changing. If we look at the different levels, for example, on the national organization level, in Norway, there's been a big drive to do a lot with teaching material, to have video material available. I know that RSGB is doing a lot of work as well. And these ones will have to be pretty on there to make sure that the material that's available to those who do the training is up to date. It works with the kind of people we are training at the moment. Maybe you need more sets of them. Maybe you need one for younger people, one for older people, or something like that. For those who are in the local groups, it's a really nice thing. You have access to so many more people now than maybe before COVID, because everybody is set up to do online presentations. Most people can do that at home. So you can actually get in people to do a Wednesday evening presentation from some other part in the country or another country and do something really interesting there. The online communities, they are there and they need to remain. There's not much to change them. As I mentioned before, these are ungovernable. They are independent, but they are also really important. And, well, as an individual, take advantage, but also offer yourself. If you know somebody's doing, for example, an online course, tell them, I know about this and I can come there and talk to you guys and help them out, because that is really, really important. So I'd like to summarize a bit here. bit of a shorter talk here. The online communities, they help us spread the hobby or the service or whatever you would like to call us, the community we're in, outside the conventional arenas by having material available so that we can actually share it, so that people can see what we're doing and so that others can join us in it. And it also reaches out towards the other ones that do like the adjacent hobbies such as Meshtastic or LoRaWAN, which isn't necessarily a hobby, it's also work related or practical. When you're online, be very critical. I guess that's very generic, but they're both the man-made content and the AI-generated content that we're seeing more and more. A lot of that will be either very strongly biased or very wrong. And a lot of it will still be very high quality and good and direct. So you have to be very careful about what who's teaching you, basically. And then AI, of course. AI, it has its challenges and its opportunities. And all the way to the bottom there, you still need a physical Elmer. We need somebody to show up, to help out when that's needed, because we will not be fully online here. We will still have technical problems. We will still need to teach each other by sitting next to each other. And we are, of course, here to be social. We're a social hobby. We're talking together. And yeah, that's it. So I think that was what I had for today.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Kjetil. I'm sure there'll be a few questions. So looking at, whoops, too near the speaker. Any questions, anybody? Rob.
How do we? You talked about the sort of the hybrid of online and in person. How do you physically make that connection? Because of course, an online community of 10,000 people is huge compared to a local club, but at the same time, the population density might be quite small. You could be quite a long way away. And I'm intrigued. You gave the case study out. How did you find someone who was suitably close that you can make that physical connection and do that next step?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think I'll leave that up to the one who found it, because she actually did it herself.
Hi, so I just bothered a bunch of hams on the internet until somebody helped me. That's pretty much what I did.
Yeah.
I think it was actually someone through OARC responded and was like, yes, I'm also Edinburgh based, I'll come round, I'll look at your antenna, and I did bribe him with cake, that's a true story, and it worked. So we got my antenna sorted. I was delighted.
Anybody else? Oh, yep.
Hi, I'm a member of the Norfolk Amateur Radio Club.
Yep.
And we used to run meetings every week at the local school before COVID, and then of course COVID struck, and then suddenly nobody was allowed to meet. So the club then went online every week, and we have now NARC Live,
yep.
Which was a wonderful way to get across the hobby for people who couldn't meet anymore. Now COVID is finished, or not so bad, shall we say, we run NARC Live every other week, and anybody can tune into the British Amateur Television Society and watch a live programme from Norwich. And we have guests from all over the world giving talks and things. Last week we had Hans from the QRP Labs give a talk on his new systems. And that's a really good way. And as a local group when we do meet at the school, we now have a Bright Sparks club where we get some youngsters, and we've got some youngsters from the age of 8 and 9 now who are being taught soldering. You can buy these cheap kits from China for £1, and they come and make some of these kits up, and they're getting really interested, and it is a good way to do it. And we now have 4 older lads who are now doing the foundation course, and hopefully will pass that. So it is good online, although it is good also to meet in person as well.
Oh, absolutely, and really good to see that you managed to gather people again, because that was a challenge for many people to get back together and actually meet up again after the...
It's a big club. We have over 200 members now.
Sorry.
I say it's a big club. We now have over 200 members in the Norfolk club, so
Yep.
it does help.
Yep, that is really good.
Okay, anybody else with questions? One over here. Remember to give you the mic and keep you with the mic until you finish talking.
Yeah, I think going back to sort of the individual one-on-one Elmering, which is sort of the classic sort of definition of it, isn't it? I don't really sort of sitting someone beside you on the radio, I don't think anything can really replace that.
No.
You know, you can kick them under the table if they say something wrong, and you can let them sort of tune the VFO, and you see exactly what they're doing.
Mm.
And what buttons they're pressing on the rig, etc. And although the online stuff's good, it's certainly not a replacement. And I think there's certainly with the abandonment of the practicals in the licensing conditions, certainly over here, you know, this stuff is more important than ever. I think the one-on-one stuff, I mean, it can be done through the clubs. I think that's probably the best way of doing it. You know, use the club rig. And sort of maybe have a plan for individuals, you know, do SSB now, sort of digital later, and etc., and develop it that way. But certainly having side by side, I think, is really no replacement for it.
Yeah, absolutely, and I totally agree. We have to be there and to help each other, and then we can supplement with other materials that can be, like, if there's a talk you have to do like 10 times, it could be nice to record it to save time, but doing it face to face it's going to be the way forward as well, as long as we can do that. So,
a question over here.
You take it in Norwegian.
Ja, det kan bli godt. I'm an old friend of, or acquaintance certainly of Kjetil's. After COVID, we found not just this particular group that I work with, but there's a reticence in getting people to join in with lectures and open evenings again. That's one point. Another point is this with practical assessments. I think it is a mistake to have left it out of the UK license. We're trying to get something like that back into the Norwegian one, because this will force almost any candidate to make contact with local amateurs or a club, which is something that seems to be very difficult to get them to do these days. I've heard of some clubs that don't see something like 40% of their course participants after the course.
Yeah.
Not at all. Have you any idea what we can do to improve this penetration or activity, the attractiveness of joining our gatherings?
It's a very good question, which I've heard many times before, and I sadly don't have the answer either. Again, I'm not really sure about forcing people to do the contact, because that would maybe lower the numbers of the people that actually got the license. But then again, if they're licensed and they never pick up a radio within the rest of their lives, that's also effort spent on teaching them that we don't really need to use. So there are some very good questions there and a few good answers, I think. If you have them, please feel free to share. So, but I do think the way you do courses, like online,
Sorry.
I think the way you do the courses online, I think that works really well. And it is nice to see that you have people coming from all over the country. On the other hand, if they are not anchored locally, you're actually losing that, because when I took the course, I had to go to the club station, I had to sit there, and I had to get to know them. And when you're online only at home, you will lose that. You won't be connected.
Yeah, the explanation behind this question is, or part of it, is that I help run an online training course every spring. And I don't know what you're up to these days, Kjetil, but never mind. we certainly lose a fair number each year. I'd say 10% within the first 2 weeks.
Yep.
10, 15, maybe. It varies. But I think the forcing of an inducement to make contact with the local amateur community is important, because there are a lot of participants who that we see that are very reticent to do that, so they need an extra little push. I'm not talking about sending the police round, which is what I've threatened to do. Not the police itself, but we'd take a trip around Norway visiting the people who haven't shown up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So beware.
Oh, yes. I'm still licensed, so.
Thank you for all of that. One aspect of one-to-one Elmering these days, which has got to be on people's minds, is safeguarding.
Yeah.
And I mean, as a sort of 14-year-old, I used to go and find radio amateurs and settle in this room, tucked away in a house somewhere. Well, you just can't approach things like that in these days. I wonder if you've got any comments on how you've approached that, because obviously Elmering, I mean, I agree with you, one-to-one Elmering is wonderfully helpful.
Not really, because it is going to be a challenge. You cannot sit there alone with a child. And I know over here in the UK it's stricter than in Norway, legally, but practically, like, it would not be very, it wouldn't happen very much, basically, that you sent your kid to sit home with somebody. But kids are not necessarily the main target of people, or like the age group of which we're recruiting. But it's something we need to take care of. Like, if there's a scout that comes after Jamboree on the air and says, I would like to do radio, what do you do? Do you ask them to join with their parents, for example? That's one thing, and that will anchor it with the parents so they know what they're doing. Or, well, do you ask them to be more than one, or bring their leaders? That is things you will have to consider. But that's also something. For example, if you're a scout leader here, I would expect that you cannot be alone with the child. At least I cannot do that in Norway. And we probably don't have those rules. But in Norway, if you work with kids, you have to have a police certificate that you're a safe person to work with children, and so on. And then you have to have safeguards, like, for example, only or minimum 2 adults in the room at the same time, stuff like that. We don't have that in place in our organizations. And the question is, should we have that? We're not that many kids that are active, but should we? But then there's a massive overhead in getting that in place. And that red tape like that will scare off a lot of volunteers. Not because they necessarily are bad people, but because they don't want to go through the hassle of, at least in Norway, applying for this, which is quite a lot of work. And somebody has to administer it. It's actually not free, I think, to do it either. So, well.
Oh, right. One more here.
Hi, yeah, sorry, it's more of a comment, actually. So, as a parent of a 5-year-old, I think that one thing we could add to this, actually, is to have resources for parents to be like, what is this amateur radio thing that my kid is asking me about? What does it mean? How does this work? And yes, I guess, like, one thing I would look for would be, does this person have a disclosure or PVG, or can I stay with them? Like, how am I, I think that definitely is an area that we need to look at. But if you forgive me, to go back to your point as well about people going to clubs and stuff, I think one of the reasons that sometimes people don't want to do that is it can be a bit intimidating. You're walking to a room of people you don't really know. I've done 2 of the 3 license levels so far in the UK. All of it has been online, and I'm studying my 3rd one online. I mostly do operations like portable myself, or with Kjetil sometimes. And I'm quite happy to do that. I'd love to get to know other amateurs, but the thought of walking into one of the 3 clubs that we have in Edinburgh is a bit terrifying. So I haven't done it. Maybe they need to entice me in with some cake and it might work.
Come on then.
Yeah, we'll go one time.
Perhaps it's a bit of a negative input here, but I assume we are all members of the RSGB. So I believe that a lot of organizations struggle with this, especially special interest societies like the RSGB, the maybe the
NRL.
Norwegian society,
Yep.
even the Americans maybe. So I think we all know what's the right thing to do, I think, from the comments I've heard here. But it's probably not a question to you, really. What could the societies do better? And we all know that every society is probably watching very carefully the development of membership numbers. And these days, not like in my younger days, it's not like, I always believe, if you have got an interest either professionally or hobby-wise, you join your union kind of thing, which is no longer the case, I'm afraid. I mean, you don't have to be a member of the RSGB to take your amateur exams or get your license.
Yeah. It's again a very good question without any good answers, but the organizations, they are some of the people that work that are there, and like we are, it's still a very high age average, although there are quite a lot of young people coming in. But there's also, you must remember that the organizations, at least NRL and I think also RSGB, they do have a paid staff, but it is a very small staff compared to the membership number. There's a limit to what these people can actually do with the money they have available. So like if you want to make a very professional training scheme, then probably you will have to burn a lot of money, which you will have to get from somewhere or have volunteer time in. And well, that is probably not going to change very much. So good question, but no good answer. Yes.
I'm with Steve Nichols, G0KYA, the Propagation Studies Chair of the RSGB. Steve.
Hi.
Hi. It seems not very long ago when we were talking about the upcoming Propagation Cycle 25.
Absolutely, yeah.
But I believe now you're talking about it going.
I don't like saying it, but I think we've passed the peak. The peak appears to have been in August 2024. Now, the thing about sunspot cycles is that you can get two peaks. Basically, you get a peak in one of the hemispheres of the sun, and then you get a peak in the other hemisphere of the sun. So it's a case of, has that happened yet in both hemispheres? And it's beginning to look like it has. There was a tiny little peak about a year earlier, which was probably one of the hemispheres. So, in other words, we've had the best of the times, and it's going to be on a decline now. But it's not the end of the world, because we've still got a couple of years of good propagation left before we get back to, I was
going to ask you what happens next then, because I mean, we're going to start talking about 26 yet, or are we just going to say how do we make the most of the rest of 25?
I think make the most of cycle 25 by getting on the air and getting as high in the bands as you can. So work 10 meters when it's open. I mean, October is a fantastic month for propagation. It's probably the best month for, say, transatlantic propagation on 10 meters. And this is why the CQ Worldwide Contest is in October. So this is the month, really got to say this, we shouldn't be here really, we should be on the air. Make the most of the sunspot cycles, we've had it, or have got it, and make the most of the seasonal changes. So obviously October and the autumn, really, really good for HF. November, December, January, really good for LF, so 80 meters and 160 meters.
This coming December, January, things. So we've still got some usable time.
We've got usable sunspots for probably another 12 months, maybe even 24 months. The day we get back to 0 sunspots and a solar flux index of 68, and it just goes on and on and on for seemingly like 5 years, that's when GB2RS gets tricky to say something new every week. But it will come, whether we like it or not.
So is it too early to even begin to think about forecasting?
Yeah,
what's coming next?
I think it is.
Fair enough.
I think it is too early to think about it. I don't think anybody's thinking about it yet. I mean, what we do know is that the last 4 cycles exclude this one. We're kind of on a slow decline. So all the majority of the forecasts were that solar cycle 25 was not going to be terribly good. There was only really, I think, 3 predictions, 3 separate groups had said, no, it's going to be better than the previous ones. And the fantastic one was Scott McIntosh, Dr. Scott McIntosh in the States, who said, we're going to have the best cycle ever. I think that was scaled down a little bit after that. But basically, if you now look at it with hindsight, which is always the best way to look at these things, I think that it was better than Cycle 24. This has been better than Cycle 24, the previous one, but not fantastic, not really mind-blowing. So what do we get with Cycle 26? I hadn't really thought about it, to be honest. That's another
bit of an unfair question, maybe.
Well, it's a long way ahead, yeah. 11 years?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we'll have to see.
But it's what I guess we'd look forward next. How is forecasting, is forecasting improving all the time? I mean, we're always seeing advances in technology. AI, dare I mention that word, that's on every broadcaster's lips nowadays. Is that going to have an effect on propagation forecasts?
I think it's difficult to say. I mean, Scott McIntosh had this theory about what he called the Hale Terminator, and how the sunspots, go back to basically the sunspots start at a high latitude and work their way towards the equator, and it's when they hit the equator, it then changes and starts again. So he had this theory that he put forward. So I think he was on the right track, but as I said to one of his colleagues, well, this is okay, but you really need a couple of cycles to test this theory, to get the same results, if you like, in 2 more cycles. So I think he's about the only person I know, or the only group that's working on this and thinking about different ways of promoting or predicting sunspot cycles. I think the NOAA team, the sort of international team that comes up with their prediction, I don't know how they do theirs. I mean, it's all behind closed doors, to be honest.
I mean, a lot of this modelling, though, is based on history, isn't it? And one of the things that we know AI is really good at is doing lots and lots of processing relatively quickly, getting on with it, and where you could never pay people to sit in a room and work for weeks and weeks on it. So maybe that might bring some more accurate forecasting if it looks at the history to see where we're going to go next.
Well, yeah, but as I said, the last 5 cycles have been on a decline. This cycle's been a bit better, so where does that fit into the stats? Does this mean the next one will be even better? Or will the decline continue again? It's a difficult one, and it's very difficult.
It is an unfair question, me saying to you what's next. No,
it's fine. It's fine. What we can say with some certainty is we can talk generally about what we're going to get at various times of the year. For instance, we just had a real short period of very, very disrupted communications. Geomagnetic conditions were bad. The K index was up. They were talking about aurora. But when you look at the data, there weren't really any coronal mass ejections occurring, but the solar wind speed was very high and south pointing, as we say. It has a frozen-in magnetic field which can interact with the Earth's magnetic field when it points south. A bit like bar magnets. If that's pointing south and bar magnet or the Earth is pointing north, then they combine and we get more aurora. But what we do know is that from previous research is from the 1970s, is that at the equinox times, that's March and September, late September, the Earth's being flat onto the sun, it's more likely to interact with the sun and cause aurora. So I think what we just saw in the last couple of weeks was sort of a late edition of that, if you like. So it was a seasonal thing that caused these aurora that we had. So I'm hoping now that we've seen the worst of that and things will now start to improve again.
Good. Okay, well, you're here, apart from you obviously have got a stand here with the propagation studies, but also you're here to do a talk tomorrow afternoon, which I think we're taking here on the live stream as well.
Yeah.
And it's called?
It's called Solar Cycle 25. Is that
it? Yeah. So much the same, and we've got a website as well, which we're going to put up on the screen for everybody at home, where they can find out all the work that you do. Thank you for all the work that you do.
Thank you.
It's so important for us, as we want to make the most of our hobby, whatever the conditions, and to find out with that propagation forecast every week is really useful.
We do our best to come up with a forecast and explain what's going on so people can understand and improve their knowledge as well. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Steve Nichols, G0KY, thanks very much.
Okay.
Now let's go back to GB3HQ and find out who they're working.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, lovely signal play. Okay, won't hold it well, and enjoy the afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much. And 73s, QRZ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec.
Mike 0, Juliet, Sierra X-ray.
Mike 0, Juliet Sierra X-Ray. This is Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. You are 5959. Over.
GB 3HQ, M0JSX returning. Yeah, very good afternoon to you, Jack. I just thought I'd pop in and give you compliments on your operating this afternoon. So you're 5 and 9 plus 10 into South Oxfordshire. My name's Jonathan, located between Reading and Oxford itself. And I have seen your videos on YouTube and do like them very much. GB 3HQ, M0JSX.
M0JSX, GB3HQ. Sorry, I almost said my own call sign there. Thank you very much for watching my videos. That's brilliant. Thank you very much. You're 5-9 into Milton Keynes for the RSGB convention. I'll say 73s now. Thank you very much. Over.
Yeah, 73 Jack, thanks very much indeed, and you enjoy the rest of the weekend there. GB3HQ, M0JSX clear, 73.
73s, QRZ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec.
Papa Delta 1, Tango Oscar Mike.
Papa Delta 1, Tango Oscar Mike, you're 5959 into Milton Keynes for the RSGB convention. Over.
Roger, Roger. Thank you for the 5-9. You're also 5-9, a little bit plus. The name on this side is Tom.
Okay, Tom, the name here is Jack. That's Juliet Alpha Charlie Kilo. Thank you very much, and I will say 73s. QRZ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. CQ, 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 CQ. This is Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, Special Event Station, GB3HQ. Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. Calling CQ and listening.
Mike 3, November, Lima, November.
Yeah, CQ.
Mike 3, November, Lima, November. You are 5959 into Milton Keynes for the RSGB convention. Over.
Located in Streatham in South London.
Okay, Roger on the Streatham. Thank you very much. The golf station, please stand by. Hang in there for a minute. Okay, thank you very much. As I said, we are the RSGB convention. We're the RSGB convention station currently operating. So thank you very much in 73s. Mike 3, November, Lima, November. 73s from Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. QRZ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. CQ, 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 hello CQ. This is Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. GB3HQ, Special Event Station. Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. Calling CQ and standing by.
Mike 0, Delta Golf Bravo.
Mike 0, Delta Golf Bravo. You are about 5 and 8 into Milton Keynes for the RSGB convention. Over.
Roger, Roger. We are live signal 5-9 here. Oxford in West London, 73.
Thank you very much, and 73s. QRZ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec.
Foxtrot 4, Lima Hotel Kilo.
Foxtrot 4, Lima Hotel Kilo. You are 5 and 8 into Milton Keynes for the RSGB convention. Over.
Roger, Roger. You're also 5-9. My QTH is north of France, near the border of Belgium. Have a good DX for today and weekend. Have good luck for you. 73, 88.
Thank you very much, and good luck. 73s, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, QRZ.
Mike 3, Bravo, Oscar, Quebec.
Mike 3, Bravo, Kilo, Quebec, was that? You are 5959 into Milton Keynes for the RSGB convention. Over.
Call sign's not quite right.
The call sign here is Mike 3, Bravo,
Mike 0, Bravo, Kilo, Golf, Boston, Kentucky, Germany, yourself.
Here in Kent. Over.
I think I'm getting too...
There we are. Well, we were talking about seeing more young people here at the RSGB convention in Milton Keynes, and that was 12-year-old Jack M7JIC on GB3HQ. The RSGB Link Reach team launched the LoRa High Altitude Balloon Challenge as part of the RSGB's National Coding Week activities. It caused a huge amount of interest and participation as people built and coded LoRa tracker boards to take part. There are 2 prizes that will be announced at the closing ceremony later tomorrow, and one for the RSGB member who got their signal the furthest from the balloon launch location, and one for the RSGB affiliated club who achieved the longest distance. This video tells the story of what happened on a very wet and windy 20th of September when the balloon was launched.
Welcome! Our live stream is about to begin. Get ready for liftoff.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the RSGB LoRa High Altitude Balloon Launch. The weather hasn't changed much in Wales. We've still got rain, which is a normality for us, but we're quite used to it. My name is Ben Lloyd, GW4BML. I am one of the RSGB board directors, and I also look after the RSGB outreach team and the youth team. And today, the RSGB outreach team has got together to create this interesting event, where we will be launching a high-altitude balloon in the sky. It should get to approximately 90,000 feet, and it's heading, the tracker says at the moment, up north towards Skipton. So hopefully everyone will be in for a good chance of having a go at hitting the digipeater. This is a good friend of mine, Dr. Dave Pegler, who's put a lot of effort into this event as well. So M0JKS.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Wet Wales.
Yeah, Wet Wales. So just a few thank yous I'd like to say. Start off with, I would like to thank Dave Pegler for writing an absolutely fantastic instructions manual. I think you all found that pretty helpful. I'd also like to say a big thank you to Fraser Wenseth, MM0EFI, who's from Aberdeenshire, who followed up with the video, which again helped people program the LoRa boards. I'd love to say a big thank you to the RSGB comms team, who've done a fantastic job of promoting this event. The RSGB outreach team for working with myself on creating it and making it happen. The RSGB Legacy Fund for funding the project, and Meanraker for the great prizes, £200 for the single operator if you're an RSGB member, and £200 for the affiliated club. So I wish you all the best of luck. And then not forgetting three important people today, which are sat out there at the moment in the rain, and for sure it is raining because they've told us, is James Howell, M7SDO, who's close to the Long Mynd with 1 eye gate. Martin Shakespeare, 2 Echo Zero Bravo India Alpha, which is sat on Shining Tor. If anybody know Martin from SOTA, it's pretty much his home. He spends most of the time there activating. And then far up north, we have Fraser Wenseth, MM0EFI, who's manning an eye gate up there as well. So, but I think the weather's better in Scotland than it is here, so Fraser's picked the right place. We also have 2 more eye gates. There's one in not far from us here in Welshpool, a town called Llanfair Coranion, which I've installed, but I'm unattended manning it. And Dave's installed one on Malfrey, which is just about 5 miles west of Oswestry. So we've got everywhere covered. Just before the balloon gets launched, we will do a comms test, or an eye gate test. This morning everything's working. It's working as it should. So before the balloon goes up, we will give the people manning the eye gates a call using radio contact to make sure that they're all ready for the balloon to go. So if I've missed anybody out, I apologize, but I would like to say a massive thank you to everybody that's made this event happen. High Impact, thank you very much. I think you've done a fantastic job of setting everything up here. And in a bit, just before we have the launch, we'll speak to Alan Christ, who's part of High Impact, which will give you a little bit of information on what's happening regarding the payload and the balloon itself. So I will stop talking now. I will say good luck to everybody that's taken part. I really hope we'll see the page filling up with call signs hitting the digipeater. Everyone is in with a chance. So thank you very much all, and good luck. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Again, yeah, Ben Lloyd, GW4BML. I've got Alan and I've got Mark with me here, who've successfully filled the balloon up with air. Alan's a bit lighter now. Mark's got the payload. So I'll just give you a little bit of information. We've got the LoRa digipeater hanging below now. Yeah, Alan, do you want to just run through what you've been doing?
Yeah, so we've inflated the balloon with helium. We've put about 5 cubic meters in, just about 5.3, to get us up to what we hope is 90,000 feet. We've got that tied off now, and then we've got the payload here. We've got a 360 camera on here. Hopefully we'll get some great shots, Mark. It's just there. Yeah, that's right. So we've got a 360 camera, so hopefully we should get some really brilliant shots that we can bring back to you. We've also got a tracker on it. We've got a standard GPS tracker. And inside, we normally have a load of scientific instruments, but of course, we put a lot into the LoRa there. And we've just put a phone in there, believe it or not, because we can track it up to about 1,500 meters in real time, which is quite nice. And we've also got an added backup then. Always redundancy is what we need.
No, that's perfect. Well, it sounds very interesting. And I know we were talking before, but did you say something about the balloon will expand a little bit as it gets higher?
Yeah, so it's probably about 7 feet now at the moment in diameter, and of course as the air pressure decreases as we go higher, we will get probably to about a 26 feet diameter before of course the pressure is just too great. Even at that there, it's too great for the balloon will burst. And then we've got the parachute down here that will help us slowly bring us back to earth as well, just there.
Okay, wow. Well, it's as you can see, it's quite a good setup. So again, I'd like to say a massive thank you to High Impact for all their work, and it's extra hard work today. As you can see, we've got lovely rain in Wales, which I'm used to it anyway. So yeah, Mark's holding the payload. You've got the RSGB logo and Moonraker and High Impact who are all sponsors of the event, and then like I say, the LoRa iGate, digipeater underneath. So I'm just going to quickly pop over now and give the gentleman a call who are manning the iGates, Martin, Fraser and James, just to make sure everything's all right. And then what we'll do is we'll come back and we'll have a 10-second countdown, and then we'll launch. So I hope you're all ready in your locations. If you've built some Yagis, some beams to try and hit the digipeater, or even if you've gone to high ground. Hopefully you've got better weather than we have here if you have gone to high ground. So if you'd like to follow me, we'll give the iGate people a call to make sure everything's working. So 2 seconds, here we go. This is Golf Whiskey 4, Bravo, Mike, Lima Portable. 2 Echo 0, Bravo, India Alpha Portable. Martin, Shining Tour, are you on frequency?
Yeah, on frequency, then they have what, and everything's testing positive, it's been back to you.
Roger QSL, many thanks for letting me know everything's set up. That's fantastic. Sorry about the rain, but I've seen a few pictures of you up there, and it looks like you're quite comfortable in the shelter, Martin. Over?
Yeah, we got the tent up, and we just found we got some mince pies, so all good here, mate. Everything's up and positive. Back to you.
Spot on. 2 Echo 0, Bravo, India Alpha Portable, GW4BML Portable. Thanks, Martin. You take care, and yeah, like I say, in about 50, 60 seconds, the balloon will be going. So I'll just check if Fraser's there. Mike 0, Echo, Foxtrot, India Portable. Fraser, are you up north? GW4 BML Portable. Yeah, QSL. Thanks, Fraser. I got that. That's absolutely fantastic. You're all ready. Again, I saw pictures of you when you sent them through, and it looked like the weather was much better than it is here in Wales. So yeah, that's it. That's a turn for our books. You take care, Fraser, and we'll speak after the event. Over.
Yeah, thanks, and it's 15 minutes long, and then see when you have back to you.
QSL, thanks, Fraser 7-3. Okay, GW4 BML Portable now clear on HF. I'm just going to check James. We'll just pop across to James, who's on 2 meters. Mike 7, Sugar Delta Oscar Portable. This is GW4 BML Portable. Are you on frequency, James? QSL, is everything okay with you, James? Are you all ready? We'll be launching the balloon very, very, very soon. Over.
Full with a seat, heavily bike, side, a half bike, good. All they go, need to get the race.
QSL. Thanks for that, James. If we're all ready to go, we'll do the count off. So 7-3. We'll catch you in a bit, James. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna pop. Would you like to come, Lai? You gonna come and hold the balloon for it to go? Follow me then. Good girl, hold my hand if you want. We have a little helper. So let's walk over and do the countdown. Dave, would you like to come and join us? Come on, you're gonna have to come. So before we do it, good luck, everybody.
Oh, what? The lift? Yeah.
Is it heavy?
Unbelievable.
Heavy, yeah?
You know how to go with these?
No, I haven't.
Unbelievable.
No.
Before, if you're on the balloon, just you know.
Sounds like it feels like the balloon's quite heavy here. Dave, you're struggling.
Yeah. But come on, when we have.
Are you gonna come and hold it? That's it. You hold it with Dave then. You hold the string by there with Dave, yeah?
Yeah.
And then when we say to let go, you gotta let go, yeah? Good girl. Right.
I think you need to guide her down first. She might literally take off. I don't do it. This is ready.
I'll tell you can at least go first, Lai, yeah? Good girl.
So when would you begin? I don't know. I'm just gonna watch you guys because I can't quite. So we'll let go slowly. Yeah.
Are we very ready?
I'm gonna keep hold as well.
Here we go. Yeah, we won't let. We'll wait till Simon comes. Good girl, I got you.
Well, I don't know. We're just gonna do a countdown.
Yeah, we're gonna do a countdown. Yeah, we'll do. I just wait for Simon to come. We'll do a countdown then.
Make sure everything's working.
So if you release it up now, so you hold me by the actual balloon, by your payload.
Right, go on, mate.
So that's a good girl.
Someone needs to go to the payload. No, so yeah, we'll do it.
So I'll hold it above there. I know you're worried, don't you? I'll hold it there. It's okay. And do you want to hold the? Okay, then.
Hold it just up by that. That's it.
There we go. So,
ready? It's gonna just.
A bit it's gonna help probably. No.
Oh, it's all right. You'll be all right. Don't worry. You'll be all right. Right, you're gonna help me count down. You ready? That's it. You're gonna be David. Okay. Okay. Well, we're gonna do a countdown now. Good luck, everybody. I hope we see plenty of call signs coming up on the screen on APRS.fi. Okay, to track it. There's a full instructions on the RSGB website where you found the instructions to do the build. You'll find instructions there to track the balloon and also track your call sign if you'd like to as well, and you can see if you've hit it. So please feel free to check that. Okay then, you gonna help me count? Say ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, everyone!
We're off!
Perfect! Good luck! Okay, so we're live here now at the field in Welshport, where the balloon's just launched, and we're going to just have a look to see if there's any call signs which have hit the balloon so far. Okay, so we've got the test is still the test call sign still hit the balloon, so it is working. Okay, so we're just checking now. The balloon's pinged back to us. We can see that it's moving in the air. And the first ping we've had after our test call is 2E0 LSJ, 2 Echo 0 Lima Sugar Juliet. So that's the first call sign we've had that's pinged the balloon, as well as a little liar being supervised by a call sign Mike Whiskey 3, Mike Bravo Lima -2 as well.
2E0 LSJ7.
Okay, 2E0 LSJ7.
5 miles forward.
31 miles away. That's the first one. Okay, because of the weather, it's pretty because of the weather, it's quite bad, you know, in Wales. The balloon is in the air. It is receiving packets, which is fantastic. It's also transmitting to us, telling us its location. So it's on the track which was kind of proposed, which was going up towards Skipton in Lancashire, in North Yorkshire. So we've received.
We've just have M7JRA7. Hello world for the RSGB event from M7RJA7.
M7JRA-7. We've had G4DPZ, M7SDO, G7SKR. So G4JUW. So the call signs are coming through thick and fast. So that's absolutely great. We're going to have to just go off the live stream now. High Impact are going to go and track the balloon to go and fetch it. And like I say, the weather's bad, but we will keep everybody updated on comms throughout the next few hours. And next week we can see who's basically hit the balloon in total. And then one last thing. Now the balloon's gone up, everything's been launched. If you want to use your Lola trackers again for something else, we will be putting a full set of instructions up on the RSGB website next week at some point, where you can reprogram your tracker to use the normal LoRa frequency, so you can use for hill walking if you're an amateur and licensed, and you can use it for SOTA or just for tracking yourselves in the car. So please look out for that. Thank you ever so much to everybody that's taken part. I wish everyone good luck. Thank you ever so much to High Impact and for everybody who's been involved in this event. And a big thank you to Dave, for all his hard work as well in it. So take care all. Thank you very much from the RSGB outreach team, myself and Dave, and High Impact here on the day. 7-3.
What a great event. It's time for our next lecture this afternoon now. Each One, Teach One with Anna Cañizares, EI5 IXB.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Conference Room 1 here at Kents Hill Conference Centre for the RSGB convention. I'm Martin Atherton and we're continuing with the theme of youth training and getting young people involved in amateur radio, and it's my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Anna Cañizares, EI5IXB. She's the current youth coordinator for the IRTS, an active member of both IRTS and Radio Scouting Ireland. By day, she's a STEM outreach coordinator at the Technological University Dublin, where she shares her passion for space, STEM and amateur radio with students at both primary and secondary levels. Since getting licensed in 2020, Anna has led 2 successful ARIS school contacts in 2023 and 2025, and she's also a member of the IARU Region 1 Youth Working Group, and is a hands-on educator who loves teaching, tinkering and all things DIY. Over to you, Anna.
Thank you so much for inviting me over to do this presentation, especially to the RSGB. And I also wanted to say thank you to the OARC, the Online Amateur Radio community, which is probably why a lot of people is saying things on YouTube. Thank you, Victor, for sharing that link. So my name is Anna. I am the IRTS Youth Coordinator since 2023. I'm a licensed amateur since 2020. And then in 2022, I became an Access and Outreach Team Coordinator for Technological University Dublin. That just means that I get paid to play with kids and to design activities to get them into science, which is the best job ever. And because of this, when I was preparing for my license in 2020, I listened to an ARIS contact from my garden with a school in Spain. And since then, I thought if I ever teach, I would like to do this with my students. So when in 2022, I got offered a job in the university doing exactly that with primary students, I made my mission to design a whole program for primary based around space. Yeah, I sold it as, it's because children like space, which they do, but also it's because I could apply for an ARIS contact, which my manager didn't know. But she's fantastic, and she actually let me apply, and that led to our ARIS contact in 2023. And because of that ARIS contact, I became the IRTS Youth Coordinator at the end of that year for my sins. And eventually, because of that and the job that I did with Radio Scouting Ireland, and because this is what we've seen, it's working for us, I became also the Youth Officer and Curriculum Development with Radio Scouting Ireland. And this sounds this sounds very positive, and oh my God, look at all of the things that we've done. But the reality is much different. This is me in October, pretty much like two years ago, October 2023. This is the day after the ARIS contact. I was born out. I wanted to do no more radio, and I felt incredibly like a massive imposter, because I was promoting radio among youth, and I was doing very little radio myself. I will go home, turn on my radio, I'll have a noise floor of 9 that I could not troubleshoot. I will get very pissed off and I'll turn it off. I had nothing to do, and I will stop really enjoying the hobby. So at the end of that contact, I really was ready to just hang the towel and just stop being a radio amateur. And this is kind of the idea that I wanted to underpin behind this whole presentation. Because none of what we're going to see in the following presentation will have been possible without the people that I met along the way, and that prevented this Anna from continuing forward. So it's because of the people that I met along the way that I came up with the Each One Teach One initiative, which the background comes from the African slaves. They were not allowed to learn, and when one of them will learn to read and write, they shared this kind of shared duty to pass it along. And this is what I wanted to kind of reflect in this presentation, because we all need a mentor. In my case, without Victor, Echo India 5, India Yankee Bravo, and Mick, Echo India 6, India Kilo Bravo, without Robbie and Seamus, without John from Radio Scouting Ireland, Echo India 3, ISB, without Megan, Echo India 5, LA, who introduced me to contesting, I will not be here. I will be the radio amateur that got the exam and put the radio in a box and forgot about it. So this is what I want you to remember when we see all that we're going to go and see now in the next slides, because it's not because of me, but it's because of the people that I have behind me that all of these things are possible. So if we go back to the role of the Irish Youth Coordinator, the Irish Youth Coordinator in Ireland becomes the member or part of the Irish Youth Committee, and at the same time he has the duty or the role of promoting amateur radio in Ireland in general. Now, it's important to remember that all of this is voluntary. Now, in Ireland, we are like a we're a small country, and the IRTS is also a small society, and we're all volunteers. So all that we do it on our free times. And we take it away from, maybe not our jobs, but we do take it from our families, in a sense. So as the youth coordinator, I am in charge of promoting one of the main initiatives of IARU C8, the Youth Committee in Region 1, which is Youngsters on the Air, which have within itself, we have like several sub-initiatives, such as like the YOTA Camp, one of the most known, where you try to promote internationally amateur radio among youth and train the next generation of coordinators, train the trainer to provide more training to those who are doing radio reach, the YOTA contest, again, to promote visibility of amateur youngsters on the bands, YOTA Month, likewise, and the YOTA contesting program, which unfortunately I cannot participate, but some of my colleagues here present in the room have. So in terms of what we are doing relating to YOTA in Ireland, we have rebranded, and one of the main things that I took over when I became the youth coordinator was bringing the Irish team to the YOTA camp, which you think, is a massively subsidized summer camp for a week in some place in Europe. The first year was Czech Republic, the second year, like this year, was a fantastic camp in Paris. And you will think like everybody will want to go. But the reality is that it is a struggle to even put together a team to bring forward. And this is because, when you're when you're dealing with youngsters, if you go to a mother or to a daddy and say, it's like, can I bring your son 7 days to a radio amateur camp in Czech Republic with no supervision from adults or very little supervision? They don't really feel like letting them go. So it is a struggle, but in fairness, we've managed to get like a team of 3 last year and a team of 4 this year. And because I am older and I'm not that young anymore, I feel like I have an extra duty of promoting what I know and pass it along. So when I go to a YOTA camp, I always offer to deliver sessions on like either rocketry workshops or microbit workshops, because in the first case is a workshop that is very achievable for anybody to kind of start engaging with children and then getting it as a Trojan horse to go into the schools. And in the second, because it's another introduction to radio that you can do with a small gizmo that a lot of the schools may have heard about. So beyond that, we do the YOTA contest, and this year we managed for the first time to do the YOTA contest with a team, and that will not have been possible without Mick Echo India 6 India Kilo Bravo. If he hadn't let us use his own station, his personal station, to be able to meet together and contest. And again, this is something important that we'll talk about like later on, how as radio amateurs you can do something like this for youth to promote that they continue. And finally, we have December YOTA Month, which is kind of my pending subject soon, TM. Hopefully this year I'll manage to get more people on the air in December. And this brings me back to the main challenge that I have as a youth coordinator in Ireland, which is YOTA. What's YOTA? So when I started, I managed to find Megan. I knew there was another young radio amateur that had licensed when he was like 12, I think it was, or had passed the Morse test, was contesting, impossible to locate. It's taken 2 years to find him and to get permission to do activities with him. So when I'm dealing with YOTA, and that may happen to people in UK, though you have more populations, you have, I think, about 200, 300 youngsters licensed, I think, I've heard from somewhere. Definitely a good source. My main challenge is, what are the YOTA? What are the youngsters? Where to find them and how to train them? And then for the youngsters I have, they are very few and very, very valuable. And one thing that I seem to be finding every time I talk about youngsters in amateur radio is that amateur radio, and especially older OMs, tend to think that the solution to getting more youngsters into the air is having more youngsters get more youngsters into the air, which is true, but it's also not fair on the youngsters to be placed, you know, that responsibility on their shoulders, because they also want to enjoy the hobby like everybody else. It's not fair that you have a youngsters and you say it's like, well, you have to do a reach, because that may not be what they like. So because the ones that we have are few and valuable, we really need to increase the capacity of the member. We need to, if we want to have them do something for us to promote the hobby, we really need to make sure that we're giving something in return. We need to train them, we need to increase their capacity, and we need to honor their time and their commitment. So in terms of what we do in Ireland and what's working and not working, this is the following approach that we have. So we approach engagement in, like, let's say 4 sections. So we do engagement with the Scouts, a school and public outreach engagement, then we have conferences, and then we have the part of kind of ensuring that we are training and increasing the capacity. So in terms of Scout outreach, and this is one of the things that is working the best for us, which links very well with the previous speaker, with, oh God, I forgot his name, Kjetil, who also does stuff with the Scout. We found out that if you want to get youngsters, you need to go to where the youngsters are. And the Scout is a great resource to find these youngsters that are quite often self-motivated, and they are also passing through a program of on a scheduled education where they get, let's say, promoted for self-training themselves. So they are the perfect kind of growing kind of soup to get more radio amateurs, so to speak. So what we've done in radio scouting, and again, this would not have been possible without the people that weren't before me, is we have a 9-stage radio skill program in which we promote both STEM and through amateur radio to get them interested. And we do that through very hands-on training and activities. So what we do is we create and provide training for both the Scouts and their leaders, and then we also, if they get interested, we facilitate equipment access. And this is important because if you think about anybody under 25, I will say, who doesn't have a job, it is like amateur radio is a very expensive hobby. It's a difficult to access hobby. When I got licensed, I was a PhD student. I had no money. I had to think about how many meters of coax I could afford. Could I afford the RG like 123, like the no loss, or could I not? So I had to wait. So if you think about why, you know, more youngsters are not coming in, think about also these challenges, these extra challenges that you may not consider because you don't have them. So this is our 9-step training program, and we obviously give them badges because that's the currency for a Scout. If you give them a badge, they are more likely to do something for you. So originally we started doing Scout camps. So we will do 2 big Scout camps. We'll do 2-day events. Maybe we'll set up a station with 6 different radios, a walkie-talkie activity. Then we get them into HF, and this was like full-on, very tiring, required at least 6 to 7 radio amateurs for the whole day, the previous day to set up and the day after to take apart. And it wasn't just as productive. So yes, you reach a lot of people, but you're not gonna get, maybe you're gonna get 1 every 50 kids, or 1 every, maybe 1 every 20 kids if they are older, interested in radio. So then we decided, so what can we do? How can we make this better? And we decided to then focus on leaders. Because if you train the leaders, you are increasing capacity and you're training them to be able to deliver the first few stages, which are the ones that are gonna get the Scouts interested. So now we do leader training. We train the leaders in stages 1 and 2. We teach them exercises and activities they can do with their own troops, which is what they want, because any leader is interested in having more activities to get their Scouts engaged. And then they can run that down at their own kind of locations. And this is what has been working the most for us, because when we have a couple of interested leaders, then we can refer them to the IRTS and to the National Shortwave Listeners Club. They get trained, they become amateurs, they can join us, we have increased capacity, and they are also promoting radio already on their side. And you're also tapping people who has a specific type of knowledge, which is dealing with youngsters. In addition to that, we do schools and public outreach. Now, I am in a very privileged position because this is my day job. I don't know if any other YOTA coordinator will be able to do this without having access to students. Because again, one of the challenges that was mentioned in the previous talk was Garda vetting and child protection. So in terms of schools and public outreach, one of the things that I focus on is primary workshops. And now I've moved to junior cycle, which is the equivalent of 12 to 15 years old. I don't know how you call it in UK, high school, the first 3 years of high school. And in those, I'm trying to provide them with tasters that are linked to something that is relevant to them to a point. So I do them with electronics, more basics, and I bring in the history of transatlantic telegraphy, because Ireland has the history of having the first underground cable that goes between between Kerry and America. So it's a way of tapping into their own history by doing something like this, and in the same way, it's like blending the vegetables. You get them into kind of Morse and radio as a start. And beyond that, it's not the same, but it's not at schools. We also do, I do presentations to any amateur radio, I do presentations to any university that dares to kind of invite me over. And that seems to also be working quite well because they are older students. Quite often they come from an electronic engineering or a technical background, and they get the concepts much quicker. Because of the primary workshops and because of the primary and secondary engagement, we managed to get 2 ARIS contacts, one in 2023, and because we did it so well, we managed to get another one last year as well during our Space Fest. Which, if you can do it, it is a very tiring activity. You get very drained out. It is a lot of coordination. However, it does pay off, because no matter how burnt out you are, when the voice of the astronaut comes through and you see their faces light up, that makes it all worth it. So that brings me to the next activity that I think is working quite well with us, and which I think a lot of people don't value enough, even though I think it was someone in the room has mentioned before, which is attending STEM fairs and public outreach activities. So I try to go to STEM fairs and festivals and conferences because I try to find not only the youngsters, but also the people that can influence the youngsters. So when you go to a fair or a STEM festival, you can find the parents, the kids with the parents. So if you need to get permission, you get it on the spot. But also, I am very fond of the Maker Fest, what we have in Ireland, because it will allow us to, in a couple of days, you can reach with about 400 proper interactions in which you get the kids to do some basic Morse code with a Morse key. And that increases the numbers of youngsters that you have, but also without a Maker Fest, without the South Dublin Radio Club, I will have never become an amateur. Because surprisingly enough, I wanted to be an amateur since I was a kid, because I had someone in my town in the south of Spain that used to do amateur radio to talk to his sister in the missions. But I grew up having no one else around me that had a knowledge of what amateur radio was. So I will watch movies like, Frequency, or that terrible movie, a scary movie about the trucker that kills someone. It's the CB trucker. And I kept asking and going to the petrol station, where do I buy that radio? Where can someone get that radio, the one that you talk back? But I did not have the vocabulary. And that gives you an idea of how difficult it is to get into the hobby if you don't have someone that can introduce you to it. Because you don't have the vocabulary to even search for what you're looking for. So if it wasn't for them, finally, when I was 32, telling me yes, this is 20 SDR, start listening, this is how you get the license, I will not be here today. So I try to do what I can to kind of bring it back. So in terms of, finally, of what we're doing in Ireland to keep promoting YOTA, it's we've changed our YOTA image. Because one thing that we don't realize is we youngsters want to belong, and that's something common that we have when we are teenagers. We want to be part of something. So you need to make sure that they feel recognized and they feel part of something. So having an image that kind of is theirs will work. And also reaching the youngsters, where the youngsters are, like trying to have, like the youngsters are not going to be in a forum. Like that's something of the past. The youngsters are definitely not on Facebook. Like that's something that was more than like 15 years ago. They are in TikTok, they are in Snapchat, they are in Instagram, so that's where you have to find them. And the last change that I've done, beyond like trying to increase the YOTA image and the social media, is I've realized that I cannot do this all alone, and I have to increase capacity. So instead of having, like, keeping the structure that we originally have in the IRTS of a YOTA officer, I have modified and requested that we have a youth subcommittee, so I can bring into the fold the interested youngsters that want to do something and build their skills so they can take over me, because I'm not that young and I want to kind of retire at some point. So that brings me to the last part, our main challenges, which I believe is something that all of you are going to share with me, which is in Ireland, and I think in UK is very similar. We have a lot of problems with child protection. It is necessary, it is mandatory, we will not want to do without it. But it creates a lot of burden, especially bureaucratic burden, to all of the radio clubs that want to engage with youngsters, because you need to get them Garda vetted. And if it's the case of Ireland, you have to be Garda vetted for every specific activity. So if, let's say, if you go to school A, you need to be Garda vetted by that school to go to that school, and also by the next school to go to that school. What in other countries, you just get your like penal certificate or that you haven't been convicted, and that's sort of enough. So you have to kind of work around this. At the moment, we're doing it through me, because I work through schools and I'm Garda vetted to do the work that I do, and also through the scouts, because through the scouts, they have really strong and relatively stringent measurements on child protection and policies. So any leader within the scouts becomes Garda vetted, and there are like certain procedures, such as not being alone with one kid, at least 2 kids, 1 adult, things like that. Now, the next challenge, which I think is a big challenge, and I think a lot of the people that are here forget about, which is you need to meet youngsters at their level. Quite often what will happen is that you want to engage with youngsters, but you fail to realize that you're not speaking their own language. You're talking, like, we're all excited amateur radio people. We love our hobby, and we are like, up to here in level of expertise, and we're not able to explain it to them as if they were 6 years old. So if we cannot explain it to them in simple words, we just don't know well enough. So I always like to remind myself of Albert Einstein's, like, if I've learned something good enough, I should be able to explain it to someone else to get them into radio. And finally, the main issue is, like, and I have my cat because, of course, that's one of my hobbies as well. There is not enough of us, which brings me again in a circle to the mentoring, because we often, as amateurs, I've heard like a lot of my colleagues around and a lot of the almonds in the clubs where I am saying, like, oh, the hobby is dying, you know, the hobby is dying. And then I ask myself, is it dying or are we killing it? Because every time that I will ask a question in a WhatsApp group, I will get a massively patronizing answer, even if I had been extremely specific of the information that I wanted, like, and that still happens. Or we spend a lot of the time bickering on internet rather than doing something for the hobby. So I think if we focus more on each of us teaching one and less bickering, we can do quite a lot for the hobby. So again, because I've realized working with Radio Scouts that I need a lot of support, we came up with this each one teach one. So there are like different levels in which you make it back. Again, because the youth should not have sole responsibility for their circle have a neighbor, a small neighbor. Can you raise your hands? Who has a small neighbor?
Hotel Quebec, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, special event station for the RSGB convention at Kents Hill, Milton Keynes, CQ. CQ, CQ, CQ. This is Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. Special event station for the RSGB convention at Kents Hill, Milton Keynes, CQ.
Okay, now in UK you do it much better because instead of having one youth coordinator, you have a lot of youth champions for different areas. So at least the responsibility, you know, is like separated, and they can kind of help each other. But they are also going to need help. So join Radio Scouting Ireland, join your local scouts, support a youth coordinator, support a youth champion, help them, volunteer with them. And if you cannot, you can also offer access to your shack with supervision. You can join in events, or you can connect us or the people that are doing this work with other people that may be interested on doing something with youth. And even if all of this fails, you can still pick up your radio and answer a call when you hear a YOTA station with all of the patients in the world. Nothing works the best for us than when we have youngster doing their fair HF contact, and we have an amateur radio operator on the other side being extremely kind and patient to them. And I've had like fantastic experiences with people from UK. Like I remember last year in Crew we had like this lovely UK operator that kept listening to us, and every so often will come back and say, it's like, you're doing great, guys. Those kids are now with us. So that still may be difficult. You may not want a stranger kid or a stranger touching your shack, but you still can do things to support, because we are adults, we have jobs, we have money, and this is why we buy radios. So you can also, we also collect radios, we accumulate those, so we can also donate some of those to your youth coordinators, to your national organization, for them to be distributed or put together in packages that can be sent to schools to do activities. The same way that in radio scouting, we try and promote that when a troop has become interested in radio, we bring them, we kit them with a radio so they don't have to have that expense. And if not, you can always just donate the cost of a coffee or a lotto ticket, or a pint, which is a cost that we all cover fairly quickly. And for us, Radio Scouting Ireland, which we have like very little money in our bank account, it will be great, because that will offset the cost of the petrol and the cost of us, let's say, going from Dublin to Galway to teach a training course to leaders, which we normally cover of our own pocket. Now, the important part of this slide is actually not this one, but the resources section. If you want to do outreach yourself, in Radio Scouting we have a lot of resources that you can use to start doing radio with youngsters, and radio in a very practical manner. And in Tri5, you have a lot of resources to start introducing youngsters, especially kids of around 8 to 10, into a STEM and a space, especially if you are a radio amateur interested into down the line doing an iris contact. But at the end of the day, the important thing is that each one of us has to go back to the Elmering, this Elmering idea that we've lost because of COVID. Because without these, none of us will be here. We all need a mentor, and we're all here because of one. So that's it for me. That was 30 minutes, actually 29. Oh my God, impressive. Thank you very much. And I have to mention everybody that supported me while I got my license, including my cat, which is also in my QSL card, if you ever make contact with me. If you want to know more, this is our website. These are the workshops where you can get all of the materials. You can also email me if you need additional information or support with anything. And that's it for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Must be some questions or comments. So who's going to be first? Right, over here.
Thank you, David, EI7BR, and I'm G4CKS as well. It's not a question, it's a comment. Without the sort of efforts that you are putting in, the hobby has no future. If we don't have an input of youth, the hobby has no future. It's as simple as that. And I think the sort of talk you've given, or perhaps the actual talk, should be the keynote speech next year, not later in the afternoon, because it's what you're doing is absolutely fundamentally important to the future of the hobby. So, well done, congratulations, fantastic.
Thanks, Emilio. Like, I mean, we definitely need to consult the youngsters, but that still doesn't take away from the fact that without people like you that helped me, I don't know, make my first balloon, my first toroid, my first choke to try and guess some of the noise that I had in 40 meters, like, I would have gotten, you know, rid of my radio, throwing it through the window. So,
Pete, Mem Zero, Papa Hotel Victor. Yeah, thanks for your talk, actually. It's quite inspiring. We faced the same questions, actually, in our club in Stratford-upon-Avon. And I've tried teaching my grandchildren too, actually, without success, I have to admit. I think one of the challenges we have to face, actually, we have to put, as older amateurs, we have to put ourselves into the mindset of a younger person. And that's quite difficult sometimes, yeah? But I like the structured way you've put all together, and I should certainly access your website, because we are certainly looking at this whole issue ourselves, actually, and I hope to follow it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I'd like to answer one question that I got asked in the previous talk,
Go
which is like, when we have club meetings, why do people not come to our club meetings? And I'll give you the example of my club meeting. I became part of a radio club called North Dublin Radio, even though in Dublin I actually live south of the river. So I should actually be part of South Dublin Radio, which incidentally is the club that got me into radio. Turns out that during COVID, one of the best times and one of the best things that could have happened to the hobby, despite all of the negatives, the South Dublin Radio Club had a net on SSB. How many entry-level radios for €30 in Amazon can you think that will have SSB to be able to listen to a net? So I could contact absolutely nobody around me just to listen to the net. I only want, like, I was a shortwave listener. So eventually I managed to get into PMR, and through PMR I also met people from that were from North Dublin Radio, and eventually I was able to get a nice homemade dipole and listen to them. And then what happened was, like, we had this lovely meeting on the Saturdays, and quite often what happens in those meetings is there is a lot of old people having tea and biscuits and talking at very high level about the hobby. None of that was interesting to me. Like, youngsters like me, they like computers, they like tinkering, they like making things, they have touching things, doing practical things, not being told about, like, gains and, dBs and how many lengths of coax you need for your antenna and whether the antenna broke with the wind. So if people is not going to you, think as well, am I making my sessions interesting to youngsters? Am I inviting youngsters to do a talk that is relevant? What else can youngsters teach me? Because when I started doing radio, I hated contests. And I hated contests because a lot of people around me had that preconceived idea that contests were terrible. I had no practice speaking. So I felt self-conscious. So every time I tried to have like a normal, slow kind of rack 2 QSO with someone on 20 meters, I have to kind of go around like CQ contest, and I hated them. It wasn't until I met Megan, which is a youngster, by the way, way younger than me, and she let me to invited me to Echo India 7M, which is a fantastic contact station in Ireland, that I actually realized contest is fucking awesome. And apologies for the thing. It is fantastic. Like, now, don't get me wrong, I will not do contests on my own, but contest as a team, multi-single. Like, it is absolutely an art. Just being able to work with your team and try and get multipliers to up your scores, keeping track of the propagation, just trying to make a contact in between the gaps of another person because you are like bending the rules, like in that level, because you can. Like, it is absolutely fantastic. I would have missed that if it wasn't for a youngster. So that's what I would say.
Yeah. Peter was next.
Hi, Anna. You mentioned Einstein's pronouncement about being able to explain something to a 6-year-old or a 7-year-old. How can we go about learning that again?
That's practice. Like again, you can start by volunteering. You can start by joining in an activity. Like you can start like Scouts in UK will do a lot of activities. Last year they have a massive Essex Jamboree, and in the Essex Jamboree they have a radio station. If you only have, if you only have one radio amateur or two, you're gonna have one station. If you get 6 of you plus a pentaplexer, like the big antennas, you can set up 6 stations. 6 stations, call, and a couple of remotes. You can have like a 2-meter, a walkie-talkie session, and you can start doing activities with kids. Now, you need to also understand that kids work at a different level, and things are not gonna be perfect. And sometimes this is what I realize as well, especially working with primary, sometimes you just have to embrace chaos. And it is like that, like, sometimes I want to teach them microscopy, and I want to teach them, oh my God, look at this National Geographic contest, like they do absolutely fantastic microscopy, but the reality is like I'm gonna give them the microscope and they're gonna be running wild in the classroom. Yet they are still learning. They are still promoting that kind of problem-solving ability and problem-solving skills that is so prevalent in our hobby. And getting that, it's actually fundamental, and I see when they don't have it a lot, it is, and this is why it's so important that we teach it to them. So just start small. Again, start with a neighbor, when you go to an event, like go to a fair, go to a rally, when someone comes with a young kid, says like, hey, you wanna give it a try? Oh, I'm too shy. It's like, okay, I'm gonna talk to this person. I'm gonna pass it to you. The only thing that you have to say is like, hello, my name is in phonetic alphabet. And then they answer back, and it's like, oh my God, this is so cool. And little by little, you get them into it. It doesn't have to go all the same time. And another thing that works with us when we do this with radio scouting is, or when I do it with primary, is scaffolding. Especially when they're younger, you need to build on layers. And they have a very short attention span, so don't expect anything more than 15 to 25 minutes to keep them entertained. So it's not like adults. Like, I have ADHD. I also cannot be kind of concentrated for that amount of time. So if you do universal design, you cater for kids and you cater for everybody. So one of the things that we do with the scaffolding is like, if I want the kids to go to an HF station, I do a contact. I cannot subject the poor radio amateur on the other side of the contact to the kids laughing. On the radio, I'm just like freezing out. So what we do is we do a walkie-talkie session before that. We do games with walkie-talkies. They learn the phonetic alphabet. They learn to kind of be comfortable talking on the walkie-talkies, saying over, not messing around. It's like saying their names in phonetic, calling back, and so on. And then you move them to an HF station, and you teach them a tiny bit more. And the next time, you teach them a tiny bit more. And you also need to realize, I think you mentioned as well in the previous talk, you lose 10% of new members. And that is okay. I don't expect to get every 12 leaders that we train, we don't expect them to get them all into radio. But if we get 2, or if every time we train, if we get 1 or 2, that builds up. And eventually, like it's not super fast, but eventually it does create momentum. And we're now seeing it. Like I had no youngsters 2 years ago. Now I have, after the conferences, I have 15 people on the WhatsApp group. So.
The question was.
No, sorry.
Just a quick one. The question was germane because it's Jamboree on the air next week, and apparently we're going to have about 85 scouts and guides at the arrangement locally.
Excellent. Oh, excellent. So if you're going to be if you are not attending the Jamboree, just be on air. There are a series of frequencies that are the most kind of used, but they will be anywhere. Just look for the IOTA call signs, or you can do things for them. You can answer to their calls and be patient. You can spot them for someone else to answer and specify their scouts. Please be patient. And you can also support them on there. And if you know whoever is going to be on the Jamboree, link them to me, because we have a WhatsApp group to try and connect with other scout groups doing IOTA-IOTI, so we can get scouts talking to scouts internationally, which is the whole point of the Jamboree.
Anna,
think you know who I am. For anybody else, Philip MI0MSO. I have been a volunteer with RSGB for years, regional rep, regional manager. I'm now the SIG manager, special interest groups. Any event I've ever done over the years that involved public and whatnot, what I found attracted the kids the most was Morse code. Morse. Whatever it is about Morse and the tone and the musical tone of it, Morse attracts them. But you're 100% right. Mentoring is a big thing, and each one teach one or whatever. But what I also learned, in Northern Ireland, we brought the, years ago, we brought over what the RSGB used to have, a vehicle called GB4 Fun, right? So it's the fun bit in that. So the two different vehicles, Mark 1, Mark 2, we brought both over to schools in Northern Ireland. And you need to make learning fun to keep kids interested and whatnot. And what I just want to say, you're not obviously from Ireland going by your accent.
No, definitely not.
But you didn't get into amateur radio, you didn't become licensed until you
Went to Ireland.
Went to Ireland. And I think maybe you're about Ireland too long, because you used an explicit word there that only normally you hear in every sentence of the Irish. You're maybe in Ireland too long.
We do, yeah.
Well,
I do indeed, yeah. But yeah, it is fairly true. You do need to make it fun, and you need to make it, like, when we do workshops with primary, the workshop may be 2 hours, but they are like organized in like small sections of different handout activities. You change it around, you keep them entertained. Because if you don't keep them, and I've had other lecturers around me like mock me because we call this edutainment, but it's like no one is going to be interested. Like, you will not be doing what you're doing if you didn't have fun when you learn it first. So you do have to make it fun, and maybe you will do an activity with Morse code with a kid that is 7 now, and nothing may happen. But 20 years down the line, it could be another Anna finding South Dublin Radio, and and becoming licensed. So that's what you need to take into account. Like, every little counts.
Excellent. Well, you mentioned the number of young amateurs in the country. I do some remote invigilation. I see the spreadsheet coming up, and all the ones under 18 are all marked. So it's probably about 6 a week under 18 who are doing one of the license exams by remote invigilation. It's probably another 4 or 5 between 18 and 25 who still count as youngsters under IARU terms. So it's quite a lot coming through, which is great. But Anna, thank you so much for a really exciting presentation. I think you have given us the quote of the weekend for the RSGB sizzle reel for promotion purposes. So many thanks indeed, and I think everybody would like to join me in thanking you again for your presentation.
Thank you so much. Do I click in? Someone disconnect my computer, or will I break something?
I'm with Professor Ian Neal, M0KEO, who's the RSGB British Science Week coordinator. Hello, Ian.
Hello, David. Nice to see you.
And good to see you. So tell us, what is Science Week really all about, in case somebody watching hasn't seen it?
Okay. British Science Week is an event set up by the British Science Association, which is a national umbrella organisation. The RSGB works with them to fit in with some of the things they do, because clearly ours is a sciencey kind of subject. It fits in largely with the STEM curriculum, which is science, technology, engineering and mathematics in schools. And that's led us to a little bit of a problem, but I'll come back to that in a moment if I may. Much of the work that we do as the RSGB fits very closely in with schools. We try to get youngsters involved in doing radio, introducing them to it. We do things like do some Morse keys, the little snail Morse keys that we can set up, and then they can send their name to each other and maybe get a certificate as a result of it. But actually just showing them the kit that we have is really good. To give a couple of examples, the Bishop Auckland Radio Amateurs Club, Barrack, up in my neck of the woods, they spend the whole week going round primary schools, demonstrating things to them, showing them how things work, and it's really very exciting for the youngsters. They get enthused by it, and it's really good. It's really good.
I'll tell you what, before we hear what's coming in the future, let's have a look at a video that looks back at this year's activities from the RSGB. Here we are. This is about 1:22.
I'm very supportive of British Science Week, which is a celebration of science, technology, engineering and maths. It's a great vehicle to get schools and people of all ages involved in STEM and radio-related events. The RSGB is an official partner of British Science Week 2025, and fantastic to see us having an official amateur radio activity included in their community pack. In another fantastic development for this year, the RSGB outreach team has partnered with the Radio Communications Foundation to provide FM radio receiver kits for 15 schools, university, scout and youth groups to build. I was fortunate to get the opportunity to visit Marlborough Scout Group as they took part in building these kits, and you can see just how popular the activity was. This is more great outreach in action. What we hope is that the taste of today has given you a thought of what you might do in the future. Get into amateur radio or perhaps into a career in electronics.
CQ40, CQ40, Golf Bravo 2, Mike.
The Scouts also enjoyed operating under supervision.
Mike Alpha Romeo calling CQ on.
Oh, it's a really interesting video, Ian, looking back at what we did this year.
Indeed.
So continue please telling us about what we think we can do, particularly as part of this wonderful week of science for youngsters.
Okay, that's super. Of course, there's a whole lot more, as well as those. There's a whole lot of reports and things like that that are available in the June and July this year's Radcoms. So there's a couple of double-page spreads of what's happened, as well as what you've just seen. So as loads goes on. I tend to do things with secondary schools. So, for example, I've set up a club. We've got some more foundation license holders as a result of those, and many people do similar sorts of things. But and with under Ben Lloyd's work and his outreach group, he's appointed some youth champions who are specialising in schools, in youth groups, girl guiding, scouts, cadets, those sorts of things. So there's a lot goes on under the British Science Week banner. I'd like to suggest, though, that there is far more to it than merely working with schools. That's important, really important, but actually we could do so much more than just working with schools. It's not just for youth, and what I'm suggesting this year is that the special interest groups can get involved with British Science Week by showing things off to some of their people. Some of the work that, for example, Bracknell Amateur Radio Club did with the Men's Sheds organisation. That came out of last year's British Science Week campaign, and it was a really very exciting setup where we could put the two together. They did some really good work with the Men's Sheds group, which is a great organisation in itself. But they could then show the guys what could be done, and so on. And they opened their doors as well to that. So open days, we can do open days too. Just bringing the idea of amateur radio out to the rest of the people who haven't yet come across it. And that's not just youngsters, that is everybody involved too. Other things that we can do, that's all sort of club activities that can be done, and clubs do tend to do a lot of hard work for this British Science Week there. However, as an individual, you can perhaps get involved as well. So individuals, for example, could just show their family their shack. I don't know how you started in amateur radio. I started with my godfather when I was 8, and left the interests behind for a little bit after I left school, and got married and so on and so forth. Now I've got back into it, and so now I'm showing the family what can be done, and they're really interested. My new grandson, who is only a month old at the moment, so shout out to him.
That is very young. Yes,
yeah. I've already got his name down for doing a foundation exam in some years' time. That's a bit of a joke, obviously, but I will be showing him what can be done. Those sorts of things are really, really important, because apart from anything else, it shows your family what you do. One of the things I've recommended in a forthcoming article I've written for Radcom is that you could show them from exactly what happens and explain exactly what happens from the microphone through to the antenna, and then back again, and explain it at each point. That's something that people are interested in, and you see the magic of radio actually happening, and that's important, I think, for people. And it also explains why you're going out into the shack from time to time for some hours at a time. So that's the sort of things we can do. It's not just for schools, it's not just for clubs working with adult groups, other adult groups. It's also for individuals to get involved with this British Science Week idea. The British Science Association, who, as I said before, lead on the whole thing, their tagline is smashing stereotypes, and they have a strong view that what we need to do is smash the idea that the stereotype that science is just for people with the
geeky thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they can and actually it's ordinary people involving themselves in science. So there you have it. A couple of suggestions for you. People are always fascinated when they're shown of what we do, and there is a certain magic about hearing something. And I'd like to suggest that actually a mobile phone actually will do a better job than our transceiver under some circumstances. But they're nothing like as impressive, are they? I mean, our rigs. I don't know what yours is like, but my rig has lots of flashing lights on it. It has lots of meters going backwards and forwards in response to my voice and so on, and response to the other end's voice. That's impressive stuff. That really drags people in. And what I would suggest to people is, don't just think, well, actually this is something that's a bit too difficult for people. Just showing, look, the meter's moving, and the other person's voice is controlling that. And just think, what is that all about?
Yeah.
The tiny little whispers in space that are coming through to us.
Because we've probably never lived in a more technological age, really, where science and technology are around us all, even whether we like it or not. I'm particularly interested, but there's so much of it around.
Yes.
And it maybe just, as you say, we shouldn't just focus on young people, though they're very important for it.
Absolutely.
They're inquisitive, but also older people are going to be interested in how this wonderful little tiny mobile phone works. And my own club, Norfolk Amateur Radio Club, we use that there's a science festival in Norwich every year, and we put on a display. And actually what we did this year, which was different, we bought an old iPhone for about £15 on eBay. We carefully took it apart, and we also took a cheap handheld transceiver, one of these Chinese transceivers, and put that on a display, and we put them both on rotating things and compared the two.
Yes.
And actually, it's surprising you can make a relationship between those two things and show where the aerial is inside the iPhone, which is kind of hidden away, whereas on most of our handheld portables it's a bit more obvious.
Top, yes.
But we were just trying to make the relation and make that connection. Do you think that's a good way forward?
I do think that's a good way forward. But one of the things we always say in education is go from the known to the unknown. Now, the known at the moment is actually the mobile phone. Everybody knows how a mobile phone, well, they think they know how a mobile phone works. But the unknown bit is this quite old technology of radio. And that's something that's really quite exciting to do. And of course, you can even work your washing machine by radio now.
I know. We bought a fridge just I must get this off my chest, because we bought a fridge, though, a few minutes ago. Honestly, we didn't see and notice that it was connected and things, but it has got, when we powered it up, we realised it had that little sort of symbol that you see on Wi-Fi's.
Yes.
And it's got Wi-Fi built in. You can have a look at how cold your temperature is as it reaches temperature. I think, so it is literally around everywhere, whether you like it or not, isn't it? And this is a great, surely, hook to get people interested in our hobby.
It is indeed. And there's so much opportunity. All people need to do is actually take that step and saying, look, come and see my rig. come and have a look at it. Let me explain what goes on. We all know how it goes on because we have to in order to get licensed, so we know what it is. The other thing I would suggest is don't get too technical, because getting too technical can really frighten people off. If you start talking about propagation and the effect of sunspots and things like that, well, and some people might be interested in that, but don't go too fast on that,
okay.
Because otherwise you will frighten people off and they think, oh, I can't do this, and you know, all I can do is talk to somebody at the other end. The other thing is, don't knock FT8 and FT4 too hard, because you're almost guaranteed to get some QSOs over FT4 and FT8, aren't you? Whereas nobody likes to see somebody shouting down a microphone, CQ, 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 and getting nothing back at all, which is what can happen.
It can
quite often
in a demonstration.
Yeah. And they say, well, nobody's coming back to us. Whereas actually, with FT8 and similar, you can get a map up and you can see where that person is, and you can see where they are at the other end, and you can see what their signal strength is in numbers. You can more or less understand, and that's a really good, I find, a really good hook to get people involved.
Good, yeah. So let's look forward then to 2026.
Yes.
It's in March. I think the dates have already been set.
They have already been set, and if I knew what they were, I could tell you.
You know, I had it and I've just lost it.
I've just lost it. Yes.
It is. It's the 6th to the 15th of March, 2026. So, and I believe there's a lovely web page on the RSGB website where you can get much more information as well to help.
We do. Yes, we do. There's two places you can go. You're looking forward to 2026. There's already a web page set up, so you can see what.
Is that rsgb.org/BSW?
BSW. That's exactly right.
Okay.
But you can also look back at some of the resources we've put forward. So quite a lot of the resources are already are in place, are still in place from last year and previous years. So you can see some of the things we've done, and things like lesson plans are up there about, you know, so you don't even have to come up if you're a teacher and you're going in to do a session. You don't even have to set up your own lesson plans. There's some samples already done for you, and some risk assessments and those sorts of things. And also I'd commend to you those pages in Radcom, because they explain. Norfolk Radio Club has an article in there about what you did there, and that gives some ideas. The tricky bit, I find, is getting people to come up with ideas in the first place, because people inevitably think, well, I'm interested in this, but I don't think anybody else would be. Well, they would. They really would, and get them in through the doors with just an open day, or as I said, just get your friends and family coming in through the door. That will start the ball rolling.
Brilliant. And this year, I think for the first time, you were actually put forward one of the experiments that was adopted, wasn't it?
That was yes, for 2025 it was adopted, and therefore it went out. Well, it's British Science Week, but actually it goes further than that. It goes right around the world.
Yeah, it inspires many other groups, I'm sure, in other countries. Yeah,
it really does.
Good.
Yeah. And this year, this coming year, 2026, the theme is curiosity. Now, you can't get much more open than curiosity. That's what we need to tap into.
Lovely job. Well, if you've got some ideas at home as well, there is an email address which you're now going to put on the screen as well, where you can contact Ian and his team to add ideas. You may have had successful events that your club or you as yourself has put on. Do share them with others, because it really helps you in the event.
It really does. It really does. We try to keep that up to date, so that if as soon as anybody sends something in to me to say, yeah, we've got this event planned, that will go on the website, and it'll probably go in Radcom a bit later on too. And that means you, again, get some ideas, so keep reading those. And if you've got an idea, please send it in.
Absolutely. Ian Neal, M0KEO, thank you very much indeed for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Now we're going to go back to GB3HQ, see who they're operating with.
Special event station for the Radio Society of Great Britain's convention that's taking place at Kents Hill in Milton Keynes right now. CQ.
George 4, Hotel X-ray.
George 4, Hotel X-ray, and welcome to you. Thank you very much for calling in. And you are the first on the stream this afternoon. Hello to the stream as well. Nice to have you with us. And I'll give you your report on the next over. The name this way is Simone, Sierra India Mike Oscar November Echo. So how do you copy? This is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, over.
Yeah, very good afternoon, Simone. Cracking signal, 20 over, no problem at all. Name this end is Richard, and the QTH, we're just on the edge of Dover, just on top of the downs, before they drop down in a village called Whitfield. That's where we are. We're running about 100 watts this end into a full-size G5 RV. Weather, pretty miserable at the moment, completely overcast, temperature's about 16 degrees. Golf Bravo 3 Hotel, I think it's Hotel Golf, is it not? G4HH.
Yeah, Golf for Hotel X-Ray. This is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, the headquarters station of the Radio Society of Great Britain. Yes, thank you very much for the 59 plus 20. Got to say, it's I can reciprocate that. You're almost bending the needle here. Although it's difficult on a Flex 6400 because it's a software needle. But yeah, you're shooting up the end of the dial anyway, which is lovely to see. Armchair copy, I think, is the best way to put it, Richard. So that is really really good. Have you been watching the stream that's available on YouTube for the convention? There's been various things that have been gone out on the stream. It's been active. It'll be shutting down soon, but currently live. So if you're not, you can look tomorrow and catch the stream. If you've got 2 meters going, we're currently also on 145425. You can contact us there as well. So with that, Mike, back to you for a final. G4HHX, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, over.
Yep, okay, Simon. G4HH. No, I've only just got in the door, actually. We've been out shopping, so I've missed all that. But I'll have a listen on to in a minute. I haven't got anything exceptional down here. Just an ordinary, I think it's a diamond vertical. Can't remember the model number. And about 50 watts of
John?
Of RF, although I could poke 100 up it, I suppose, from the IC7400. I'll see if I can hear anything first. No point calling out otherwise. But, yeah, okay, Simone, you enjoy the rest of your day. I'm going to clear off and put the kettle on in between, and then come back and have a quick listen on 2 meters. What time do you think the 2 meter station will cease to function today? Is it going to be about 5 o'clock, in which case you've only got...
What time are we finishing today? Right, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Number? 5 o'clock? Right, okay, fine. So, yes, we're sort of going to be finishing around about 5-ish, in about 10 minutes' time or so. So, that will be us for today. There'll be more from tomorrow, but we'll keep going as long as the stream does anyway. Yeah, so, yes, if you call in, it'll be JJ on the 2 meter station waiting for your call. And we're just running 9700, I think it is, and a collinear up at about 18 meters. So we should make the trip, I'm sure. Anyway, a cup of tea sounds lovely. Mine, I'll take mine with milk and 2 sugars, please. 73, see you, and I'll catch you further down the log. G4HHX, this is Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. Bye-bye.
Catch you later. Have a good one, mate. Cheers for now. G4HHX clear.
QRZ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, needing a cup of tea. Papa Alpha 5, please.
Yes, good afternoon. CA5 Victor, name is Bob, Bravo, Oscar Bravo. I've been following the live stream on and off. Very interesting thing about the QO100. Go ahead.
Yeah, Roger there, Bob. Glad you've been enjoying the live stream. That's exactly what it's supposed to be, for have entertainment for us, and so that's lovely indeed. Right, you're coming in. Let's do the radio thing. You're coming into me 59 plus here at the convention. The name this way is Simone, Sierra India Mike Oscar November Echo QSL.
Yes, okay, Simon. Thanks very much. You're 5 and 8 to 5 and 9 here. No problem at all. Lots of stations calling, so we'll keep it short here. 73, all the best. Have fun there.
Yeah, lovely. Thanks very much for calling in. Much appreciated. And 73 QRZ Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec.
Mike 0, Lima Michael.
Like Mike Zero, Lima, Mike Golf has made it into the log. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for the call. My name is Simone, Sierra India Mike Oscar November Echo. I'll give you a report on the next over. How copy? This is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, over.
Yes, great to speak to you, Simone. I'm just running an FTDXN 100 watts with a sloping end fade halfway. You're a 5.9 plus 20, and I'm very much looking forward to this.
We're almost coming up to our final presentation of the day, but before we do that, we're going to talk Morse code. And before we talk Morse code, let's have a look at this video which celebrates World Morse Day. So with me, I have RSGB Board Director Mark Jones, G0 Emma GX. Hello, Mark.
Hi, David.
And champion, CW champion, Laura Robertson, MM7 BFL. Hello, Laura.
Hello, David. How are you?
Brilliant, thank you. And thank you both for joining us. I think there might still be a few amateurs and certainly a few general public who just think that Morse code is one of those things that's really old-fashioned and hasn't got a place in 2025. But it really has, hasn't it, Mark? Firstly, I'd ask you, you've set up this position of a CW champion.
Yep.
Why did you do that?
Because I met so many radio amateurs through my career in ham radio who really regretted the fact that there was no longer a Morse test. They didn't do any kind of qualifications in Morse anymore, and they really felt that they were missing out. I've also been on quite a Morse code journey myself, trying to reinvigorate my enthusiasm in the mode, which I've been doing through the CW Academy, which is where I met Laura. And I felt it would be really good for the RSGB to try and bring somebody on board who could help us promote the mode going forward.
Because you're normally involved with a different sort of code, aren't you? Software and stuff like that.
I am, but when I'm out on the air at home, I'm pretty much 100% CW.
Really?
Yeah,
You prefer
I thoroughly enjoy CW very much, yeah. Getting a whole lot out of it, yeah. I really enjoy it.
So, Laura, you're the CW champion for the RSGB.
I am the CW champion, yes.
Yeah,
and I'm honored and excited to perform this role. And I'm hoping to promote and gather interest in the mode, because it is based on the reels and stuff. It's becoming more popular. And so one of the first things, myself and a team of about 8 other CW enthusiasts come together, we're going to revamp the RSGB Morse code website. So to make it sort of a starting point for anyone interested, or even if you're seasoned or an expert operator, there'll be something for you. And then we'll have a little bit of an interactive CW game, so if you want to hear your call sign, you can listen to your call sign. There'll be how to start, setting up a station, what things are needed, and training and learning.
So give us an example then, how do I start? So I'm someone who has been licensed about 30 years probably, but I must admit I do mainly more voice. I do a little bit of FT8, that sort of thing, a bit of code, but although I have a lot of people in my club who are really trying to always say me to look at CW, how would you sell it to me to get involved with CW and get into it?
Getting into CW, it's a brilliant, it's a skill and an art, right? You can talk, but sending code nicely and making contacts all over the world through a mode that's kind of ancient. So, and it's you can get better distance with it, weak propagation. It works better than voice, so you can make more contacts. And it's good for your brain. It's good for brain health. Learning code will keep your brain healthy, and it's a lot of fun.
But it does take a lot of work, doesn't it? And
yeah,
what the people in my club at least tell me, Roger Cook, G3LDI, he's always saying to me, but it's going to be practice, and more practice.
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree, but let me give you a good example. I mean, the other morning, I was tuning around 20 meters quite early morning, and I often tune around just as dawn is breaking. And I was listening, and I could hear quite a weak signal. It was an L3. I thought, L3, where's that? But then suddenly I realized it's a ZL3, calling a fairly weak CQ call. I called him back in CW, and I had a lovely 20-minute conversational QSO with this guy in New Zealand using CW. And to me, that's just so exhilarating as a radio amateur. That reminded me of why I became a radio ham when I was 14. It was just the best experience ever. I thought it was fabulous.
Yeah. And it's a challenge. It's not easy, but anything that's not easy,
it's not worth doing, they say, don't they? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I find it interesting to talk to people who really are into Morse, and they can tell who it is just by the way they're sending Morse. And I find that extraordinary, someone who doesn't do it, that someone could recognise the voice of someone with sending Morse code, because to me it is just a series of dots and dashes, basically, you know, the basics. But it's the style, I guess, and you called it the art, Laura. Yeah?
Yes, it is an art. And usually when you're on a straight key or a bug or something, there's subtle differences that as an operator you develop your own voice, so to speak. And when you're sending and you have friends or whatever, you can tell that that's your, you know, Bob or whatever.
Okay.
So, and it's a lot of fun.
Well, we've got a lot of people watching now. We might have teased them into having a look at it. You said you're updating the website is the first thing I think you're doing, isn't it? What else are you going to be doing?
Well, in looking down the road, we'd like to have like a CW boot camp for like new operators or those brand new to Morse code. They'll just give the basics on the letters, how to send, maybe general making QSOs. And then with the website, we'll have links to those established CW schools that are great at teaching CW or Morse code. And then have links to them, and they can go explore and expand their Morse code skills. And in keeping with the RSGB motto is discover, learn, progress, right? So the website to help you discover Morse code, learn. You have links to learn Morse code and train on Morse code, and then discover different things. There's contesting, there's DXing, there's what else is there?
Well, even conversational CW.
Yeah, rag chewing. There's just so much to do.
You know, it does seem one of those sort of things, as you said, it's an art, but it is an old traditional sort of thing. But we have got a lot more modern technology now to help us. I mean, I've seen even from 20 or 30 years ago, little Morse trainers and things like that. Is that still one of the best ways to learn if you're doing this on your own, or are there lots of other things that you said about links?
There's a lot of online resources now. I mean, when I learned CW, the only place I could get practice was either at the local club or from an old, you know, battery-operated Morse tutor that I used to drive around with on the passenger seat of the car. But now there's so many excellent resources. And I never see the RSGB competing with that, but what we'd like to do is recommend resources that we consider to be state-of-the-art and the best ways of doing it.
Now, I also gather that you might be looking at doing something like a boot camp.
Yes.
Is that right? So tell us more about that.
Yeah, so the boot camp basically would just be like a starter taster type thing, just to teach the letters, the state-of-the-art techniques on learning it, and but it's not to replace any of the other established programs. It's just to get your feet wet, and if it sounds fun, then you'll be pointed to other places that do a great job.
So is the boot camp going to be an in-person event somewhere?
Actually, oh, sorry about that. Yeah,
it's okay.
It's going to be online. There's you know, software these days is great where you can have multiple people enter in on Zoom or whatever, and then have a software program where you train, and then the students at the same time, if I send some code, they can type in what they think they heard, all at the same time, and then they can forward the answers to whoever's leading the course, and then you can see. So yeah, and it's just reinforcing. It's always great to learn in a group. Individual training is also important, but when you're in a group of other people around your same level, you motivate each other, you encourage each other, support each other.
Sort of community sort of feel.
And then you build that community. And that's kind of what we want to do. We want to build the CW community.
And what sort of time scale are we looking at for that, really?
I think the website revamp will be something that we'll hope to complete sort of first quarter to the middle of next year, and then we'll look to try and organise and schedule some boot camps for after that. So it'll be the back end of next year, I would imagine.
Wonderful. Well, I really look forward to seeing what makes of it what's going to happen. Whether you get the more people into it, I'm sure you will. There's always a fascination, especially when we show young people as well.
Yep.
So Mark and Laura, thank you very much for joining us today.
Nice to talk to you. Bye.
Bye.
So now it's our last lecture of the day. I'm really looking forward to this one. It is all about how clubs survive. We're going there now.
Hello and welcome to this panel discussion on how to help your radio club thrive. Well, radio club, group or society. We'll go through the thesaurus. I'm Jim G4AEH and the members of our panel will introduce themselves in a moment and each will give a short presentation on how their particular club is managing to thrive in 2025. Full disclosure, I'm a member of one of them, but I'm a member of 3 in total, actually, so there we are. Now, if you're involved in running a club and perhaps struggling to keep it afloat, hopefully you'll hear some very useful tips. Equally, if you have different secrets of success to our panellists, from our panellists, then we'll leave time at the end for your comments and questions. So, panel, over to you.
Thanks, Jim. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dav, Mike Zero Whiskey Delta Victor from Cray Valley Radio Society. And I'd like to talk about our club's approach to face-to-face training and how this helps attract new members and retain members. A little bit about our club. We're a well-established club. We'll be celebrating our 80th birthday next year. We're based in Eltham in southeast London. And we're also quite a big club with over 160 members at present. We're very active, both on the air and socially. But we believe our commitment to comprehensive face-to-face license training has been a cornerstone of our success for the last couple of decades. We are one of a few clubs in the UK, we believe, who are still offering face-to-face organised training courses at all 3 license levels. And we've been running these courses successfully now since 2006. And we achieve a very high pass rate for our candidates. Almost every course we run, particularly the foundation course, results in new members joining the club, which of course helps the club to thrive. Now, for the foundation license candidates, as an incentive to join, we offer a 50% discount on the first year of club membership, which obviously helps to encourage them to join as well. We believe that what makes our training stand out is our structured approach and the extensive support we provide. So we typically run courses over a short number of weekends and with an exam on the last day. And crucially, for each candidate, we assign a one-to-one mentor who is an experienced radio ham from the club. This provides a friendly face for the and a primary contact for any queries and helping new people with a familiar face if they eventually go on to join the club. Now, it has to be said that running courses with up to a dozen candidates at a time, which is what is our capacity, is a big commitment and a lot of work. For all the members involved, the syllabus changes often, which means there's usually work involved in updating our training materials. There's work involved in admin, publicity, organising everything. And in fact, because we offer the course at all 3 levels, it would actually be too much work for us to run all 3 license level courses every year. So what we do is we run 2 courses every year with a foundation course in the spring, and in the autumn we alternate between the intermediate and the full course. And so over every 2-year cycle we cover all 3 license levels. Our training doesn't stop with the exam, so we offer ongoing support to help new members getting on the air, setting up antennas, etc. And to conclude, running these courses makes our club thrive, obviously because we're bringing in new members, but also for our members who are involved, it's very rewarding. It's a lot of work, but it's very rewarding. The mentors, the training team, the invigilators and others, that's a good chunk of our club membership who get involved. And it's also satisfying for the entire club to welcome the new members and the new call signs every year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dav. Good evening, everybody. It's great to be invited to take part this evening on behalf of the Bracknell Amateur Radio Club. We were established back in 1971, and since then the club has had continuous activity in training, contesting, construction, and field events, but probably like many of your clubs as well. Over the years, membership's gone down and activity's gone down with it. So over the last few years, due to enthusiastic new members, and continued support from existing members, and with organisational links, which we'll come to in a minute, the club has more than doubled in size and now attracts several new members every month, which previously we were doing every year. So I'd like to mention just two of these organisations that you might like to investigate locally. The first is, for us, was the Crowthorne and Wokingham Men's Shed. Now, we heard of the Men's Shed, I didn't know it existed, when Norman, G8EYM, was featured in the local GB2RS News. That was on a Sunday morning. He was planning to demonstrate amateur radio to members of the Shed, and this was for British Science Week. We contacted Norman because we didn't have a British Science Week activity, and we offered to help. We provided an HF radio, an 88-foot doubler antenna. And that was just the start, really. We thought it would be a single event with the Men's Shed. But it was so successful that it quickly grew into something much bigger. With Bracknell ARC supporting a VE80 day, it was a good event this year, and also the launch of Men's Sheds on the Air. The objective being to extend the Shed's vital work, which is social inclusion, combating loneliness and isolation, and improving mental health across the airwaves and connecting up to what is around 1,000 sheds across the country. It's amazing there's 1,000 of them, and I'd never heard of them before. So via Norman, our local shed has already run a foundation course for its members, and that's resulted in first exam pass with others currently studying. The common objectives of communication, social inclusion, education, and member engagement links radio clubs and these types of clubs together. The result being mutually beneficial, with many of the Shed's members joining as members of the radio club and vice versa. I joined the Men's Shed as well, which is really cool. And you can find out more about your local Men's Shed by going to the URL displayed on the slide, which is hopefully still up there. I'd just like to point Norman out. He's been trying to hide, but he's done all the work. He's sat in the far corner over there. So when you go out, do make sure you say hello. The other local organisation is the University of the Third Age. We call it the U3A. It's a national organisation, and they do have groups or clubs in most towns, and they offer a vast range of interests, mainly for part-time workers and retired local people. You probably already know of them or could even be a member of your local club. Bracknell Amateur Radio Club and the Wokingham U3A formed a U3A radio group, and they've built, having built a thriving relationship. Just like the Men's Shed, members are now joining each other's organisations. Now, what both the Men's Shed and the U3 have in common are the key ingredients for club growth. So they hold daytime meetings, which retired people like. Coming out in the dark at night isn't always great in the middle of winter. It needs no prior experience. You can just turn up if you're interested. And they're built around a sort of relaxed social activity. So it's not full on straight into the technical aspect. And these have been particularly good and rewarding for our club. Just a final takeaway though, although we've got links with these organisations, our club's recent success is also about consistent high visibility and interaction at local events, so local fates, guides obviously and scouts, and things like POTA, where you get a lot of the public coming up to meet you. In addition to regularly maintained websites and social media. I'll mention social media if we get some questions later, but it's all led to increased membership, improved retention, and much more activity on the radio. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. How do you follow that, folks? Good afternoon. Everyone hear me okay? Nod your head. Yeah, big thumbs up from the back. Thank you. Now to a slightly different accent from across the Irish Sea to Northern Ireland. My name is Ian Evans, Golf India 0 Alpha Zulu Bravo, and I belong to the Mid-Ulster Amateur Radio Club. Fantastic club. It's located, and this is going to be a plug for Northern Ireland, it's located very close to the centre of the province, just south of Loch Ness, near a crisp factory called Tandragee. Now, if you haven't tasted Tandragee crisps, you should. And I see quite a few people in the audience who have tasted Tandragee crisps. My talk is what I actually do with the Mid-Ulster Club. I'm a committee member. We have a very active committee, and I've been in the committee now 3 years. My first year of committee was a very easy year. Didn't do anything at all. Second year, I suddenly discovered you have to do work in the committee. And part of it is actually to make the club thrive. And how do we do that? We actually do it by using social media and also media outlets of any kind. I see people in the audience here actually dialed into our on-the-air nights during the lockdown. And those talks and presentations went down a storm. There's quite a few people nodding their heads here. There was actually dial-ins from Sweden, US of A, all over the world. One of the presentations you'll actually get an opportunity to see tomorrow, and that's by George, and he did a presentation on coax and connectors. It's well worth a trip to. It actually produced 12,620 hits on YouTube. I don't think we got any money from it, so we'll have to investigate that, but it actually is quite an astounding amount of hits on media. How did that come about? Well, we have very good expertise in the club, and you all will have the same people in your clubs, young people, old people, middle-aged people, of all walks of life, who are able to put YouTube videos together and add it onto it. That transpired then that we actually got funding from various organisations, one in particular being the lottery. And that funding actually got us equipment. You'll see it in the slides there, like radio equipment, but our mobile shack. And we wanted actually to say to the organisations, thank you, this is your money, this is how we spent it. And the president, who's not with us today, is over in Northern Ireland. And Davy, I hope you're eating grapes and feeling a lot better. But I really want to congratulate him because he then contacted media outlets, and it was the BBC sent a reporter to one of our, Colin, you mentioned those events that you do outside, and they did a fantastic stream of what we spent our money on, what the club was doing, what amateur radio was about, and very much so how people got out of it. So you'll see a chap there on the screen called Brian. And Brian is an amazing lad. He's got a wheelchair which he never gets out of, but he can get anywhere in it. There's funny stories to tell about Brian of whenever he's at events, how he gets his wheelchair over, let's say, obstacles. But anyway, his interview was absolutely amazing. It produced so many feedback emails from us, and one in particular was another disabled person who actually hadn't heard of amateur radio but wanted to find out more about it and actually join the club. But unfortunately, they're in your land, they're not in our land, so we had to guide them to a local club, or hope to, from there. I'm a committee member, as I say, but I'm not the only committee member. There's lots and lots of committee members who do sterling work. Our media opened the eyes of the club, and it would be a great opportunity for any club to get involved with media. Why does it do that? Well, it brings you out of your shell, because you're plumped in front of someone, not with the amount of equipment that we see in this room here, but actually with a mobile phone or with a GoPro, and they'll interview you, and they'll ask you what do you think amateur radio is about. You'll maybe tell them a story or two. That, for us, went on to the radio. It was a voice presentation broadcast of about 5 minutes, and then at tea time, there was actually a longer shot on national radio. Now, that's embarrassing when people say in the shop to you, I seen you on TV tonight. But, you know, it's amazing what people pick up and how they remember you. I don't know if it's a beard or if it's a bald head or what it is, but they do remember you. And it introduces the club to thrive. We have links with Queen's University. Colin and the other speakers mentioned training. We've done training with Queen's, and that has been on their Facebook page, etc., etc. We're happy to chat to you about what things work for us the best. WhatsApp is invaluable because lots and lots of people use WhatsApp nowadays. The only disadvantage of WhatsApp is remember to switch it off when you go to bed, because it really pings all night if you've got an interesting topic that members will talk about. Mr. Chairman, I am dribbling on. It's now 5:15, but I'll leave you with a couple of thoughts. Our aims in the club were to promote, educate and enjoy, and social media and media in general really does open those aims for us and objectives. It is nerve-wracking, but you will get through it, and we have, and we look forward to the next challenge that media will produce for us. It's a friend, it's not an enemy, and it can actually help clubs in many other ways, perhaps with funding or all those things that you aspire to. Thank you for listening to me. Thanks for coming today. I don't see too many empty seats, and it's amazing that you're all intensely interested in it. I'm going to hand on now to Andy, our final speaker. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Andy, M0IXY. I'm the secretary of the Thames Amateur Radio Group. The club formed from a concept in 2010. 2011 it was up and running, and our capture area was mainly on Canvey Island, which is where we were based until recently. And the club sort of trundled along between 45 and about 55 members for until the pandemic hit. During the pandemic, the club obviously couldn't meet, so we went online. We made membership free for the duration, and we did online club evenings, which were a great success. But after the pandemic, we found we had a dwindling membership, and in true to tell, the membership had started dwindling before the pandemic, but it was getting down to critically low numbers, and we decided, okay, we've got to have a change of tack. And we decided to big up our public events. So in the last year, we've done something like 7 public events, high profile, nice eye candy. If you have a look at the slide there, you'll see the Lancaster bomber apparently flying over my QO100 setup, and also our HF station. And this gave us good exposure to the public. It has resulted in an increase in membership, and it's also introduced us to youth groups who have engaged with us, and we have put training courses on for them, and we've created 11 new foundation licensees this year. But we always seek to put ourselves, for instance, on the committee at the Thames Amateur Radio Group. We have a couple of military radio enthusiasts. Myself is one, and also our vice chair, M0 LFX, and we target military shows because a lot of military vehicle owners have radio equipment in it that is actually serviceable and functional, but they don't have licenses. So we target pulling those people in and say, look, you know, do you realise that you could legally operate on this frequency and that frequency and that frequency, and we'll help to get you qualified. And also engaging with youth groups, so attending their events and grabbing the interest young, because what we need is younger members. The committee is of a certain age. We aren't getting any younger, and we need a younger membership. We recently took the decision to move from Canby Island because the sort of locus of our membership had changed from just being on Canby Island. But sadly, a lot have become silent keys or no longer active in the hobby, and our membership had sort of drifted north in Essex. So we're now based at Wickford on an industrial estate that maybe isn't too inspiring, but it has excellent internet connectivity and fantastic training room facilities, and we stream our club nights from there, which has been a great success. You know, we can guarantee on a particular club night, if I've got the publicity out, we pull in something like 3, 4, even 5 or 6 people from out of area partaking in our club night. And because we've got the really good internet connectivity, it's a really positive experience. And it's engaging with others than the traditional field, because since the pandemic thing, you know, we're looking at a completely different landscape, and we have to engage with other groups, maybe consider things that we hadn't considered, and I have to say that led to some members leaving because it wasn't traditional. But you know, the hobby is constantly evolving, and we have to change with it. So our public events is our flagship. We're already planning next year something like 7 or 8 events, and we have new members in the pipeline who've been introduced to amateur radio through our public-facing public events. The events aren't really about getting contacts, lots and lots of contacts. It's about explaining what the equipment is and what you can do with it. So that's the approach the Thames Amateur Radio Group have taken. Thank you, Jim.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Plenty to discuss there. Thank you all. Plenty to discuss there. I'm glad you brought up young people, because I noticed we've got several in the audience. And actually, if you've got something to tell us later when we throw it open about what will keep you in a radio club and attract you to a radio club, we'd love to hear from you. But before we get down to the tools and the specifics of your respective successes, can we get this one out of the way? We've probably all heard stories about people turning up at their local radio club and complaining that because they haven't got the knowledge, they've been humiliated or they've been totally ignored. That's got to be a cardinal sin, isn't it? So how do you get around that sort of problem? Andrew?
We have a register and a gatekeeper on the register, and that person goes out of the way to steer. Oh, here's the secretary. If you're interested in training, he's the guy to talk to. Here's the tea and coffee. You know, and and not normally there are enough people in the room for everybody is personally introduced to every member.
How about you, Colin? I guess.
Yeah, very similar actually. We have a sort of front of house desk, as it were. So as people walk in, the desk is in their way, so they have to sign in. And then we make a point of any visitors, just public visitors, people that have seen us on Facebook, or any. We get often we will get hams that haven't operated for years. They've heard about us on the internet, and they'll come in again. So we make sure we ask them about their interests. And during our introduction to our meeting, we will point those new people out. And that way people can approach them and speak to them, and they know something about their interests to begin with. But it's very important that we did get reports in the past where people had come in, sat at the back, and then they left and they hadn't spoken to anybody.
Yeah.
So we changed that.
That must not happen. Yeah. You were talking about COVID drop off. I think some of you also mentioned COVID. I mean, the RSGB during COVID did a hell of a lot of work because there were so many people coming back. They were publicising it all over the place. Do you think that what the RSGB was doing had a hand in your revival after post-COVID or during COVID?
Yes, we because during that period I wasn't the secretary then. I was the Beyond Exams person, and I actually put on specific presentations for Beyond Exams people. So that really pulled people in. You could see it. You got between 5 and 10 extra people on those presentations. Sadly, it died off about 2022, but throughout the pandemic period, when the club couldn't meet, it was a definite pull factor.
Yeah. And Dav, talking of exams, of course, you've got this approach to exams, which must take a lot of work, a lot of people.
Yes. I mean, it is a big effort for the club, and because it's structured, we do it twice a year. We know exactly when in the calendar it's going to happen. That does help, and that's obviously the training, and we also get involved with the CW Ops Academy to do CW training as well. It's not sort of CW that training for us to do. We get involved in organising, chaperoning people onto the CW Ops Academy, and that happens with on a cadence of 3 times a year. So we it's all sort of timetabled and structured, so we know when to expect the workload, and we can predict things that way.
You've got a playground.
Oh, you've heard about the playground, yes. So yeah, this is to do with the CW, because we have a lot of interest in CW in our club, but some people are key shy. They don't want to get on the air until they reach some sufficient sort of speed or proficiency. But so what we've decided to do is offer a sort of once a month playground that is a combination of Zoom and local on-air net on 2 meters, and it's with other local club members who know each other. So if they make mistakes, it's not a big deal. If you don't understand something, you can just ask over the Zoom and get an answer that way. And it's been quite successful.
You all do some kind of license training, do you?
Yeah.
How do you attract people to that? How do you find them?
It's the advantage, or the unintentional advantage, of the media, that we do, because Northern Ireland is a small place. Everybody knows everybody. Well, almost everybody.
There's only 2 million people there.
Yeah, there's only, but we kind of have an uncle or an aunt that's married to somebody that's married to somebody that's married to somebody.
Yeah.
But our club gets contacts from amazing sources, like you mentioned scouts and young people that are in the audience here. Those are the usual ones that you get each year. But you also get, our exposure to agricultural societies that we visit as well. Open days. We do a session at Navan Fort, which is the location of where the High Kings of Ulster were crowned. So you get contacts from all those different places that Colin and Andy and David has mentioned here. And those things pay off. Like our big contact with the university, Queen's University of Belfast, was fantastic, because we had 12, from memory, youngsters who were interested from the electronics department there. Now, it's nerve-wracking for amateurs to teach people of that calibre, but let me assure you, the stuff that we are doing, they just lap it up, absolutely lap it up, and they enjoy it. And just come back to your original question, which is all linked together. How do you make them feel at home whenever they come to the meetings? Well, the way to anybody's heart is through their stomach. You know, isn't that a true saying? On our club meeting, we have them on the WhatsApp group, so everybody's familiar with who's in the WhatsApp. But we have a luncheon at the club meeting, and if they want to participate, they come, and quite a few do. The gravy boat is always running over, and it's once a month. It's a commitment. They don't do it every month, but we come, we enjoy it, and we talk to the people. That then breaks down the barriers, breaks down the ice between new members that, you know, all the clubs here, all the speakers feel. So it sounds a lot of work, but you want to make it enjoyable. And once you make it enjoyable, then it's a success.
Well, you've got to expect, if you go on the committee, you've got to expect to do the work, haven't you?
Yeah, certainly do.
Now, you had a serendipitous relationship with the press or the media. BBC turned up at your place. Anybody else on here had contact with, been able to find their way into the media and impress them? It's a hard job. Do you have publicity officers or anything like that?
Yeah, we've got a publicity officer, and he does a fantastic job, to be honest. Definitely recommend any club that doesn't have a dedicated publicity officer to find someone to do that for you, because it's a fantastic opportunity to get the word out to the club. You know, I can't praise him highly enough. And you know, in terms of local media, we have a local magazine, and we featured in that. And our publicity officer is talking about possibly getting a feature in before the next foundation course, so that we can attract local people who are not radio amateurs, and, you know, introduce them to the hobby for the first time, which would be a brilliant thing to do.
Okay. Can I, at this point, bring in David Palmer? David is running the streaming here, and he, of course, does the webinar on a Monday night. Now, David, you've got something to contribute to this, haven't you?
Forgive me for coming in now. As you can see, I'm a volunteer for the RSGB, like many others. As Jim said, we do the live stream. The reason I'd like to contribute here, because it's something that really is important to me and close to my heart. I'm the chairman of the Norfolk Amateur Radio Club, and I don't want to sound arrogant here or bragging, but we are very fortunate to have a very strong club. But we just exceeded 262 people we had free join last night, so we are very strong. But it's not been without its challenges, and I just want to share with you one in particular thing, actually, that was really helped us get out of COVID. I know that's one thing in common with everybody else who's been there talking about the challenges of post-COVID, and some of you may be in the same thing with your club. It was a very simple idea. I can't remember who told me, it wasn't my idea, but the idea meant that on a Wednesday night, we found people were coming back after COVID. They were quite nervous about seeing people. We understand, we remember those times, don't we? But the way to get people to, you know, meet each other, and many of them, as people said as well, are the ones who have joined the hobby over COVID because of the wonderful work that the RSGB did to put everything online so that people could do and enjoy an indoor hobby. But the simple thing I'm going to just leave you with is that we have a show and share table. And any of you can do this. So you just set up a table, I've got a couple of notices on there, and it's this show and share. And the only deal is that anybody can bring anything they want that's radio or electronics related, put it on there for free, and others take it away. Now, I'm sure you all think, well, that's not particularly special and won't strengthen your membership, but actually it has, because not only are we recycling and upcycling things, but people have got to know each other through that. And that was the fascinating and interesting thing, where I saw people come who joined the hobby, joined the club remotely. We had a very strong online presence, which is probably how we survived the pandemic. But to get people to actually talk to each other again and get to know each other, that was a struggle. And that's what that did, because someone would put something down, a piece of equipment, a circuit board or something like that, and someone else would see them do it and just ask about it. And before I could see people talking to each other, you know, we get 50 or 60 people now on a Wednesday night, but we were getting 20 or 30 people after COVID, having been a very strong club with 130 members before COVID. So you could tell the effect, and I just couldn't think how to get people together again. So if that's any help to any of you, a show and share table, try it. Put a couple of pieces of paper on, printed on there that says, it's just got to be free, but it's not the equipment and things really that's the game and the reward. It's the fact that people get to talk to each other and meet each other. We found it really works well. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, thanks, David. You can get back and make sure that the stream comes off on time. Thanks a lot, yeah. Now, to attract people into the hobby, of course, they end up having to buy equipment, which, I mean, it's a lot cheaper in real terms than it was when I started 80 years ago. But still, it's still difficult for some people to be able to afford it. Do you have, any of you have club shacks where people can come along and operate equipment if they haven't got anything at home, or some kind of lend? I mean, I've got 2 rigs out at the moment, 2 foundation licenses to help them along. Any schemes like that?
Yeah, in Cray Valley, we've got a well-equipped club shack where members can come along and use it as long as nobody else is using it. We share it with the scouts, so we have to make sure the scouts aren't doing anything at the time. And also, we've got some loan equipment, and once a year we also do a surplus sale, so where new members can potentially buy old equipment, and equipment changes hands at a much lower cost that way.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. We don't have a shack. We're not lucky enough to have a shack yet. We're working that way. But we do have loan equipment, and a lot of it is donated by Silent Keys, unfortunately. But a lot of people, when they start, they'll buy the Baofeng, handheld, and they grow out of it, and they donate it to the club. So we now have a stored amount of kit that's available, especially to the younger M7s and things that are coming along. And need that first radio. They can just borrow it for as long as they need it.
The story this begins with is the word Amazon, because we used to have a really, really great shack, but Amazon moved into the site that we were. So they built a very great big warehouse over the shack. But anyway, we still survive. We're 60 years now in October, but we have moved to a mobile shack, Jim. Which is interesting because the person allocated to look after the equipment brings that equipment to the mobile shack. And you saw on the slide, you saw Brian using the equipment and others as well. But our schemes, we have amateurs in the club who do the loan scheme that you've heard here as well. But I think the big thing is people enjoy taking something out, but they're scared of breaking it. So they're always looking at advice. And this is where the sell and the buys on the WhatsApp is always a good source of stuff. People will say, I've got £30, I've got £300, what would you recommend? And the amount of advice that I have got, and I'm in amateur radio a year or two, is amazing on the equipment, because I think, as somebody mentioned, I saw a 101 in some of your club slides there. 101s are scarce now. So you need the knowledge of that new equipment. Andy?
Yeah, we have a pool of loan equipment. Sadly, it's underused because most of the membership proceed down the road of wanting their own equipment. We used to have in our previous venue around 2015, we actually had a Radio Shack, but we found it was underused. So,
because these days with the new license conditions, where people can come in and be supervised without a license, that's brilliant if you've got a shack.
But in the new location, because it's in a light industrial estate, we've got a hell of a lot of noise on HF. So one of the things we have done is a remote operation of my equipment on the big 200-inch TV screen that we've got in the training room. And we've done that, and it was a success. So the plan is to introduce more of that into the club evenings.
Okay, so time's getting on. So perhaps I should throw it open now. If anybody's got any questions, or if you've got some way of attracting people to your club that you'd like to tell us about, please do. Start down there.
Good
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Peter, MI5JYK. I've had the pleasure and privilege of actually working with Ian with the club. I used to been regional manager for a couple of times, the same as Philip at the back for Northern Ireland, and Mid-Ulster are one of the most proactive clubs. A lot of clubs back home in Northern Ireland could learn an awful lot from them. They really are, and the workload that they put in is absolutely tremendous. Hopefully Ian the check will be in the post.
Is it a £17 note or a £19 note?
Make it a £21 note and we'll be all right. But the other thing is I'm also a member of my local men's shed. And we have a few amateurs, they're M7s, foundation licensees. They get into radio via motorcycles and, with bike stuff. They're looking at maybe at some point running foundation courses, and I'm trying to source a few instructors. So the men's shed working with amateur radio is an absolutely brilliant avenue. And we also have a women's shed in there as well. And they have also started to take a little bit of an interest. So hopefully in the new year, we're going to be getting things kicked off, and probably a shack. At the moment, we've no equipment in the shed, but if you go to where our allotments are and have a very keen eye, you will notice that there is a 20-metre and 10-metre ground-mounted verticals made on bamboo, camouflaged. And sometimes an odd 817 appears in the little gardening hut over the summer to play radio. So it is a wonderful opportunity to grow the hobby.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter.
Could I
yes,
add
Colin?
something to that? Yes, with the men's shed, I mean, obviously, it's mainly men that are at the men's shed, but the University of the Third Age, unfortunately, most of us men don't last quite as long, and they are around 65-70% women in the local University of the Third Ages. So if you do have a local U3A, it's worth popping in, just speaking to them. There is a link to the RSGB, because they do have an amateur radio subject advisor. So if you do go to your local U3A, they can get in contact with the subject advisor and get advice on how to hold those meetings.
Thank you. Maggie.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Maggie Atkinson. I'm M7 LCF, and I'm his wife. I'll tell you how many rooms in my house I can get into if you give me half an hour. I think attracting females into the hobby is an important one. What Andrew didn't mention is that some of our new M7s have arrived because they got their M7s through one of the amazingly high-quality online platforms that enables you to get an M7. And they've all realised that they didn't know what the hell to do with a piece of kit, so they came to us. And we've taught them the practical stuff, and they're now members. But our largest group are actually air cadets. Look for Radcom in December, there'll be an article. 10 brand new M7s through an air cadet squadron, all of whom were volunteers. They do radio comms as part of their badge system, but we got them through their M7s, and half of them were girls. And all of them are under 18. So if you're really looking for that sort of membership, the wings, your county wing of cadet squadrons would welcome you with open arms if you went in and offered bespoke training. Make sure somebody is DBS certified. 4 of our 6 trainers are DBS certified at TAG. So, but yeah, fascinating stuff. I've written down and written down and written down. But the other organisation to talk to is the WI. Seriously, they are one of the statutorily consulted bodies when the government is putting through legislation on family matters and community. You can't get away without talking to the WI. And they are a remarkable body of women.
Thank you, Maggie. That's very useful. Anybody else? Wait. Oh. Picking his own.
Graham, G4NMD. Firstly, thank you to Cray Valley, one of our foundation members who I've been trying to encourage for time but couldn't get on with online, went over to your face-to-face recently and became a TUI. So thank you for that. But the other thing about loan is not just the the transmitting and receiving gear is often things like books or test gear and things like that. So we've started a library of that in our club. We have a librarian who sort of says, who's got bits of kit that they're prepared to loan out, and we had loads of kit donated and components donated. So we've got that kind of library now and that's a good way of. And then if you have somebody who mentors them to use it, that's the thing.
Okay, thanks, Graham.
Right, Roy, M0WTP. Question probably for the whole of the committee or those up there. I've been online a number of times on YouTube and coming back to the social media where it's been interactive, so you've been able to put in questions. Has anyone experienced that with amateur radio?
Probably not.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think our experience of it, there's that many outlets for social media. If you're coming back into it now again, I'll give you one example. X, which is the now called Blue Sky, was it?
No, it's X, but Blue Sky is the old Twitter.
Yeah, the old Twitter. So you've got so many changes there. It's careful manipulation of all that. I think what we find from our experience of it in the Mid-Ulster is we stick to one or two different platforms, and that is the best way to manage it and to improve it from there. I'm getting signals, so I'm handing back to Jim.
Well, I just hope time for one more question. And gentleman with the red lanyard.
Thank you. Daniel, M7IBX. I'm a member of the Bracknell Amateur Radio Club. I qualified in April of this year, so I'm M7. One of the, just getting back to the club equipment, but also the fact that Bracknell is very active with POTA activations. It not only gets us out into the field, but it's a great way for new qualifiers to get on the air without having to go through the expense of buying equipment. And also, it's really, really helpful when there's people around you who can help you out when you get stuck with what you need to say to people during a QSO. So it's a great way to get the new members, the newly qualified, on the air, even though they may not have the shack set up at home. I'm, of course, penniless now, but back then, it was a lot easier.
I saw on the website, you should be there today, shouldn't you? You've got an activation today. Well, look, our time is up. The stream is coming to an end. I just want to, would you please give a warm applause for our panel? Thank you very much, and don't forget to buy your raffle tickets. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us for today's live stream. I hope you've enjoyed it. Well, before we go, let's take a look at tomorrow's live stream programme that we'll be bringing you. So, at 9:15, PCB design for low voltage switch mode power supplies. At 10:30, radio industry, STEM and engaging youngsters. 11:30, the biggest nerd she's ever met, my TV adventures with Hannah Fry. At 1:30, polar modulation, SSB, high performance and efficiency at low cost with Hans Summers G0 UPL. At 2:30 was that cycle 25, solar cycle 25. What did we learn? With Steve Nichols, G0 KYA. And then the closing remarks from the RSGB President Bob Beebe, GU4 YOX. So I hope you've enjoyed this from all of us here on the live stream team, Tammy, Kevin and Heather, and all of the guys as well from CamHams who have been providing all of the feeds from those lectures and things. We hope you've enjoyed it, and we hope you'll join us again tomorrow. Until then, have a great evening. Bye-bye.